What's up, everybody? This is Jason, and you're listening to the Unsung Podcast. What you're about to hear is the long-awaited Part 4 of American Guerrillas, a multi-part series covering the Kansas territorial period and the Kansas-Missouri border war, and some related things. If you haven't heard the first 3 parts yet, you probably want to do that first, but, I'm not your dad. I can't tell you what to do. Anyway, I know it's been longer than a month since Part 3 came out. There were a couple more books I had to read before I really started working on this one, and honestly, one of those books was kind of hard for me to get through for reasons I'll talk about as we go. In exchange for the wait, though, you get a nice long episode. This one cracked 8 hours, which is a new record for this show. It's like a full season of a TV show, and let's be honest, this is way better than anything that's on TV these days anyway. But seriously, this one got out of hand, honestly. I don't intend to have 8-hour episodes, generally speaking, but I do think it's worth the time for this one, and I think if you stick around to the very end, you won't regret it. Obviously, I think it's good or I wouldn't put it out, but I am particularly proud of the ending of this one. Since Part 3 came out, we've hit 1,000 downloads across the first 3 episodes, including over 500 for Part 1 alone. I know that's not much in the grand scheme of things, but it's pretty cool if you ask me. I figured when I started this that maybe a few of my close friends and family would listen to it, and wasn't really sure what to expect beyond that, but 1,000 downloads is amazing, and I just want to say thank you to everyone who has listened so far. I have a couple other announcements, one of which is I've set up an email address for this show for comments and feedback. It's in the show notes, so check there for it. I'll say a little more about that and a couple other things at the end, so stick around after the outro music to hear about those. Last thing before we get started, I don't like doing this, but I'm going to give a content warning for this one. I know I've talked about violent stuff in the first 3 parts, even pretty graphic violence. This one is worse. A lot worse. Don't listen to it with your kids in the room. I might even put a timestamp in the show notes that you can skip to if you want to skip the graphic parts and just get a toned-down summary of what happened. I'll give you a heads up before that comes so you'll be able to skip if you want. Like I said, I don't usually like trigger warnings and that kind of thing, but I felt it was appropriate here, and you'll see why. So without further ado, here is American Guerrillas, Part 4.
Well, you're gonna pull those pistols or whistle Dixie. I get to liking someone, they ain't around long.
I notice when you get to disliking someone, they ain't around for long either.
Pretty sure we have time to bury them, fellas.
Hell with them fellas. Buzzards gotta eat, same as worms.
I'm going to start this episode off with a quote from a book. It says basically exactly what I wanted to say to introduce this episode, so I'll just read it for you instead of rewriting it badly. So here we go. Quote, Southampton County, 1831. Some 70 miles below Richmond, in the southeastern part of Virginia along the North Carolina border, lay a little-known backwater called Southampton County. It was a rolling, densely forested area, with farms, plantations, and crossroad villages carved out of the woods. In 1831, most of the farms and smaller plantations were hardly distinguishable from one another. The houses were charmless 2-story rectangles, surrounded by haystacks and corn and cotton patches. Around the big house were various satellite sheds, a one-room kitchen, a barn, and maybe some slave cabins. Out in the back were pungent outhouses poised on the edge of a slope or a steep ravine. A typical homestead had a menagerie of dogs, chickens, hogs, cows, mules, and maybe a couple of horses. And it had an apple orchard, too, for the succulent fruit not only commanded a fair price at market, but was the source of Southampton's most cherished product, an apple brandy potent enough to make a sailor reel. Not a homestead was complete without a brandy still, and the county's most popular citizens were those with well-stocked cellars. The county seat, or county town, was Jerusalem, a smoky cluster of buildings where pigs rooted in the streets and old-timers spat tobacco juice in the shade of the courthouse. Consisting of some 175 souls, Jerusalem lay on the forested bank of the Nottoway River some 50 or 60 miles from Norfolk in the Atlantic Ocean. To the west of Jerusalem was Bethlehem Crossroads, and to the southwest a loose cluster of homesteads called Cross Keys. Such villages were the nerve centers of Southampton's social life. Here on Sundays and holidays, white families gathered to hear preaching, dance to fiddles, enjoy a communal barbecue, joke, gossip, cheer on a shooting match or a horse race, get drunk, talk about the weather, or argue about politics in their distinct Virginia accent. Hoose for house. Most political discussions focused on local issues, for Southampton had no newspapers of its own, and people here lived in considerable isolation from the outside world. What news they received came mainly from travelers and express riders, who brought mail in from Petersburg, Norfolk, and Murfreesboro down in North Carolina. Although Southampton was a remote, generally lackluster neighborhood, it did have a planter class, and in that respect was no different from most other southern Tidewater communities. If you had to own at least 20 slaves to rank as a planter, then 96 of Southampton's 734 slaveholders, about 13%, could claim that coveted distinction. Some 15 men, with names like Newsom, Worrell, and Briggs, owned 50 slaves or more, which theoretically classified them as aristocrats. And Thomas Ridley, Old Man Urquhart, and John Kelly possessed large plantations with 145 to 179 Negroes apiece, which, in terms of slave wealth, placed them among the Old South's elite. Evidently, these backwater squires had inherited or married into most of their possessions and had bought the rest. Some enterprising fellows had even constructed homes that were impressive by Southampton standards, with columned front porches and imported finery, and now found themselves hard-pressed to meet their mortgage payments. Still, Southampton's large planters lacked the tradition and prestige, and the majestic landscape mansions that characterized Virginia's established gentry, especially the patricians along the great Tidewater rivers in the more eastern and northeastern counties. As was true of the rest of Dixie, most of Southampton's slave owners resided on modest farms, some fighting to climb up the social and economic scale, others scratching out a hardscrabble existence from their crops and livestock. What is more, over one-third of Southampton's white families owned no slaves, none at all, and the average for the entire county was 10 or 11 per slave-owning family. Many small slave owners could not afford overseers and worked alongside their Negroes in the orchards and cotton patches. Though Virginia was no longer in a depression in 1831, the state had suffered over the past decade, as soil exhaustion and ruinous farm prices, particularly in the early 1820s, had plagued farmers and planters alike. In Southampton, assessed land values had declined sharply during the last 20 years, and a number of whites had moved on to new cotton lands in Georgia and Alabama, so that the county's population was now almost 60% black, with some 6,500 whites and 9,500 Negroes residing there. While most of the blacks were still enslaved, an unusual number, some 1,745 in fact, were free persons of color. Only 3 counties in all of Tidewater, Virginia had more free Negroes than that. By Southern white standards, enlightened benevolence did exist in Southampton County, and it existed in the rest of the state as well. Virginians liked to boast that slavery was not so harsh in the Old Dominion as it was on the brutal cotton plantations in the Deep South. Sure, Virginians conceded, there might be occasional mistreatment in the form of a sadistic overseer or a licentious poor white who hankered after slave girls, but respectable Virginians convinced themselves that all was sweetness and sunshine in their master-slave relations. Why, on Sundays, Virginia masters even took their darkies to white churches, where they got to sit at the back or up in the balcony, murmuring a rehearsed amen from time to time. After church, the slaves often gathered in a field, a shack or a shed, to conduct their own praise meetings, to shout and sing in an arcane language that aroused little interest among picnicking whites, who dismissed the noise as innocuous nigger gabble. Southampton whites, too, were pretty lax toward their slaves, allowing them to gather for religious purposes, visit other farms, and even travel to Jerusalem on market Saturdays to see relatives and friends. After all, what was there to worry about? Southampton slaves were well treated, whites said, and apart from a few solitary incidents, the county had never had any severe slave troubles. True, the Negroes did get a bit carried away in their praise meetings these days, with much too much clapping and singing. And true, some white evangelists were coming in from outside the county and ranting about equality at local revivals. But generally things were quiet and unchanged in this Tidewater neighborhood, where time seemed to stand as still as a windless summer day. But all was not so serene as whites liked to believe. For a storm was brewing in Southampton's backwoods, in the slave cabins northwest of Cross Keys. It blew up with shattering suddenness, an explosion of black rage that struck Southampton County like a tornado roaring out of the southern night. In the early morning hours of August 22nd, 1831, a band of slave insurgents, led by a black mystic called Nat Turner, burst out of the forest with guns and axes, plunging southeastern Virginia and much of the rest of the South into convulsions of fear and racial violence. It turned out to be the bloodiest slave revolt in Southern history, one that was to have a profound and irrevocable impact on the destinies of Southern whites and blacks alike. End quote. That was the prologue to the book The Fires of Jubilee, Nat Turner's Fierce Rebellion by Stephen B. Oates. But wait, I thought this series was about Kansas and Missouri. Why are we talking about Virginia? Yeah, I know. This is another tangent, but bear with me. We like context around here, because to understand what's coming, we need to dive into an area I haven't discussed much yet. In slave societies, not just the antebellum American South, but slave societies in general, there's a particular dynamic that tends to develop between the enslaved population and the enslaving population. It turns out that slaves often don't want to be slaves, shocking, I know, and that some will rebel or escape if given the opportunity. The slave owner class knows that, becomes uneasy about it because of course they want to keep their slaves for the value of their labor, and now they're in a bit of a catch-22. There are two main approaches they could take. First, they could institute harsh measures to control their slaves and prevent rebellion, which can work in the short term, but the long-term risk is that it makes the slaves' lives even harder, which might encourage them even more to rebel. The other approach is the conciliatory approach. Give the slaves privileges to try to make their lives better. At first glance, that might sound like a lower-risk strategy. If your slaves are happy living under you, or at least their lives are good enough that they feel like rebellion would be unlikely to improve things for them, maybe they just won't want to revolt. But the long-term risk there is that you give your slaves too many privileges and they might start to feel entitled to more. They might start to wonder what the actual difference is between themselves and their owners that justifies their enslavement, and might start to get the idea that really their slavery isn't justified and they ought to be free, and you don't want that if you're an owner. So leading up to a lot of slave revolts from history, you have this dynamic where the owner class gets uneasy about the possibility of a slave revolt. They adopt one of the two strategies to try to keep their slaves in line, or sometimes try both strategies at different times or in different ways, which ends up creating this vicious cycle where the measures meant to keep the slaves in line indirectly encourage them to revolt over time. This dynamic is much older than the American South, obviously. Two examples that come immediately to mind are ancient Sparta and the Roman Republic, both of which experienced serious slave uprisings in their history. The Spartans were famously harsh to their slave population, the Messenian Helots, who revolted several times throughout the 5th century BC. And of course, the Romans had the 3 servile wars, the first 2 in the 2nd century BC in Sicily, and the third and most famous led by the gladiator Spartacus in the following century. But it turns out this dynamic is even older than ancient Sparta. It comes up in the Bible, in the book of Exodus. The sons of Israel, led by Joseph, settled in Egypt to escape famine in their homeland, and several generations later were enslaved by the Egyptians. This is Exodus 1, 8-14. Quote, "But there arose a new king over Egypt who knew not Joseph. Then he said to his nation, "Look, the race of the children of Israel is a great multitude and is stronger than we. Come, let us outwit them, lest they multiply, and it happen in the event of war that they also join our enemies and fight against us, and so escape out of the land." Therefore he set taskmasters over them, to afflict them in their works, and they built for Pharaoh strong cities, Pithom and Ramses, and On, which is Heliopolis. But the more they humbled them, the more they multiplied and grew, and the Egyptians greatly abhorred the children of Israel. So the Egyptians tyrannized the children of Israel by force. They made their lives bitter with hard labor, in mortar, in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their labor in which they made them serve was by violence. End quote. So the Egyptians there are concerned about the population of the Hebrews and what they could do if they decided to revolt. Population size is a significant factor in this dynamic. I've seen estimates from around the time of the Roman Servile Wars that something like 20 to 40% of the population of Italy were slaves. The Spartans had it even worse, much worse in fact. The Helot population in the 5th century BC was something like 7 to 10 times the size of the Spartan citizen population. We don't know exactly how many Israelites there were and how many Egyptians at the time of the Exodus account, but there were certainly enough Israelites for the Egyptians to be worried. The other thing I want to point out from that passage is the worry over the possibility of the Israelites joining Egypt's enemies in time of war. No nation exists in a vacuum. It's not just slave class and owner class and nothing else. There are foreign influences too. If you were some foreign king and you were an enemy of Egypt, you might notice this large slave population that the pharaoh is uneasy about and start to get ideas of your own. Maybe they could be useful to you. You could ask the Spartans about how that goes too. They might tell you about how the Athenians worked their intrigues with the Helots during the Peloponnesian War. All of those dynamics will come up in various ways in pre-Civil War America. History might not repeat itself exactly, but it sure does rhyme sometimes. But there's one more aspect of American slavery in particular that's fairly unique, if not completely unique, among the slave societies of history. None of those other slave societies ever had a founding document that included the following sentence. Quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." End quote. That, of course, comes from the U.S. Declaration of Independence. Now, we know the Declaration doesn't establish any law for the United States. That's not what's important about it. What it was meant to do, besides informing England that the colonies would no longer be part of its empire, is to state the founding principles of the new nation. Try to think about a slave society strictly from a utilitarian point of view, from the owner's perspective. Just forget all the moral concerns for a minute and think about it strictly in terms of maintaining stability as a slave owner. From that perspective, the Spartans, the Romans, the Egyptians never had to deal with any such concerns as national ideals of creator-endowed rights for all men. And those ideals produce a tension that complicates things. That tension in the American context manifests itself in things like the 3/5 compromise that we talked about in part 1, and more generally in the wider debate about slavery. But the Declaration of Independence is not just an American founding document. It and the principles it espouses are situated within a wider context, namely what we call the Enlightenment. Another thing we talked about in part 1 is this weird fusion of Protestantism with secular Enlightenment values that manifests itself in the United States, and I think you can already see it in the Declaration itself. For example, the Enlightenment ideal of rights as expressed in the Declaration is grounded in some idea of a creator. And the reason I phrase it that way is that it's not entirely clear to me what exactly is meant by creator in the Declaration. Americans have tended to assume it just means the Christian God, but even that gets hazy when you consider that Orthodox, Catholics, and Protestants all have different ideas of who and what God is, even though they all call themselves Christians. None of the founders who wrote the Declaration were Orthodox or Catholic. They were all either Protestant or some fuzzy brand of deist, which also is not at all clear to me. And look, for a theologically retarded layman like myself, It would be a next to impossible task to describe for you precisely how the Founding Fathers' ideas of God differ from proper Orthodox theology. All I can tell you is that they do, and the reason I bring this up at all is to show you how this strange environment and the ideas that come out of it will help set the stage for what's to come. Now, to get back to the problems of slave societies, that dynamic of the fear of slave rebellions underlies everything that goes on in American politics from the founding to the Civil War. You can think of it like a kind of undercurrent. You can't always see its effects on the surface, but it's always there. And people will sometimes gloss over that fear or act like it was somehow unwarranted. But the fact is that almost from the very beginning, Americans had an up-close and visceral example of this to look at in the form of the Haitian Revolution. That got started in 1791, 3 years before Eli Whitney patented his cotton gin. The island of Hispaniola, which is today split between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, was formerly a colony of both France and Spain, and it ended up embroiled in all the same Enlightenment chaos that engulfed Europe around that time. I won't pretend to understand the Haitian Revolution. It's a giant, complicated, brutal, horrific, 13-year-long mess. You have the French Revolution going on around the same time. You have all the wars between France and Britain and Spain and the other European powers, which all matter because both France and Spain have colonies there, and they're allied with each other sometimes and at war with each other at other times. It's a mess, but here's the point. Your average American at the time definitely would not have really understood what was going on there either. For your average American at that time, and especially for your average Southern slave owner, if he knew anything about the Haitian Revolution, he'd have known what happened at the very end in 1804. The 13 years of brutality and chaos had already left something like 200,000 black Haitians dead, along with 75,000 French soldiers, 45,000 British, and 25,000 white colonists. But at the end of it all, the rebels won. Besides being the largest slave revolt since Spartacus, it was the only one in history known to have successfully established a new state ruled by former slaves. And what would the revolutionaries do with their new state? Well, one of the first things they did, in February 1804, after the last French military resistance had been crushed, under orders of the Haitian general Jean-Jacques Dessalines, they began an extermination campaign of the remaining French colonists. Decades of hatred were released in a 3-month orgy of torture, rape, and murder of every white man, woman, and child remaining on the island, with very few exceptions. Between 3,000 and 5,000 were killed from February to April. Women could sometimes have their lives spared in exchange for agreeing to marry black Haitians. This was open race war at its absolute worst. It almost reminds you less of the 19th century West and more of the sacking of some ancient city like Troy. I mean, killing all your enemies' men and taking their women as war brides is something that happened pretty routinely in the ancient world. But it happened right around the turn of the 19th century, just 700 miles off the southern tip of Florida, on an island roughly the size of South Carolina. Not all that long after the United States gained its own independence. Now, before anybody says anything, yes, I'm aware that the violence in the Haitian Revolution went both ways. There was plenty of horrific violence committed against the black Haitians by European colonists and soldiers as well, but the reason I'm talking about this at all is because of its relationship to the American Civil War, and in particular its effect on the attitudes of white Southerners and American slaves. So imagine yourself as a white Southerner in the early 19th century. Slave owner or not, it doesn't really matter. You hear about this event, read about it in the papers, talk about it with your friends. You don't really know all that much about it. Maybe all you know is that it was a slave rebellion, the slaves won, and once they gained power, they massacred and raped every white man, woman, and child they could find. And we've talked about 19th century newspapers before. It's a fair bet that whatever the rumor mill in the Southern American papers were saying about the Haitian Revolution was exponentially worse than what actually happened, which was already horrific. So you could be excused for looking at this situation and thinking, wow, we sure as hell better keep a tight leash on our slaves or they might do this to us. Now, by the 1810s and 1820s, most slaves in America had been born in America. They hadn't made the hellish passage across the Atlantic from Africa. The importation of new slaves from outside the country was outlawed nationwide starting in 1808, but the international trade had already been on the decline for some time before that for economic reasons as well as state-level laws, even in some of the southern states that restricted importation or in some cases outright banned it. All of which is to say that by that time, most American slaves had been born into slavery. They'd inherited their chains. What I want to point out here is that by the same token, the white Southerners of this era had inherited this situation just as much as their slaves had. This is what ancestral sin is like, and it's the same in every era. We're not guilty of the sins of our ancestors, but we sure do inherit their effects on the world we live in. It's like the classic example of a child born to alcoholic or drug-addicted parents. The child isn't guilty of that sin, but he sure will feel its consequences and effects on his life. At the same time, I'm not trying to make white Southerners innocent victims in all this. After all, as a class, they were still very much engaged in the practice of slavery they'd inherited from their forefathers. Not all of them, obviously, or even a majority for that matter, but a sizable minority were. And the ones that weren't engaged in it directly were very much entwined in this whole social order and economy that relied on it. To go with the same analogy, it's like the child of the alcoholics picked that bottle right up and became an alcoholic himself. He made his parents' sin into his own by his own choices. And maybe one way you could summarize the arc of American history from the founding to the Civil War is to say the South drank itself into the grave in this way. My point in saying all this is to try to break us out of another one of these classic false dialectics we're all stuck in, a similar kind of group opposition to the one that showed up with the squatters and landowners in California, although I'll grant that in this case it seems a lot more clear-cut and less morally gray than it did there. But the reality is that nobody is just a victim and nobody is just a perpetrator. It's true of individuals, it's true of groups, it's true of societies, and it's also true of the dynamic between white Southerners and black slaves. Some of the ugliest events you'll find in history are cases where, like in Haiti, people use their victimhood as justification to commit horrific acts against their oppressors. So, white Southerners looked at Haiti and thought that could happen to us. But it didn't happen to them, not for several decades at least, and fortunately for them, nowhere near on the same scale. Not that there weren't attempts. In 1800, while the Haitian Revolution was still in progress, a slave blacksmith named Gabriel Prosser was caught fomenting rebellion in Richmond, Virginia. This was a conspiracy of mostly urban slaves. Their plan was to burn Richmond, take hostages in the Virginia government and other elites, and then depend on the rural slaves from surrounding plantations to rise up against their oppressors en masse. But their plot was betrayed before it could be executed, and Prosser, along with 34 co-conspirators, were hanged. This is Oates talking about the mood in the South around that time, near the end of the Haitian Revolution. And by the way, Santo Domingo here is Haiti. It's the name of the colony that became Haiti. He says, quote, "For Southern whites, Santo Domingo and Gabriel Prosser left a searing legacy, a fear of slave uprisings that would haunt them for decades to come. In their minds, it became a dreadful word, insurrection, one that triggered nightmarish visions of death and destruction, of axe-wielding blacks, their once submissive darkies satanically transformed into powerful Gabriel Prossers or Haitian rebels, who butchered, burned, and raped their way across the South in an apocalypse of violence worse than hell itself. That is why unexpected church bells now frightened whites so. That is why a haystack blazing against the night sky, a signal for the slaves to revolt, seemed to many Southerners a harbinger of some unutterable doom. For should the slaves rise up and take over, what would happen to white women, to the white race, to Christianity, to civilization? After 1800, with whites tightening up slave discipline, Negro discontent seemed to subside. But during the War of 1812, white fears started mounting again, and rumors swept the southern states that the slaves might revolt and join the British. In truth, there was talk along the slave grapevine that British victory might result in Negro emancipation. But neither Britain nor the United States won the war. It ended in stalemate, and no slave insurrection broke out either. Nevertheless, many Virginians remained concerned about our internal foe and cautioned masters not to relax their controls over the more dangerous internal population. End quote. Oates mentions what he calls the slave grapevine there. Some slaves would have to leave their plantations from time to time and go into town or go to neighboring plantations to deliver goods, buy things, perform various tasks, and while they were there, they would talk to slaves from the surrounding area. Some of those slaves would have talked to other slaves from further on down the line and heard news and gossip and rumors, which those slaves in turn heard from someone else, and so on. And in this way, news would travel far and wide throughout the South, the slave grapevine. Not to mention the factor of slaves being bought and sold out of their own local area. You could have slaves from, let's say, Virginia being sold to plantations in Georgia or South Carolina, and they'd take their news and stories and gossip with them as they went. Through the slave grapevine, certain places gained certain reputations. It seems that by the 1820s, the large 1,000-plus acre plantations of Georgia had gained a particular reputation for brutality along the grapevine. Slaves dreaded being sold to Georgia in particular. That's not to say that slavery was some kind of humanitarian institution in Virginia, but it is to say that given the choice, most slaves would have chosen slavery in Virginia over slavery in Georgia in a heartbeat. That also seems to have been the case for Missouri in the 1850s, which we'll come back to later. And it seems that white Virginians also held an image of their state being a better place to be a slave than somewhere like Georgia, for example. I'll keep reading from Oates about that. Quote, "But other Virginians contended that the vast majority of slaves now seemed passive and humble, the result of strict religious teachings mixed with enlightened supervision. In fact, if some whites advocated stricter slave laws to prevent insurrection, others argued that discipline ought to be tempered with some permissiveness. Yes, that was the best way to control the darkies, through enlightened benevolence, with a militia force to back it up. That and constant reassurances that the Gabriel business was only an aberration, a mistake of history, and would never happen again. Yet to make sure of that, you must give your slaves only censored sermons, and absolutely forbid them to talk with a Quaker or learn about Thomas Paine or Jefferson's Declaration. In fact, enlightened slave owner or not, it was best to remove such writings from your library and go about your affairs with confidence and equanimity, much as Samuel Turner was doing down in Southampton County, so that your slaves would never suspect that you were anxious in any way. Yes, that was the posture many slaveholders adopted in the years after Gabriel Prosser. Let us believe that what we fear is not really to be feared, that what has happened did not actually happen, and that slavery, the source of all our dreary agonies that are not really agonies, is a necessary evil, which we do not want but cannot remove. In truth, most Southerners preferred not to discuss the slavery problem, but if they did, to some congenial and sympathetic traveler, for example, they tended to apologize for the institution, as though it were an ugly family heirloom left to them by some sadistic relative. They blamed this necessary evil not on themselves, but on European slave traders who brought all those blacks to America in the first place, to the North as well as the South. After the Revolution, the Southerners contended, they had become stuck with the institution, as the Northern states eradicated it by law, constitution, or court decree. Southerners insisted that they did not like slavery, but what could they do? They could not free their darkies as the Yankees had done. With so few blacks in relation to their white populations, the Northern states could afford to liberate their small percentage of Negroes. What did they have to lose? But it was different with Southerners, what with their heavy concentration of blacks. Some places they even outnumbered white people, and their correspondingly large investments. After the invention of the cotton gin in 1793, slavery became an economic necessity that ever-ready excuse for slaveholders who felt embarrassed about the discrepancy between Jeffersonian idealism and human bondage, but could not bring themselves to do anything about it. So no, most would rather not talk about any moral contradictions inherent in slavery in America. And anyway, in their view, they were concerned with something a lot more basic than contradictions. They were concerned about their survival. The survival of their white Christian way of life. So they hushed up talk about the unspeakable, what the darky did in Richmond, and got on with their business of growing and selling cotton, corn, and tobacco, and tried to accept slavery as the will of Almighty God, and to let God himself take care of the problem in his own due time. End quote. Now he's kind of keeping it veiled at this point, but in the last chapter of this book especially, you can really see the contempt Oates has for Southerners dripping off every page. But regardless of that, what I will say is that I'm not so quick to dismiss these concerns. I don't think they're just excuses. I think they're legitimate concerns. That's why I've spent the first half hour of this episode framing it this way. For example, it really was much more convenient for the northern states to abolish slavery than it was for the southern states. The North never had anywhere near the numbers of slaves the South had, and the institution was never anywhere near as deeply ingrained into the fabric of their society and economy. And yes, many of them were legitimately concerned about their survival. Whether or not a mass slave uprising across the entire South was ever a realistic possibility is a separate question, and the answer is probably no, it wasn't. But people don't always operate on realistic calculations of possibilities. See abolitionists concerned that popular sovereignty in Kansas could lead to slavery taking over the entire North. But legitimate concerns or not, things stayed as they were for the next 20 years or so. Then in 1822 in Charleston, South Carolina, another sizable insurrection plot was uncovered, this one led by a man named Denmark Vesey. Vesey was actually not a slave, he was a free black man living in Charleston. After spending his childhood and early adulthood in Bermuda and then South Carolina, in 1799, at the age of 32, he won a Charleston city lottery and used the money to buy his own freedom. After that, he went into business as a carpenter and apparently did pretty well for himself. Now, his insurrection plot was discovered in 1822, and if you remember from Part 1, the Missouri Compromise had just been struck in 1820. I'll just read a quick section from the Oates book on this. Quote, "The leader of the conspiracy was Denmark Vesey, a hulking, literate carpenter who had bought his freedom, traveled a good deal, and read profusely. Among the things he read were the momentous congressional debates that resulted in the 1820 Missouri Compromise, debates that turned not just on the status of slavery in the Missouri country, but on the very nature of the institution itself. If many Southerners were appalled at such open discussion of slavery, Vesey himself was inspired. He talked about the Missouri debates with his black friends in Charleston's slums. An aging mulatto with several wives and many children still in bondage, Vesey raged about their condition and lashed out against the institution of slavery. He lectured fellow blacks on the Declaration of Independence, asserted that slavery is against the Bible, and rebuked Negroes for taking white insults, for stepping into muddy streets so that whites could pass on the sidewalks. When some blacks sputtered that they were slaves, Vesey snapped back, 'You deserve to remain slaves.' Soon he gathered around him a number of trusted followers, most of them house servants and black mechanics who belonged to Charleston's African church. Here they plotted a revolt that would involve Negroes in the city as well as hundreds of slaves on the outlying plantations. One of Vesey's chief lieutenants was an Angolese witch doctor named Gullah Jack. A small man with tiny limbs and prodigious whiskers, he was supposed to play an indispensable role once the revolt began, for his grotesque appearance, savage gestures, and fierce glances would intimidate slave soldiers and keep them in line. Jack gave each recruit a crab claw to carry on the day of the insurrection, contending that the claw embodied the power of his African gods and would protect the slaves from the white man's bullets. Side note, that's a pretty common feature of these plots to involve some kind of mystic figure like this Gullah Jack character, and it points to some features of slave religious beliefs that we'll get to in a bit. Continuing from Oates. Vesey's strategy called for a surprise attack against Charleston, to be executed by a concert of city and country slaves. At the stroke of midnight, when the sentinel called out that all was well, the insurgents would leap into action. Organized into 6 battle units, they would capture the guardhouse and arsenal, ambush slothful patrols, seize the major roads, and axe and shoot those masters who ran out of their mansions to resist. But beyond that, plans were vague. One lieutenant wanted to hold Charleston against white counterattacks, but Vesey hoped to sail away to Haiti. Like the Gabriel conspiracy, the revolt never came off. Once again, communications broke down between urban leaders and the rural slaves out on the big tidewater plantations. Once again, loyal house servants betrayed the conspirators and whispered into white ears what was in the air. At once, 5 military companies invaded the slums, throwing an entire city into a panic. In their lavish town mansions, the planters went through an unforgettable night, plagued with the specter of rape and murder, of a Santo Domingo boiling up right here in Charleston. In the end, the authorities arrested most of the rebels, hanged Vesey and 34 alleged conspirators, and banished 37 other blacks from the state. Though Charleston had narrowly escaped a Negro revolution, the gentry recognized only too well that it could happen again. "Let it never be forgotten," cried one white man, "that our Negroes are truly the Jacobins of the country, that they are the anarchists and the domestic enemy, the common enemy of civilized society, and the barbarians who would, if they could, become the destroyers of our race." End quote. That last bit sounds exactly like something you might hear Spartans saying about helots, doesn't it? But anyway, the Denmark-Vesey plot was uncovered and stopped before it got started. Now, one common feature of both the Vesey and the Prosser conspiracies is that they were both betrayed to white authorities by slaves. It's worth thinking for a second about why a slave would betray a plot like that, because it doesn't really make much sense at first glance on the typical modern understanding of slave versus owner dynamics. What I mean by typical modern understanding is an understanding that reduces people and their motivations to their class. If you look at this and say it's just an oppressor class and a victim class and that's it, then how do you explain members of the victim class betraying a plot meant to strike back at the oppressors? Well, on that view, you really only have one option to explain it, I think. Which is to say that the slaves who betrayed the plot were motivated by fear or conditioning or indoctrination or some other of the oppressor's tools meant to keep them down. Maybe these individuals were afraid either of being lumped in with the conspirators themselves or of being punished unjustly in retaliation for the revolt, so they gave it away to avoid that. Maybe they'd been indoctrinated or conditioned enough by their circumstances to believe that their circumstances were actually right or good. The explanation would have to be something in that category, I think. And those all seem possible for sure. I mean, I don't know. Oates doesn't delve into their motivations at all or even say who they were. But what I want to point out is that this strict oppressor versus victim false dialectic almost forces you to dismiss other possible motivations out of hand. I'm not willing to do that, and I actually think you need to break yourself out of that dialectic if you want to understand what's happening in this story, and I'm talking about it now because it'll become important again later. People can't be reduced to their class, and there are other possible motives for actions like this that would be inconvenient for the black and white oppressor versus victim narrative. Things like self-interest. Some slaves might think about the possibility of a revolt and think, that's going to come with a hell of a lot of chaos and uncertainty, and all things considered, I really don't have it all that bad where I'm at now. Yeah, I'm a slave, but the master has always been decent to me, and I don't think it's very likely that I'll end up getting a better deal than this out of a revolt. If you don't think people sometimes prefer comfortable slavery over uncertain freedom, you probably haven't been paying much attention to our modern world lately. Or there's the possibility of genuine feelings of personal affection and loyalty on the part of slaves toward their masters. Like I said before, most slaves in this era had been born in America, and many had grown up right alongside the white people who are now their owners. That would have been especially true for slaves who had been fortunate enough to spend most of their lives on one plantation or in one neighborhood and hadn't ever been sold off to another state. Oates has this to say about Nat Turner's early life. Quote, "He was living in the innocent season of his life, in those carefree years before the working age of 12 when a slave boy could romp and run about the plantation with uninhibited glee. Clad only in a tow shirt, which hung about his knees, Nat and the other children, white and black alike, played together like prattling sparrows, oblivious to that future time when white adults would permanently separate them, sending the white children to schools or tutors and the blacks to the fields, dividing them for the rest of their lives into free and chattel, into the blessed and the wretched of their Christian world. But for now, in these innocent years, the children frolicked and fraternized in democratic abandon. Nat was especially close to John Clark Turner, who was one of the master's 3 sons and about his age. Sometimes little Nathaniel Francis came over from a neighboring plantation, and the 3 boys raided melon patches, collected little boy treasures, and explored the thick forests about the Turner place, with their macabre shadows and cawing birds. They swam and fished in ponds there, and set out traps for coon and possum. They might also visit the carpenter's shed, where skilled slaves fashion cabinets and chairs for the big house, or play mumbledy-peg near the brandy still, where other blacks transformed fermented apple juice into brandy for the master's table. Nat and John Clark also received the same religious instruction, since the Turners, Benjamin and Elizabeth, were Methodists who sought to instill Christian beliefs and righteousness in their 30-odd slaves. So Nat in his young years cavorted about the home place as slave children did generally in Virginia. He took his meals in the Negro cabins, meals of corn mush and bacon fat, which he ate out of wooden bowls with a slave-carved spoon. His daytime supervisor was his grandmother, old Bridget, an aged and wrinkled woman, too old to work anymore, who regaled the boy with slave tales and stories from the Bible. Nat had become very attached to his grandmother, for she praised him and helped teach him the same prayers the master and mistress had taught to her." End quote. So imagine a slave considering the possibility of a revolt. He knows very well that it's going to be ugly, and people are going to die, and maybe he feels genuine loyalty toward a master who he grew up with and played with as a kid. Maybe they have fond memories together and genuine friendship despite their class differences. I couldn't possibly guess at how many slaves had something like that going on, whether these particular betrayers of rebellion plots were motivated by that. All I'm saying is, people are complicated. They have complicated motives that can't just be reduced to their class interests. And I think to try to reduce them to that for the sake of a narrative is ironically dehumanizing. Anyway, this tangent from a tangent has gone on way too long. Back to Nat Turner. Nat Turner was born in Southampton County, Virginia in 1800, the same year John Brown was born. His mother was known as Nancy, and she was an exception to the general rule that the slaves of this era had been born in America. Nancy was from the Upper Nile River region of East Africa, and she had been captured by slave traders and forced to endure the hellish Middle Passage to the New World. She landed at Norfolk in 1795 and was eventually sold off to Benjamin Turner of Southampton County, which is where she married and gave birth to Nat. Nat's last name, Turner, comes from his first owner, Benjamin Turner, and that was the common practice of the time for slaves to take on the last name of their owner. Now, Oates goes over a series of blows Turner suffered in his early life, the first of which was when his father ran away and escaped to the north. We don't know his father's name, we don't know anything else about him, other than he ran away, never to be seen again by Nat or anyone else in Southampton County. Oates doesn't say exactly when that was, but based on where it appears in his narrative, it must be sometime between about 1805 and 1808, when Nat was between 5 and 8 years old. There's a key aspect of Turner's personality that was developing very early in his childhood. See, unlike Denmark Vesey, who had a mystic as his lieutenant, in Turner's rebellion, he himself was the mystic. He talks about the early development of that in his own account of the rebellion. There's a book called The Confessions of Nat Turner by Thomas R. Gray. If you go look for this, there's also a novel from 1967 by that name. That's not the one I'm talking about. This is a book from
1831, immediately after the rebellion, in which Gray records what he heard from Turner personally in his own conversation with him while awaiting execution. It's a pretty short book, only about 40 pages, and I won't read the whole thing, but I am going to end up reading some pretty good chunks of it because I think it's very illuminating on how Turner saw himself and his actions. This is how Turner describes his early childhood in that book. Quote, "Sir, you have asked me to give a history of the motives which induced me to undertake the late insurrection, as you call it. To do so, I must go back to the days of my infancy, and even before I was born. I was 31 years of age the 2nd of October last, and born the property of Benjamin Turner, of this county. In my childhood a circumstance occurred which made an indelible impression on my mind, and laid the groundwork of that enthusiasm which has terminated so fatally to many, both white and black, and for which I am about to atone at the gallows. It is here necessary to relate this circumstance. Trifling as it may seem, it was the commencement of that belief which has grown with time, and even now, sir, in this dungeon, helpless and forsaken as I am, I cannot divest myself of. Being at play with other children when 3 or 4 years old, I was telling them something, which my mother overhearing said it had happened before I was born. I stuck to my story, however, and related some things which went, in her opinion, to confirm it. Others being called on were greatly astonished, knowing that these things had happened, and caused them to say in my hearing, I surely would be a prophet, as the Lord had shewn me things that had happened before my birth. And my father and mother strengthened me in this, my first impression, saying in my presence I was intended for some great purpose, which they had always thought from certain marks on my head and breast." Here Gray breaks in and says, "A parcel of excrescences which I believe are not at all uncommon, particularly among Negroes, as I have seen several with the same. In this case he has either cut them off or they have nearly disappeared." Back to Turner. "My grandmother, who was very religious, and to whom I was much attached, my master, who belonged to the church, and to other religious persons who visited the house, and whom I often saw at prayers, noticing the singularity of my manners, I suppose, and my uncommon intelligence for a child, remarked I had too much sense to be raised, and if I was, I would never be of any service to anyone as a slave. To a mind like mine, restless, inquisitive, and observant of everything that was passing, it was easy to suppose that religion was the subject to which it would be directed, and although this subject principally occupied my thoughts, there was nothing that I saw or heard of to which my attention was not directed. The manner in which I learned to read and write not only had great influence on my own mind, as I acquired it with the most perfect ease, so much so that I have no recollection whatever of learning the alphabet, but to the astonishment of the family, one day when a book was shewn me to keep me from crying, I began spelling the names of different objects. This was a source of wonder to all in the neighborhood, particularly the blacks, and this learning was constantly improved at all opportunities. When I got large enough to go to work, while employed, I was reflecting on many things that would present themselves to my imagination, and whenever an opportunity occurred of looking at a book, when the school children were getting their lessons, I would find many things that the fertility of my own imagination had depicted to me before. All my time not devoted to my master's service was spent either in prayer or in making experiments in casting different things in molds made of earth, and attempting to make paper, gunpowder, and many other experiments, that although I could not perfect, yet convinced me of its practicability if I had the means." End quote. So picture this boy, born into slavery, and by the way, soon to be without a father for the rest of his life. He's a smart, precocious boy. He has this incident at 3 or 4 years old where he happens to mention something that happened before his birth. He doesn't say in his account what that something was, so we don't know. But from that moment forward, the adults in his life are calling him a prophet and saying he is destined for some great purpose. And not only that, but that story is very much at odds with his actual circumstances, being a slave and all. This could be an origin story for a cult leader or a serial killer, which isn't too far off from what actually happened. But talk about a perfect recipe for producing a man with an ego the size of John Brown's, combined with a burning resentment toward everything about his life circumstances. Turner seems to have figured out pretty early on in his life that the people around him expected him to be a prophet and a leader. And once he did everything he could to reinforce that perception in others and portray himself to them as that prophet by acting in ways he thought a prophet should act. He continues, quote, "I was not addicted to stealing in my youth, nor have ever been. Yet such was the confidence of the Negroes in the neighborhood, even at this early period of my life, in my superior judgment, that they would often carry me with them when they were going on any roguery, to plan for them. Growing up among them, with this confidence in my superior judgment, and when this, in their opinions, was perfected by divine inspiration, from the circumstances already alluded to in my infancy, and which belief was ever afterwards zealously inculcated by the austerity of my life and manners, which became the subject of remark by white and black. Having soon discovered to be great, I must appear so, and therefore studiously avoided mixing in society, and wrapped myself in mystery, devoting my time to fasting and prayer. By this time, having arrived to man's estate and hearing the Scriptures commented on at meetings, I was struck with that particular passage which says, 'Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all things shall be added unto you.' I reflected much on this passage, and prayed daily for light on this subject. As I was praying one day at my plow, the Spirit spoke to me, saying, 'Seek ye the kingdom of heaven, and all things shall be added unto you.'" And here Gray breaks in with his own question, "What do you mean by the Spirit?" Back to Turner. "The Spirit that spoke to the prophets in former days. And I was greatly astonished, and for 2 years prayed continually, whenever my duty would permit, and then again I had the same revelation, which fully confirmed me in the impression that I was ordained for some great purpose in the hands of the Almighty. Several years rolled round, in which many events occurred to strengthen me in this my belief. At this time I reverted in my mind to the remarks made of me in my childhood, and the things that had been shewn me, and as it had been said of me in my childhood by those by whom I had been taught to pray, both white and black, and in whom I had the greatest confidence, that I had too much sense to be raised, and if I was, I would never be of any use to anyone as a slave. Now finding I had arrived to man's estate and was a slave, and these revelations being made known to me, I began to direct my attention to this great object, to fulfill the purpose for which by this time I felt assured I was intended. Knowing the influence I had obtained over the minds of my fellow servants, not by the means of conjuring and such like tricks, for to them I always spoke of such things with contempt, but by the communion of the Spirit, whose revelations I often communicated to them, and they believed and said my wisdom came from God. I now began to prepare them for my purpose, by telling them something was about to happen that would terminate in fulfilling the great promise that had been made to me. About this time I was placed under an overseer, from whom I ran away, and after remaining in the woods 30 days, I returned, to the astonishment of the Negroes on the plantation, who thought I had made my escape to some other part of the country, as my father had done before. But the reason of my return was that the Spirit appeared to me, and said I had my wishes directed to the things of this world, and not to the kingdom of heaven, and that I should return to the service of my earthly master. For he who knoweth his master's will and doeth it not shall be beaten with many stripes, and thus have I chastened you. And the Negroes found fault and murmured against me, saying that if they had my sense they would not serve any master in the world. And about this time I had a vision, and I saw white spirits and black spirits engaged in battle, and the sun was darkened, the thunder rolled in the heavens, and blood flowed in streams. And I heard a voice saying, "Such is your luck, such you are called to see, and let it come rough or smooth, you must surely bear it." I now withdrew myself as much as my situation would permit from the intercourse of my fellow servants, for the avowed purpose of serving the Spirit more fully, and it appeared to me and reminded me of the things it had already shown me, and that it would then reveal to me the knowledge of the elements, the revolution of the planets, the operation of tides, and changes of the seasons. After this revelation in the year 1825, and the knowledge of the elements being made known to me, I sought more than ever to obtain true holiness before the great day of judgment should appear, and then I began to receive the true knowledge of faith. And from the first steps of righteousness until the last, I was made perfect, and the Holy Ghost was with me, and said, "Behold me as I stand in the heavens." And I looked and saw the forms of men in different attitudes, and there were lights in the sky to which the children of darkness gave other names than they really were. For they were the lights of the Saviour's hands, stretched forth from east to west, even as they were extended on the cross on Calvary for the redemption of sinners. And I wondered greatly at these miracles, and prayed to be informed of a certainty of the meaning thereof. And shortly afterwards, while laboring in the field, I discovered drops of blood on the corn as though it were dew from heaven, and I communicated it to many, both white and black, in the neighborhood. And then I found on the leaves in the woods hieroglyphic characters and numbers with the forms of men in different attitudes, portrayed in blood and representing the figures I had seen before in the heavens. And now the Holy Ghost had revealed itself to me and made plain the miracles it had shown me. For as the blood of Christ had been shed on this earth and had ascended to heaven for the salvation of sinners, and was now returning to earth again in the form of dew, and as the leaves on the trees bore the impression of the figures I had seen in the heavens, it was plain to me that the Savior was about to lay down the yoke he had borne for the sins of men, and the great day of judgment was at hand. End quote. I want to pause there for a second. First, to give some idea of what had been going on in Turner's life this whole time. He was born into the household of Benjamin Turner, but after his father escaped to freedom, Nat, his mother, and some other Turner slaves were loaned out to Benjamin's son Samuel on a neighboring farm in 1809, seemingly on a semi-permanent basis. Then Benjamin Turner died in 1810, and Nat officially became the permanent property of Samuel. That was all before he reached working age. That didn't happen until 1812, and it was a transition that Oates describes like this, quote, "So it was a rude awakening for Nat, just as it was for many other slave children who passed through that traumatic time. The first anguished recognition that I am a slave. It's not just a word anymore. I am really a slave, a piece of property, to be worked and ordered around like a mule. For Nat, it was an especially painful time, for he had been led to believe he might be freed one day. Had not everybody on Master Benjamin's place implied that he would be liberated because he was so smart? If so, then why was he being treated like an ordinary field hand, like Sam, Drew, Miver, and Elick, not one of whom could read and write, brag of special bumps and markings, or tell of things that happened before their births?" End quote. Now, it's obvious that religion played a huge part in Turner's life. From his account I read a minute ago, he's constantly fasting and praying. He's setting himself apart from his peers. He's having all these visions and being spoken to by what he believes to be the Holy Spirit. And I'm really going to barely scratch the surface of this topic here, but it's worth thinking about what kind of religious milieu Turner existed in that would have been informing him about these things. Maybe his most obvious influence would have been American Protestantism. We talked a lot about that in part 1. In this case, the predominant denomination in Southampton County specifically was Methodism, which, if you want to trace its lineage, was an offshoot of the Episcopal Church, which was itself an offshoot from the Church of England that separated when the United States gained its independence. So, while very much Protestant, the Methodists were not part of the radical side of the Reformation like the Puritans were. At the same time, Turner spent all his time around black slaves, who were in many cases just 2 or 3 generations removed from their African roots, or in Turner's case, just 1 generation removed. And though they were taught Protestant Christianity by the whites, they as a demographic weren't exactly brought to Christianity by a genuine process of conversion. For contrast, you might look at the Russian Orthodox missionaries to Alaska in the 19th century, who came to the new country, lived among the natives, learned their culture, and figured out how to work with the existing culture rather than dominating and subjugating it. Many of the Alaskan natives at that time ended up being happy to convert to Orthodox Christianity, and to this day there are many strong Native Alaskan Orthodox communities there. Conversion of African slaves to American Protestantism was obviously not done in quite the same manner as that. They were brought out of their homeland to the New World forcibly, against their will, and in many cases were taught a specific brand of Protestantism that justified their subjugation. You can imagine that a group like this, who was experiencing a foreign religion being imposed on them by force, might try to do everything they could to retain their existing culture. But at the same time, that would have been hard to do because you get slaves from different regions and tribes all across Africa, all mixed together in the States. It's a little silly to think that they all would have had the same culture just because they were all Africans. That would be as silly as saying all Europeans have the same culture. Sure, there are some commonalities, but I mean, a proper Englishman would be offended at the implication that he has the same culture as a Frenchman, or a German, or a Spaniard, or an Italian, or a Russian, or probably even an Irishman or a Scot. You get the picture, right? So you get all these African cultures smashed and jumbled together in the New World, having the white man's religion imposed on them, and what does African culture become in that context? What it ends up becoming, I think, is a color or a flavoring, you might say, grafted on top of the Protestantism the slaves were taught by their masters. The way I imagine this, based on Oates' description, is kind of like the black churches of the 20th century. I think if you've never been to one, you've probably at least seen them portrayed in the movies at some point. You got the upbeat gospel music, the choir ladies, everybody claps and stomps their feet to the rhythm. You got the hyper-energetic preacher who's usually a bald guy, and he's moving around and gesturing so much he's really got a sweat worked up, and you can see the sheen on his bald head. Well, that preacher was Nat Turner, apparently. Not the bald part, but the energetic preaching part for sure. From Oates, quote, "It was religion that occupied Nat the most. At Negro praise meetings, he listened transfixed as black exhorters preached a different version of Christianity from what the white man offered, an alternate version that condemned slavery and fueled resistance to it. This was black religion, an amalgam of African mythology and Christian doctrines as slaves interpreted them, a unique religion that embodied the essence of the slaves' lives, their frustrations and sorrows, their memories and their fantasies about a future world without whips and masters. An inquisitive youth, observant of everything that was passing, Nat was quick to discern the power of the black preacher, who delivered his Bible sermons with stabbing gestures, singing out in a rhythmic language that was charged with emotion and vivid imagery. He was an acknowledged leader, a sacred leader, who through his trembling expressions, his cadences, inflections, and body movements, articulated the deepest needs and feelings of his congregation. And the slaves, swept along by his magic, hummed and swayed in constant motion, punctuating his exhortation with Amen and Hallelujah, with Tell it to them, preacher. And then all joined in a moving spiritual, Oh, my Lord delivered Daniel, clapping, clapping, Oh, why not deliver me? Until the power of the music, the clapping and shouting drove old and young alike into a frenzy of religious fervor. End quote. So this is the environment that informed Turner's religious views and his interpretations of things that happened in his life. Oates then goes on to tell what Nat just told in his own account about the Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven verse and hearing the voice at the plow, and then a little further on he continues, quote, Nat's mind and body traveled separate paths to man's estate. If in his daydreams the spirit called to him from the spindrift heavens, his condition as a slave remained unchanged. Confused and resentful, he mulled over all the things said about him back on the home place. Why, the boy will surely be a prophet. Look at those bumps on his head and chest. Smart as he is, he'll never be of any use to anybody as a slave. And he reflected on how the Almighty had spoken to him, as he had to Ezekiel in the Old Testament. Yet, in spite of these miracles, here he was, 21 years old and still in bondage. Obviously, he felt betrayed by false hopes. Obviously, he thought he should be liberated, like the large number of free blacks who resided in Southampton County and who were not nearly so gifted as he. Obviously, he felt humiliated that he remained a lowly field hand, a cotton patch nigger, while less intelligent Negroes became privileged domestics, entitled to better food and living conditions and more opportunities to learn than field hands could ever have. Clearly, Samuel Turner was to blame for Nat's plight. Had not Master Samuel sent him to the fields and kept him there? Moreover, Turner had increased his land holdings and had bought a few additional slaves, enough to rank him as a planter, so that by 1821 it was woefully evident that he had no intention of emancipating his brilliant young Negro. Still enslaved as a young man, Nat zealously cultivated his image as a prophet, aloof, austere, and mystical. As he said later in an oral autobiographical sketch, Having soon discovered to be great, I must appear so, and therefore studiously avoided mixing in society, and wrapped myself in mystery, devoting myself to fasting and prayer. Physically, the young mystic was a small man with what whites described as distinct African features. Though his shoulders were broad from work in the fields, he was short, slender, and a little knock-kneed, with thin hair, a complexion like black pearl, and cavernous, shining eyes. When immersed in meditation and prayer, he seemed uninhabited, an inert statue in the corner of some slave cabin. But when he emerged from his introspections, he was alert and restless, and walked with a brisk, springing step. Inevitably, Nat began exhorting Turner's slaves in the cabins and out in the fields. The man was spellbinding. He cried out what the slaves felt inside. He now told them about his communion with the Spirit, a miracle that awed them and enhanced his reputation as a young holy man. And they believed, Nat recalled, and said my wisdom came from God. And as Sam and Pete, Andrew, Ephraim, and Drew gathered around, Nat announced that something large was about to happen, something that would allow him to fulfill the great promise made to me. End quote. As Nat Turner's reputation grew as a slave preacher and holy man, life and slavery kept throwing him curveballs. He married a fellow slave named Cherry sometime around age 21 or 22, and shortly afterwards, Samuel Turner died at just 32 years old, leaving all of his slaves in suspense as to what would happen to them next. Oates continues, quote, "Then came a shocking announcement. Only 3 domestics, one of them apparently was Nat's mother, were to remain with Elizabeth, Samuel Turner's widow. The other 20 slaves, including Nat and Cherry, were to be sold. Sold. For Virginia slaves, it was a terrible word. In all probability, it meant that Nat and his fellow slaves would be auctioned off to some white-hatted slave trader who would fasten them to a slave coffle and drive them chained and manacled to the brutal cotton plantations in Georgia and Alabama, there to become statistics in some planter's ledger book. Yes, they had heard about those places. For years, the slave grapevine had buzzed with stories about them. Grim 1,000-acre plantations, tilled by hundreds of whip-driven Negroes. The overseers are cruel down there, working all day and part of the night and up before the morning light. On some of those plantations, stories said, niggers were herded into sheds without regard for families and were branded like cattle. For Virginia slaves who were accustomed to a modicum of family life, Georgia seemed a living hell." End quote. Nat and Cherry received a mixed blessing. On the bright side, they both escaped the Georgia fate and were sold within Southampton County within a few miles of the Turner place. On the other hand, they were sold to different owners, Nat to Thomas Moore and Cherry to Giles Reese. So while they were still close and could still see each other fairly frequently, they were forced to live apart. One notable thing Oates says is that Nat Turner retained the last name Turner even after being sold to Thomas Moore. The normal practice would have been for slaves to go by the last name of their current owner, but it seems like even by age 22, Turner was already well known enough and such a force of personality that everyone around him just kept calling him Turner, and even Thomas Moore seems to have been okay with it. Thomas Moore died in 1828, which left Turner as the property of his 9-year-old son, Putnam, to be supervised by another man, Joseph Travis, until the boy came of age. From Oates again, quote, "Joseph himself was a kind master. Even Nat said so. As Moore had done, Joseph permitted Nat to retain the last name of Turner, a remarkable thing since slaves almost always adopted the surname of their current owner. But Nat had grown up in the neighborhood known as Benjamin Turner's bright and pious Nat, and the last name had stuck. No matter who owned him, he was always known as Nat Turner, the smart nigger, whom whites generally regarded with a mixture of disdain, curiosity, indulgence, humor, and even a little respect. They let him have a last name." End quote. Turner really came into his own as a black preacher after his visions of the year 1825 that he described in his Confessions, and even gained some notoriety among the whites as well. I'll continue with his Confessions now. He says, quote, "About this time I told these things to a white man, on whom it had a wonderful effect, and he ceased from his wickedness, and was attacked immediately with a cutaneous eruption, and blood oozed from the pores of his skin. And after praying and fasting 9 days, he was healed, and the Spirit appeared to me again and said, As the Savior had been baptized, so should we be also. And when the white people would not let us be baptized by the church, we went down into the water together, in the sight of many who reviled us, and were baptized by the Spirit. After this I rejoiced greatly, and gave thanks to God. And on the 12th of May, 1828, I heard a loud noise in the heavens, and the Spirit instantly appeared to me, and said the serpent was loosened, and Christ had laid down the yoke he had borne for the sins of men, and that I should take it on and fight against the serpent. For the time was fast approaching when the first should be last and the last should be first. Gray breaks in here with a question again. Do you not find yourself mistaken now? Back to Turner. Was not Christ crucified? And by signs in the heavens that it would make known to me when I should commence the great work. And until the first sign appeared, I should conceal it from the knowledge of men. And on the appearance of the sign, I should arise and prepare myself, and slay my enemies with their own weapons. And immediately on the sign appearing in the heavens, the seal was removed from my lips, and I communicated the great work laid out for me to do, to four in whom I had the greatest confidence. End quote. The four comrades Turner chose were longtime friends of his from the surrounding farms. Hart Travis, Nelson Williams, Sam Francis, and Henry Porter. Turner likely knew about the Prosser and Vasey plots and how they'd been given away by fellow slaves, and so to avoid that happening to him, he kept the circle small and only made plans with these four, telling them to keep their mouths shut about it until the day of the revolt. Plans were vague and didn't seem to have much of a concrete objective beyond killing the whites, but Turner's expectation was that once he and the chosen four got started, other slaves would rally to their banner. He hoped in this manner that by the time the whites figured out what was happening and sent militia forces against him, he'd have built a large enough slave army to resist them. Being a highly superstitious mystic, Turner was waiting for a sign from heaven to indicate when the Spirit wanted him to begin his rebellion. In the meantime, he made sure to act extra respectfully and deferentially to his masters, playing the good slave to avoid suspicion of any revolt plotting. That apparently worked like a charm because none of the whites who knew Turner ever suspected a thing before the revolt broke out, and when it did, they were shocked to find out that Turner was involved. Then on February 12, 1831, Turner got his sign from heaven in the form of a near-total solar eclipse. That was the sign he mentioned in that last little bit of the Confessions I read. After revealing his plot to the chosen four, the original date he planned for the rebellion was a symbolic one, July 4th of that year. But it didn't quite work out that way. Continuing with the Confessions, quote, "It was intended by us to have begun the work of death on the 4th July last. Many were the plans formed and rejected by us, and it affected my mind to such a degree that I fell sick, and the time passed without our coming to any determination how to commence. Still forming new schemes and rejecting them, when the sign appeared again, which determined me not to wait longer." End quote. Oates says that besides Turner and his lieutenants not being able to agree on a concrete plan, Turner fell very sick during the time between the eclipse and July 4th, which he implies could have been brought on by Nat's own second thoughts on what he was about to do, for what were likely some pretty good reasons. Quote, "Later Nat said he dreaded to begin so gruesome a mission, for who knew what the outcome would be for certain? Who knew how many whites, and how many blacks, would die once the conflagration was roaring? And these were not strangers, these whites who must perish in Nat's holy war. Many of them he had known and lived with all his life. Even if they owned him like a mule, even if, as in the story of Ezekiel, the people of Jerusalem had fallen into abominable sins and must be punished by a divine and terrible vengeance, he did not think he could do it. In spite of his enslavement, in spite of his own preachings and prophecies, he did not know that he could do it." End quote. But later that year, Turner saw another sign from the heavens, as he said in that last little bit of the Confessions. This time it wasn't an eclipse, but a strange atmospheric phenomenon caused by two volcanic eruptions around the world in late July and early August. One was Babillan Claro in the Philippines, and the other was Ferdinandea off the coast of Sicily. Those eruptions threw up enough ash into the atmosphere to cause strange effects on the sun's light, as Oates explains. Quote, on Saturday, August 13th, 1831, there was another sign. Because of some atmospheric disturbance, the sun grew so dim it could be looked at directly. Then with the air a dead calm, the sun seemed to change colors. Now pale green, now blue, now white, and there was much excitement and consternation in the eastern United States from South Carolina to New York. In Philadelphia, fearful whites proclaimed it a sad augury of a coming evil. In Richmond, newspapers contended that the sun's sinister appearance could be explained scientifically. But others there, adhering to predictions of the ancient astrologers, thought a bloody war was at hand and prophesied the end of the world. By Saturday afternoon, the sun was like an immense ball of polished silver, and the air was moist and hazy. Then a black spot could be seen, apparently on the sun's surface, a phenomenon that greatly aroused the slaves in southeastern Virginia. For Nat Turner, watching transfixed on the Travis farm, the spot was like a black hand across the sun. Yes, it was Jehovah again, commanding him by signed omens to rise against his white enemies. Yes, God wanted him to move. No matter how calamitous the work might become, God wanted him to move. With awakened resolution, he told his lieutenants that, as the black spot passed over the sun, so shall the blacks pass over the earth. Although Nat tried to keep the details of his plot a secret, not even the Chosen Four knew yet of a specific plan, the word was out in the slave quarters that something was about to happen, something connected with the day of the black sun. End quote. Turner called a meeting for Sunday afternoon, August 21st, with his Chosen Four at a pond in the woods just north of the Travis farm. Sunday was a day when the whites, for the most part, went to church in the morning and spent the rest of the day picnicking and socializing, and so the slaves had the day to themselves. Besides that, Sundays in August were typical nights for slaves to be out hunting, which meant that any commotion the whites heard in the woods that night they might chalk up to that, at least for a little while. The Chosen Four brought along two others, Jack Reese and Will Francis. When Turner arrived sometime after the rest, he was suspicious at first of these two, but ultimately accepted them into the conspiracy. The second of these, Will Francis, would turn out to be possibly the most natural-born, brutal killer of the entire uprising. Now is about the time you'll want to dip out if you're not up for the gory stuff. I assure you it's about to get way uglier than anything that happens in Kansas in 1856, including the Potawatomi Massacre. You have been warned. I'll leave a timestamp in the show notes that you can skip to if you want a shorter, sanitized version of this. For everybody else, before we start with that, I'll give a quick idea of the layout of the region where all this happens. Southampton County is in the southeastern part of Virginia. It borders North Carolina to the south, and its main town at the time was called Jerusalem, just about 50 to 60 miles southwest of Norfolk. Today it's called Cortland. About 6 miles southwest of Jerusalem was a smaller village called Cross Keys. 4 miles west of Cross Keys was the Travis farm, where Turner was living, and just north of that was Cabin Pond, where the Sunday meeting took place. Here's Turner in his confessions again. Quote, since the commencement of 1830, I had been living with Mr. Joseph Travis, who was to me a kind master, and placed the greatest confidence in me. In fact, I had no cause to complain of his treatment to me. On Saturday evening, the 20th of August, it was agreed between Henry, Hark, and myself to prepare a dinner the next day for the men we expected, and then to concert a plan, as we had not yet determined on any. Hark on the following morning brought a pig, and Henry brandy, and being joined by Sam, Nelson, Will, and Jack, they prepared in the woods a dinner, where about 3 o'clock I joined them. And another question from Gray. Why were you so backward in joining them? Back to Turner. The same reason that had caused me not to mix with them for years before. I saluted them on coming up and asked Will how he came there. He answered, his life was worth no more than others, and his liberty is dear to him. I asked him if he thought to obtain it. He said he would, or lose his life. This was enough to put him in full confidence. Jack, I knew, was only a tool in the hands of Hark. It was quickly agreed we should commence at home, on that night, and until we had armed and equipped ourselves, and gathered sufficient force, neither age nor sex was to be spared, which was invariably adhered to. We remained at the feast until about 2 hours in the night, when we went to the house and found Austin. They all went to the cider press and drank, except myself. End quote. Sometime after midnight, Turner and his band crept up to the Travis farm. They notably skipped over the nearby Giles Reese farm, most likely on purpose, since that's where Turner's wife and children lived. Joseph Travis, the man Nat Turner himself described as a kind master, was in bed with his wife. Sleeping in other rooms were the Travis baby, their friend Joel Westbrook, and Nat's official owner, 9-year-old Putnam Moore. I'll let Turner pick up the story again around 2 a.m. on the morning of Monday, August 22nd. Quote, on returning to the house, Hark went to the door with an axe for the purpose of breaking it open, as we knew we were strong enough to murder the family if they were awakened by the noise. But reflecting that it might create an alarm in the neighborhood, we determined to enter the house secretly and murder them whilst sleeping. Hark got a ladder and set it against the chimney, on which I ascended, and hoisting a window, entered and came downstairs, unbarred the door, and removed the guns from their places. It was then observed that I must spill the first blood, on which, armed with a hatchet and accompanied by Will, I entered my master's chamber. It being dark, I could not give a death blow. The hatchet glanced from his head. He sprang from the bed and called his wife. It was his last word. Will laid him dead with a blow of his axe, and Mrs. Travis shared the same fate as she lay in bed. The murder of this family, 5 in number, was the work of a moment. Not one of them awoke. There was a little infant sleeping in a cradle that was forgotten until we had left the house and gone some distance, when Henry and Will returned and killed it. We got here 4 guns that would shoot, and several old muskets with a pound or 2 of powder. End quote. I'll also read Oates' account of this first act of the rebellion, since he's able to give a little more detail than Turner did. Quote, presently the insurgents emerged from the woods, extinguished the torch, and made their way across hedgerows and cotton patches. The very cotton patches Nat had toiled in for 9 long years. The buildings of the Travis farm lay ahead, silhouetted against the night sky. A couple of slaves, Austin and young Moses, greeted the insurgents as they came into the Travis yard. It was now around 2 a.m. on Monday, and the farm was deathly quiet. In the darkness, the slaves gathered around the cider press and all drank except Nat. According to Moses, Nat then enjoined a couple of the insurgents to make good their valiant boastings, so often repeated, of what they would do. Armed with axes, they moved across the yard to the house. Hark started to break the front door down, but Nat restrained him. The racket might wake the neighbors. Hark then placed a ladder against the house, and Nat, carrying a hatchet, climbed up and disappeared through a second-story window. In a moment he unbarred the door and whispered to his men, "The work is now open to you." They spread inside without a sound. The others wanted Nat the prophet, Nat the Black Messiah, to strike the first blow and kill Joseph Travis. With Will close behind, Nat entered the master bedroom and made his way to the bed where Joseph and Sally lay sleeping. Now. Nat swung his hatchet in the darkness, a wild blow that glanced off Travis's head. Instantly Joseph bolted upright and screamed for his wife in deranged, incomprehensible terror. But Will moved in and hacked Joseph and Sally both to pieces, bringing his axe down again and again and again. In minutes, Will and the others had slaughtered the 4 whites they found in the house, including Joel Westbrook and Putnam Moore. With the deaths of Putnam and Joseph Travis, Nat had no earthly masters left. After 30 years in bondage, he was free at last. Yes, free at last. The rebels gathered up a handful of old muskets and followed General Nat out to the barn. There Nat paraded his men about, leading them through every military maneuver he knew to discipline them for the battles ahead. Not all of them, however, were proud of their work. Young Moses was extremely reluctant to leave the farm. They had to make him go. Meanwhile, Jack Reese sank to his knees, his head in his hands, and said he was too sick to continue. But Hark made him get up and forced him along as they set out across the fields to Sal Francis's place. Along the way, somebody remembered the Travis baby. Will and Henry returned and killed the child in its cradle. End quote. That was just the beginning of what would become a night and a day seemingly pulled straight out of a slasher movie. The rebels moved from farm to farm for the rest of the night, stabbing, hacking, and decapitating the white masters. They avoided using guns at first to cut down on noise. One small mercy for the whites was that Turner was adamant that there would be no rapes, and this rule was apparently followed throughout the rebellion. By morning, Turner was carrying a stolen dress sword, but had somewhat surprisingly not killed anyone with his own hand yet. The most enthusiastic and prolific killer was Will Francis. Now, I won't narrate all of these killings here. That would get very repetitive, but I will go over some of the most notable ones, and I will read the next section of Turner's confessions. Quote, "We remained some time at the barn where we paraded. I formed them in a line as soldiers, and after carrying them through all the maneuvers I was master of, marched them off to Mr. Salathiel Francis, about 600 yards distant. Sam and Will went to the door and knocked. Mr. Francis asked who was there. Sam replied it was him, and he had a letter for him, on which he got up and came to the door. They immediately seized him, and dragging him out a little from the door, he was dispatched by repeated blows on the head. There was no other white person in the family. We started from there for Mrs. Reese's, maintaining the most perfect silence on our march, where, finding the door unlocked, we entered and murdered Mrs. Reese in her bed while sleeping. Her son awoke, but it was only to sleep the sleep of death. He had only time to say, 'Who is that?' and he was no more. From Mrs. Reese's we went to Mrs. Turner's, a mile distant, which we reached about sunrise on Monday morning. Henry, Austin, and Sam went to the still, where, finding Mr. Peebles, Austin shot him, and the rest of us went to the house. As we approached, the family discovered us and shut the door. Vain hope. Will, with one stroke of his axe, opened it, and we entered and found Mrs. Turner and Mrs. Newsom in the middle of a room, almost frightened to death. Will immediately killed Mrs. Turner with one blow of his axe. I took Mrs. Newsom by the hand, and with the sword I had when I was apprehended, I struck her several blows over the head, but not being able to kill her, as the sword was dull. Will, turning around and discovering it, dispatched her also. A general destruction of property and search for money and ammunition always succeeded the murders. By this time, my company amounted to 15, and 9 men mounted who started for Mrs. Whitehead's. The other 6 were to go through a byway to Mr. Bryant's and rejoin us at Mrs. Whitehead's. As we approached the house, we discovered Mr. Richard Whitehead standing in the cotton patch near the lane fence. We called him over into the lane, and Will, the executioner, was near at hand, with his fatal axe, to send him to an untimely grave. As we pushed on to the house, I discovered someone run round the garden, and thinking it was some of the White family, I pursued them. But finding it was a servant girl belonging to the house, I returned to commence the work of death. But they whom I left had not been idle. All the family were already murdered, but Mrs. Whitehead and her daughter Margaret. As I came round to the door, I saw Will pulling Mrs. Whitehead out of the house, and at the step he nearly severed her head from her body with his broad axe. Miss Margaret, when I discovered her, had concealed herself in the corner, formed by the protection of the cellar cap from the house. On my approach she fled, but was soon overtaken, and after repeated blows with a sword, I killed her by a blow on the head with a fence rail. By this time, the 6 who had gone by Mr. Bryant's rejoined us, and informed me they had done the work of death assigned them." End quote. The young Margaret Whitehead would be the only person killed by Nat Turner's own hand throughout the rebellion. By this time, word was spreading that a revolt was underway, spread initially by slave witnesses to the first killings of the night at the Travis farm. Although Turner's numbers were growing, many slaves were not flocking to his banner as he'd expected, for one reason or another. A little further on down the line, the following scene took place at the Nathaniel Francis farm. From Oates, quote, "As was his habit on work days, Nathaniel Francis rose at dawn that Monday and went out to inspect his crops and pungent stock pens. There was a sharp aroma of cedar logs and rough-hewn timber in the air, and the wind was blowing across the corn like the breath of an oven. After his rounds, Nathaniel enjoyed a hearty breakfast with his family, eggs and lean bacon most likely, with grits, hot bread, and preserves, and then conferred with Doyle about the day's work. At about 8 that morning, a Negro boy came running down the lane, yelling and stammering incomprehensibly. Nathaniel recognized him as one of Sally's slaves from the Travis farm 2 or 3 miles to the southwest. 'Some folks,' the boy blurted out, 'some folks have killed all the white folks.' Young Francis laughed at him. 'You don't know what you're talking about.' But something about the boy, the fear etched on his face, alarmed Nathaniel. Hurrying back to the house, he told the women about the boy and said he was going down to Sally's to investigate. After he had ridden off, Nathaniel's mother became extremely upset. After all, Sally was her daughter, and took a bypath that led to the Travis farm. Lavinia, 8 months pregnant, remained behind with Doyle, Nathaniel's 2 nephews, and all the slaves except Will and Sam. Nobody seemed to know where they were. As Nathaniel and his mother moved toward the southwest, Will and the insurgent cavalry approached the Francis farm from the southeast. Francis's 3-year-old nephew, oblivious to the slaves' guns and axes, ran up the lane to greet Will and Sam Francis. Will decapitated the child with his axe. The other nephew, watching from a clump of weeds in the barnyard, screamed involuntarily, whereupon a couple of slaves rode over and cut him down as well. By now the farm was in a pandemonium, as the Francis slaves scurried about the sheds and cabins, and Doyle ran yelling into the house. In a moment he came back out, and the slaves shot him dead. Will and Sam then ran inside the big house, crying for Nathaniel. But the house servant said he wasn't there, said he and his mother both had gone down to Mistress Sally's, and a slave named Nelson claimed that Lavinia had also escaped. But Lavinia had not escaped. Nelson had concealed her in an upstairs cuddy, where she had fainted from all the screams and gunshots. After a fruitless search, the 2 insurgents dashed outside, only to spot a white woman standing in the lane with her child. It was Mrs. Williams, the wife of a local schoolteacher named John Choctaw Williams. The teacher was called Choctaw because he was dark-skinned and wore his hair long like an Indian. After he had left for school, his wife and child had come to spend the day at the Francis farm, and now stood immobilized in the lane, unable to comprehend the sight of black men running toward them with axes. After killing Mrs. Williams and her child, the insurgents gathered at the brandy still and celebrated in noisy jubilation. Then they enlisted slave reinforcements. Dread Francis came voluntarily, but 3 teenage boys, the oldest was about 15 and very badly grown, had to be forced along like hostages. A slave later testified that the boys all rode the same horse and were constantly guarded by Negroes with guns who were ordered to shoot them if they attempted to escape. According to white chroniclers, another Francis slave refused to leave the farm, so the rebels sliced his heel strings to keep him from alerting the neighbors. Side note, slicing the heel strings means cutting the Achilles tendons, which is an absolutely brutal thing to do to a person. You're not walking anywhere for a long time after that, and with 19th century medicine, probably not walking ever again. Continuing. Inside the house, Lavinia regained consciousness at about the time the slaves rode off. When she came out of her hideaway, she found a couple of servants fighting over her clothes. One of them, a girl named Charlotte, attacked Lavinia with a dirk knife, but loyal slaves pulled Charlotte away. With Nelson's help, Lavinia left the farm and made her way down to the Travis place, passing the very woods where Nat rode about in search of his infantry. At the Travis house were a couple of white men who were stunned and sickened by the spectacle inside. One of them took Lavinia to a nearby hill where her mother-in-law and a number of wives and children were huddled in inert terror. "Where was Nathaniel?" Lavinia asked. "Was he alive? Was he all right?" Mrs. Francis said he had left her here and joined an armed party. She didn't know where he was now. Soon a flock of sheep came up the trail, and the women, mistaking the noise for a slave army, scattered into the swamps. The two Francis women also took flight, heading southeast toward Cross Keys. Meanwhile, some 2 miles away, Choctaw Williams had heard cries from the direction of Katie Whitehead's plantation and had gone to see what the commotion was about. What he found there was beyond belief. He interrogated Katie's slaves, mostly women and children, who babbled on about how armed Negroes were decapitating everybody in sight and pressing into their ranks all the slave men they could find. Williams hurried back toward his house, only to come across some Negro boys along the path. "Your family's been killed," one said, "at the Francis place." And Williams found them there, his child beheaded and his wife hacked to pieces. Almost demented from shock, Williams mounted a horse and raced southward toward Murfreesboro, North Carolina, the headquarters of the governor's guards. End quote. Now, in part one, I said there are no heroes in the story. But it turns out I spoke too soon, because when I said that, I didn't know about John Barrow yet. Here's another incident from a little later in the day, from Oates again. Quote, "At last the riders came to John Barrow's farm, situated on a wooded knoll at the head of the Barrow Road, itself a strategic objective in the rebellion. The only bona fide road in this part of the county, it ran eastward for about 5 miles until it intersected the main highway from Murfreesboro to Jerusalem. Old man Barrow, a veteran of the War of 1812, was hoeing in his cotton patch as the slaves approached. He had heard rumors about a slave uprising in the backwoods northwest of Cross Keys, but had dismissed them as preposterous. Now, with Will's cavalry bearing down on him, Barrow could scarcely believe his eyes. He stood his ground, though, and fought the blacks hand to hand while his wife fled out of the house. Later, she testified that one of her servants, a woman named Lucy, tried to stop her in the garden, but somehow Mrs. Barrow got away. Her husband was not so lucky, for the insurgents overwhelmed him and slit his throat. As a tribute to his courage, they wrapped his body in a quilt and left a plug of tobacco on his chest." End quote. And at the end of the confessions, after Turner's account finishes, Thomas Gray writes the following about Barrow. He gets his name wrong here. He calls him John Barron instead of Barrow, but I'm certain he's talking about the same guy. Quote, "Mr. John T. Barron, discovering them approaching his house, told his wife to make her escape, and scorning to fly, fell fighting on his own threshold. After firing his rifle, he discharged his gun at them, and then broke it over the villain who first approached him, but he was overpowered and slain. His bravery, however, saved from the hands of these monsters his lovely and amiable wife, who will long lament a husband so deserving of her love. As directed by him, she attempted to escape through the garden when she was caught and held by one of her servant girls, but another coming to her rescue, she fled to the woods and concealed herself." End quote. I don't know anything about John Barrow beyond what I just read to you, other than that, yes, he was a slave owner. No idea what his opinions of the institution might have been, no idea how he treated his slaves. Any information on him at all seems to be remarkably hard to come by. I'll leave it as an exercise to the listener to take a guess at why that might be, but all I really have to go on is these accounts here from Oates and Gray. What those tell me is that when faced unexpectedly with an overwhelming number of armed men who had already hacked and butchered a couple dozen people, including women and children, Barrow's instinct was to do whatever it took to delay them and buy time for his wife to get away. He bought that time with his own life. He gave himself up for his family. And whatever else he may have done in life, his final act was heroic. John Barrow died a hero, the only one I've come across in this story so far, and he ought to be remembered as such. Now, the typical MO for the insurgents as they hit all these places became for the horsemen led by Will Francis to ride in like shock troops before anyone could react and kill as many whites as they could before the rest of the rebels came in on foot and looted the place. During all this, Turner himself hung back towards the rear of the group and didn't personally commit any more violence. It's not really known why he hung back like that, but Oates suggests a few possible reasons. Maybe he was planning and strategizing, or looking for another sign from heaven. Maybe he was physically weak from his habitual fasting. Maybe he thought that, as the prophet, he should keep his own hands relatively clean and let the men under him do the actual killing. What Oates doesn't suggest, but I will, is that maybe Turner actually had some semblance of a conscience left, unlike, apparently, his lieutenant Will Francis. Maybe the reality of what he had started, the severed heads and limbs, the hacked up women and children and babies, was hitting him full in the face at this point, and he couldn't stomach it. Whatever the reason, Margaret Whitehead would remain his only personal kill. After killing John Barrow, the insurgents moved east down the Barrow Road toward Jerusalem and came to the Levi Waller farm, where occurred quite probably the most disturbing incident of the entire rebellion. From Oates again, quote, "It was a hot, lazy summer morning for Levi Waller, proprietor of one of the larger homesteads along the Barrow Road. His farm, which contained blacksmith and wheelwright shops as well as the inevitable distillery, served as a meeting place and a community center for his neighborhood. Beyond the main house were the usual rickety cabins, which Waller's 18 slaves made their homes. About a quarter of a mile away was a boarding school, attended by Waller's younger children. The school was open the year round and was operated by William Crocker. Around 10 a.m., while Waller was at the distillery, somebody came to his place with a disturbing report. 'The Negroes have risen,' the messenger exclaimed, 'and are murdering the whites and are coming.' Alarmed, Waller sent his son to alert the school and get his children. His son returned with Crocker and several other children as well. 'Go to the house and load the guns,' Waller shouted to Crocker. But in a moment the teacher ran back to the still, crying that the slaves were in sight. Before Waller could arm himself, Nat's advance horsemen swept into the yard, a whirlwind of swords and axes. A small girl escaped by crawling up a dirt chimney, scarcely daring to breathe as the blacks chased down her screaming schoolmates. Waller himself dived over a rail fence and burrowed into some tall weeds. In a moment, an armed slave rode up to the fence only a few yards from where Waller lay. It was Dread Francis. Waller knew him well. After scanning the weeds for what seemed like an eternity, Dread turned back to the house, where the other insurgents were busy decapitating the white children. Incredibly enough, Waller witnessed many of the killings, for he stole back to the farmhouse and concealed himself in an orchard nearby. As he looked on in horror, the rebels slashed his wife to death and beheaded 2 of his daughters. Afterward, he noticed Sam Edwards standing alone and wiping his eyes while the others drank copiously from a brandy barrel. Among them was Albert, one of Waller's own slaves. Then Waller saw a small, hunched-over Negro ride up. To his astonishment, he recognized the horseman as Nat Turner, the innocuous mystic, wearing an old hat and carrying a silver sword. Nat took charge at once, broke up the drinking party, and ordered tearful Sam Edwards to get on your horse. Sam seemed not disposed to get up, Waller noted, but Nat made him do it. As the slaves prepared to go, another of Waller's Negroes, a man called Yellow Davy, appeared in the yard. He was dressed clean, Waller later testified, and was called Brother Clements by one of the insurgents. He drank with them, rode Waller's own horse, and followed Nat out to the road in great glee. There Nat shouted, "Go ahead," and once again the advance cavalry thundered away. The other insurgents moved off in considerable confusion, with Nat again bringing up the rear. Inconsolable with grief, Waller fled into the woods and swamps. The little girl in the chimney also got away, as did 2 of Waller's sons and Crocker, the schoolmaster. By now 2 columns of armed whites had organized and were moving in cautious pursuit of the slave army. One sortie, numbering 30 or 40 men, marched under William C. Parker, a veteran of the War of 1812 and a well-known Jerusalem lawyer in his late 30s. Parker's column picked up the insurgents' trail at Newitt Harris's plantation and followed it to the Barrow Road, passing one assaulted homestead after another. The blood, Parker later reported, had hardly congealed in the houses they visited. Meanwhile, a second party of some 20 men, brought together by Captain Arthur Middleton of the Southampton Militia, moved along somewhere between Parker's column and the Negro insurgents. Evidently, the white parties were unaware of one another. Middleton's group reached Waller's Place not 15 minutes after the insurgents had raided it. What the whites found there made them retch. 10 decapitated children piled in one bleeding heap. Another mangled child was still alive. The volunteers placed her under a tree, but she soon died. Captain Middleton was so upset that he left for home to protect his own family. But 18 others elected to continue, no matter the size or ferocity of the slave army, and set out under the command of Alexander P. Peet and James Bryant. A short while later, they found Albert Waller lying drunk in the road. To make certain he would not fight anymore, they cut his heel strings. Sometime afterward, a militia company from Greensville County came on the crippled man. As a beneficial example to the other insurgents, one white said, the militia tied Albert to a tree and riddled him with bullets. End quote. Well, Nat Turner's rebellion fell prey to a similar problem to what many of these kinds of rebellions have, which is discipline. It turns out that making good soldiers requires a lot of training and discipline, and both were seriously lacking in Turner's small but growing army. It was all he could do just to stop his men from getting drunk off the brandy and the stills that were standard on the premises of most of these farms. Of course, in many cases he failed, and the men got rip-roaring drunk whether he liked it or not. Desertion was rife among the men, which isn't surprising given that many of them had been less than enthusiastic about joining the slave army in the first place. And while it's true that many slaves had read the heavenly portents and suspected that something cataclysmic was about to happen, no one knew exactly what that was, and their Black Messiah, Nat Turner, had given them no concrete plan whatsoever beforehand. He'd barely even given his chosen 4 lieutenants a plan. So it's no surprise that many slaves either didn't join the army at all when given the chance, had to be forced like hostages, or in some cases even fought the rebels or otherwise worked against them. If Turner was to accomplish anything, he'd have to figure out fast what his actual objectives were. From Oates, quote, around noon on Monday, the insurgents reached the Jerusalem highway, and Nat soon joined them. Behind them lay a zigzag path of unredeemable devastation. Some 15 homesteads sacked and approximately 60 whites slain. Still, the slaves had not waged indiscriminate warfare. Nat had spared several whites, including Giles Reese and John Clark Turner. And on the Barrow Road, the prophet had called his axemen back from one homestead because he believed the poor white inhabitants thought no better of themselves than they did of Negroes. By now, Nat's force amounted to 60 or 70 men. Among them Barry Newsom, Billy Artis, and 1 or 2 other free Negroes. Artis, for his part, resided on a 14-acre farm on Rosa Swamp, near Benjamin Turner's old place. Perhaps because he had a slave wife and 6 children, Artis had been reluctant to join the insurrection, and even after he enlisted, some reports contend, he wept at all the savage killing. But he became inured to it, and with a mechanical detachment began slaying whites himself. If the rebels were to slay any more and attain their strategic objectives, they had to do something, and fast. For even at its zenith, the insurgent army showed signs of disintegration. A few reluctant slaves had already escaped or deserted, and many others were roaring drunk, so drunk they could scarcely ride their horses, let alone do any fighting. To make matters worse, many of the confiscated muskets were broken or too rusty to fire. End quote. By this time, the alarm was definitely out. Church bells were tolling in Jerusalem to signal the trouble and call the militia. The rebels were about to have serious problems on their hands, and the hopes their poorly armed and poorly disciplined makeshift army had of standing up to any sizable organized militia force was slim to none. There wasn't much Turner could do about the discipline problem, but with some luck he might be able to fix the arms problem. Jerusalem had a state arsenal and was just a few miles away, so Turner decided his immediate objective would be to storm the town before the militia could organize and take as many muskets and as much ammunition as his men could carry. At the James Parker farm near the Jerusalem Road, as Turner frantically tried to get his men in order to march on the town, they met their first organized militia force. Initially, there were only 18 men in this force, and it seems the militiamen panicked and ran when Turner's men charged them. But reinforcements were there soon for a counterattack, which scattered the rebels, wounding 5 or 6, including Dred Francis, who lost an arm. Here's Turner's account of that fight from his confessions, starting at the Parker farm. Quote, "I remained at the gate on the road, with 7 or 8, the others going across the field to the house, about half a mile off. After waiting some time for them, I became impatient, and started to the house for them. And on our return we were met by a party of white men, who had pursued our blood-stained track, and who had fired on those at the gate and dispersed them, which I knew nothing of, not being at that time rejoined by any of them. Immediately on discovering the whites, I ordered my men to halt and form, as they appeared to be alarmed. The white men, 18 in number, approached us in about 100 yards, when one of them fired." Gray breaks in here and says, "This was against the positive orders of Captain Alexander P. Peet, who commanded, and who had directed the men to reserve their fire until within 30 paces. Back to Turner. "And I discovered about half of them retreating. I then ordered my men to fire and rush on them. The few remaining stood their ground until we approached within 50 yards, when they fired and retreated. We pursued and overtook some of them, who we thought we left dead. They were not killed. After pursuing them about 200 yards, and rising a little hill, I discovered that they were met by another party, and had halted, and were reloading their guns." Gray again. "This was a small party from Jerusalem, who knew the Negroes were in the field, and had just tied their horses to await their return to the road, knowing that Mr. Parker and family were in Jerusalem, but knew nothing of the party that had gone in with Captain Peet. On hearing the firing, they immediately rushed to the spot, and arrived just in time to arrest the progress of these barbarous villains, and save the lives of their friends and fellow citizens." Back to Turner. "Thinking that those who retreated first, and the party who fired on us at 50 or 60 yards distant, had all only fallen back to meet others with ammunition, as I saw them reloading their guns, and more coming up than I saw at first, and several of my bravest men being wounded, the others became panic-struck, and squandered over the field. The white men pursued and fired on us several times. Hark had his horse shot under him, and I caught another for him as it was running by me. 5 or 6 of my men were wounded, but none left on the field. Finding myself defeated here, I instantly determined to go through a private way, and cross the Nottoway River at the Cypress Bridge, 3 miles below Jerusalem, and attack that place in the rear, as I expected they would look for me on the other road. And I had a great desire to get there to procure arms and ammunition. After going a short distance in this private way, accompanied by about 20 men, I overtook 2 or 3 who told me the others were dispersed in every direction. After trying in vain to collect a sufficient force to proceed to Jerusalem, I determined to return, as I was sure they would make back to their old neighborhood, where they would rejoin me, make new recruits, and come down again." End quote. 16 men out of the original 60 to 70 were all Turner could scrape together after his hasty retreat. His next idea at first was to take these men to a crossing further down the Nottoway River to the southeast, circle around and attack Jerusalem from the rear, but when they got to the crossing, they found it heavily guarded. At that point, the assault on Jerusalem was abandoned, and Turner reverted to his previous MO of raiding farms and trying to collect recruits. By this time, though, the farms were mostly deserted, as word was out of what was happening, and the whites were either fled to Jerusalem and the protection of the militia or otherwise away from home to avoid grisly fates as axe murder victims. One of those deserted farms was that of the Thomas family, which had a 15-year-old son named George H. Thomas, who fled the farm with his mother that day. You could be excused for not recognizing that name, but if you have any interest in the Civil War, you should learn it. Although he was a Virginian, when the war broke out 30 years later, George H. Thomas remained loyal to the Union and went on to become maybe one of the most underrated generals of that war. He even earned a nickname with a coolness factor second only to Stonewall Jackson, the Rock of Chickamauga. But that's a story for another time. Despite the chaos, Turner did the best he could to rebuild his force and moved back to the north, evading the militia forces looking for him. By nightfall, he'd built his army back up to a strength of around 40 men, despite a failure to gather any significant strength from the plantation of Thomas Ridley, who had another 40 male slaves working for him. It turned out the place was garrisoned by a strong militia force prepared for defense, so Turner decided against trying to fight them. By this time, Turner had been awake for close to 24 hours at least, and he was desperate for sleep, so he encamped in the woods with his men. Even then, he barely got any sleep, though, because some of the men panicked at the return of one of their own patrols, mistaking the noise for approaching militia. By morning, the army had lost half its men to desertion. It was now dawn on Tuesday, August 23rd, and Turner was desperate for new recruits. He hoped to find some from the plantation of Dr. Simon Blunt, but when he got there, his men were ambushed by Blunt, several white friends, and Blunt's loyal slaves. Another lieutenant, Hark Travis, was severely wounded by a bullet in this ambush and captured. On the ambush, Oates says the following, quote, "Later, when asked about the ambush and the loyalty of his slaves, Blunt explained it this way. A messenger had brought him news of the insurrection on Monday and had urged him to go down to Ridley's, where the militia was stationed. Well, the doctor was crippled with the gout, and decided to fight it out if the Negroes came this way. Joined by his overseer and 3 white neighbors, Blunt and his son fortified the house and waited through the night. Meanwhile, Blunt gathered his slaves around him and gave them the choice, he said, of standing with him or joining the rebels. They stood with him. Though Blunt did not say so, he surely added that the Negroes did not have a chance against the Virginia militia, that any of his slaves who joined the rebellion would either be shot or hanged." End quote. After the ambush, Turner scraped together the remnant of his shattered army and tried to continue the fight, but things were falling apart now. Near the Barrow Road, they ran into yet more militia and had another sharp skirmish which put an end to any thought of further resistance. 3 more of Turner's men were killed there, including the cold-blooded child murderer Will Francis. The rebellion was over, but Nat Turner himself found a hiding place, a dugout under a pile of fence rails in a field near Cabin Pond, the same place he'd met with his chosen 4 to start the revolt. He would hide there for over 2 months, stealing food to live on from nearby farms until he was finally found and captured on October 30th. In the meantime, the slaves of Southampton County reaped the whirlwind of retaliation from their white masters for the actions of the rebels. A couple of factors were at play in this. First and most obviously, simple feelings of vengeance and hatred, which is not all that different from the motives that will make the later guerrilla war in Missouri so ugly. Second was panic and rumor. At first, nobody in charge knew anything about the extent of the rebellion, how it was going, how the militia was handling it, how many slaves were involved, and most importantly, whether or not it was part of some larger conspiracy that went beyond Southampton County or even beyond Virginia. It turned out it wasn't, but nobody knew that at the time, especially in the first couple of days following the rebellion. All that combined to create a fury of violence that came down on the heads of the slaves. And this is the risk of any rebellion like this. You can see it with the Helots in Sparta, with Spartacus in Rome, and I'm sure with just about any other unsuccessful slave revolt you could think of. The risk is that if you fail, you know the masters are going to come down on you with unprecedented fury. And as a subjugated population, outgunned and especially outorganized, you will be completely at the mercy of whatever they decide to do to you. I'll read to you from Oates on this. Quote, "But the killing was not over. Wound up to a high pitch of rage, whites mounted a full-scale manhunt in southeastern Virginia, prowling the woods and swamps in search of fugitive rebels and alleged collaborators. They chased the blacks down with howling dogs, shooting some on the run and dragging others back to jail in Jerusalem. One group of citizens decapitated Henry Porter and carried his head triumphantly through the county. Several insurgents fought back zealously, preferring to perish with guns in their hands than be taken alive by white men. Whites conceded that such slaves died bravely, indicating no reluctance to lose their lives in such a cause. In the agonies of their wounds, they announced that they were dying happily because God had a hand in what had been done. Among those who resisted were several free blacks, Billy Artis, Benjamin and Thomas Haithcock, and 3 boys. After the ambush at Blunt's plantation, they had ridden through the countryside in a frantic effort to raise slave allies. At one farm, with his slave wife at his side, Artis harangued some blacks, declaring that General Nat had fought the whites and had marched to Belfield in Greensville County to kill whites there. Soon Nat would return, Artis exclaimed, and the Negroes must join him and fight like men. But with white patrols closing in on them, Artis and his companions realized that the end was near now, that the rebellion was dead. Yet they refused to give up. At another farm, Artis brandished a hatchet and told a slave that he would cut his way, he would kill and cripple as he went. Later, the free Negroes split up, everyone for himself. Eventually, whites captured Thomas Haithcock and a couple of the others, but Artis chose to commit suicide rather than be executed or taken alive. The militia found him, dead, his hat hung on a stake nearby and a pistol at his side. By Sunday, August 28th, all the bona fide insurgents except Nat and 5 or 6 others had been killed or locked up in the small wooden jail in Jerusalem. The place was brimming with Negroes, some very humble, whites reported, and much grieved at what had happened. Others, though, were reticent and inscrutable, swatting the flies away in their hot and rancid cells. There was Hark Travis, carried down from Blunt's plantation in bad shape from his wounds. There was Nelson Williams, captured by the militia near Cross Keys. There was Sam Edwards, found hiding under his master's house in the backwoods. There was hesitant Jack Reese, still wearing his master's shoes and socks, having given a voluntary confession to a white named Thomas C. Jones. There was Barry Newsom, Thomas Haithcock, Yellow Davy Waller, and young Moses Travis. The 3 teenage Francis boys were there too, as were Jack and Andrew Whitehead, still as confused and distressed as they had been during the revolt itself. Some of the prisoners had surrendered voluntarily, for fear that furious whites might kill them. They had good reason to be afraid, for white vigilantes and some militiamen had gone on a rampage, shooting and axing every Negro they could find, women and children included. Some of these whites were boiling mad and wanted to avenge the atrocities they had found. "We saw several children whose brains had been kicked out," snapped one volunteer. But others joined in the carnage out of sheer racial hatred, having come to Southampton, as one man said, to kill somebody else's niggers without being held accountable for it. The story goes that a gang of horsemen set out from Richmond, vowing to kill every nigger in the stricken county. After a hard ride, they came upon a free black man hoeing in his field. "Is this Southampton County?" one asked. "Yes, sir," the Negro replied. "You have just crossed the line by yonder tree." The whites shot him dead. The worst outrages were committed by a cavalry company from Murfreesboro. Divided into 2 detachments, the horsemen stormed through the Virginia backwoods, butchering some 40 blacks in 2 days of unremitting violence. One column decapitated 15 slaves and placed their heads on poles, where they remained for weeks as a warning to all who should undertake a similar plot. The second detachment, after gunning down 3 blacks near the Whitehead place, divided up $23 found on one of the victims, as they had as well be paid for the trouble as not. And so the bloodletting went. At Cross Keys, a mob lynched 5 luckless blacks. At the intersection of the Barrow Road and the Jerusalem Highway, another vigilante outfit decapitated a Negro and mounted his head on a post. From then on, the grinning skull was known as the Blackhead Signpost. Down in North Carolina, distraught Murfreesboro residents shot and beheaded a slave accused of complicity in the Southampton Revolt. In Enfield, the good people about town seized a free Negro, tried but failed to extort a confession from him, and shot him anyway. In all directions in upper North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, whites took Negroes from their shacks and tortured, shot, and burned them to death, and then mutilated their corpses in ways that witnesses refused to describe. No one knows how many innocent Negroes perished in this reign of terror. At least 120, probably more. Several whites publicly regretted these atrocities, but warned that they were the inevitable results of slave insurrection. Another revolt, they said, would end with the extermination of every black in the region. End quote. All right, here's where I'll send the squeamish folks to, so welcome back. In summary, Nat Turner led his rebellion. It was incredibly brutal, lasted 2 days, and was put down. White vigilantes retaliated by killing at least 120 blacks, both free and slave, in the week following the revolt. And now we'll continue. The fury died down eventually with the death or capture of all the rebellion's ringleaders. Despite all of that, Southampton County authorities were determined to at least make a show of a fair trial for all the rebels they'd captured. Thomas Gray, who ended up interviewing Turner for the confessions, was one of 3 attorneys appointed to defend the rebels in court. Not that there was ever any real chance of acquittal for any of the ringleaders, but maybe somewhat surprisingly, out of 54 blacks brought up on charges connected to the rebellion, 7 were acquitted and 8 more were discharged without being tried. I won't go into the details of the trials, but Turner himself was hanged, along with his surviving lieutenants Hart Travis, Nelson Williams, and Sam Francis. With Henry Porter and Will Francis already dead, the last member of the August 21st Cabin Pond meeting, Jack Reese, was convicted and initially sentenced to hang as well, but had his sentence reduced to transportation out of Virginia. At the end of the confessions, Thomas Gray gives his impression and overall opinion of Turner. He says that after Turner had finished his account, quote, "I now had much conversation with and asked him many questions, having forborne to do so previously, except in the cases noted in parentheses. But during his statement, I had, unnoticed by him, taken notes as to some particular circumstances, and having the advantage of his statement before me in writing, on the evening of the 3rd day that I had been with him, I began a cross-examination, and found his statement corroborated by every circumstance coming within my own knowledge, or the confessions of others, whom had been either killed or executed, and whom he had not seen nor had any knowledge since 22nd of August last. He expressed himself fully satisfied as to the impracticability of his attempt. It has been said that he was ignorant and cowardly, and that his object was to murder and rob for the purpose of obtaining money to make his escape. It is notorious that he was never known to have a dollar in his life, to swear an oath, or drink a drop of spirits. As to his ignorance, he certainly never had the advantages of education, but he can read and write. It was taught him by his parents, and for natural intelligence and quickness of apprehension is surpassed by few men I have ever seen. As to his being a coward, his reason as given for not resisting Mr. Phipps shews the decision of his character. When he saw Mr. Phipps present his gun, he said he knew it was impossible for him to escape, as the woods were full of men. He therefore thought it was better to surrender, and trust to fortune for his escape. He is a complete fanatic, or plays his part most admirably. On other subjects, he possesses an uncommon share of intelligence, with a mind capable of attaining anything, but warped and perverted by the influence of early impressions. He is below the ordinary stature, though strong and active, having the true Negro face, every feature of which is strongly marked. I shall not attempt to describe the effect of his narrative, as told and commented on by himself in the condemned hole of the prison. The calm, deliberate composure with which he spoke of his late deeds and intentions, the expression of his fiend-like face when excited by enthusiasm, still bearing the stains of the blood of helpless innocence about him, clothed with rags and covered with chains, yet daring to raise his manacled hands to heaven, with a spirit soaring above the attributes of man. I looked on him, and my blood curdled in my veins." End quote. Now, I've gone into a lot of gory detail with this story, and it really hasn't been easy. Part of the reason this episode has taken me so long to get out is that it took me longer than expected to read Oates' book on the rebellion because it was hard to get through. Not that it's badly written or something, it's as well written as anything else I've read for this series so far. It's just that the subject matter was so horrific. I found myself stalling and procrastinating on finishing the book and eventually figured out that was because it was just so damn unpleasant to read, and it's been unpleasant to write and talk about too. But I think it's important, and not just to give context for what's coming later. The reason I've gone into all this gory detail is not to be gratuitous, it's to try to put you into the shoes of white Southerners of this era. This is a population who, like I said before, has inherited this entire situation from their ancestors. They've been worried about exactly this kind of thing for decades, since the Haitian Revolution, and now it had actually happened in their own backyards. You might object that this was a localized revolt that never had any real chance of becoming a national level ordeal or even a state level one. And that's true. It never had a chance of being that, but it doesn't matter. The people of Southampton County didn't care that this was never going to be a national-scale revolt. Ask the Travis family, ask John Barrow, ask the 10 mangled children piled in the yard of Levi Waller's farm if they cared that this rebellion was contained and never grew beyond the scale of Southampton County. For that matter, ask the 120-plus blacks who were brutalized and slaughtered in the retaliation if they cared about the scale of the rebellion. You couldn't ask any of those people because they were dead. The point is, as far as Southern whites were concerned after this revolt, any slave was a potential Nat Turner. If something like this could happen in Virginia, of all places, it could happen anywhere, and it scared people to their core. And if it ever happened again, wherever it happened, the people affected by it wouldn't care any more than the people of Southampton County did that it wasn't a national-scale rebellion. Now, there's one part of this dynamic that I mentioned at the beginning but haven't delved into yet, and it's what I want you to keep in the back of your mind as we get back to the main storyline of this series in Kansas and Missouri. Remember what the Pharaoh of Egypt said about the growing Israelite population in that passage from Exodus. Quote, "Look, the race of the children of Israel is a great multitude, and is stronger than we. Come, let us outwit them, lest they multiply, and it happen in the event of war that they also join our enemies, and fight against us, and so escape out of the land." End quote. He's worried about potential foreign influence on or collaboration with the population he sees as his domestic enemies. Now, as far as the scriptures tell us, that concern over foreign meddling never came to fruition at that time in Egypt. But ask yourself this: what might things have looked like if some foreign power had tried to stir up the Israelites to revolt against the Egyptians? Would it have been reasonable in that case for the Egyptians to consider that an act of aggression and deal with that foreign power accordingly? When we left off the Kansas narrative, it was March 1857, and John Geary, the third governor the territory had seen in its first 3 years of existence, had just resigned. Geary's resignation was symbolic of a pretty firm shift of the political landscape in the territory in favor of the Free State Party. Both sides could feel the change in momentum, and the Free State Party anticipated their advantage growing even stronger once the spring travel season hit full stride and a new wave of immigration flooded in. They were right to be confident, and sure enough, the spring of 1857 saw the largest wave of free state settlement in Kansas yet. The formerly staunch pro-slavery bastion of Leavenworth was flipped almost overnight to an overwhelming free state majority. The rabid pro-slavery newspaper, the Atchison Squatter Sovereign, was sold to a free stater, Samuel Pomeroy. Even David Atchison himself was ready to concede defeat for the pro-slavery party in the territory. At long last, the plans of the Massachusetts elites seemed to be finally coming to fruition. With elections coming up in October, the Free State Party looked to convert their new majority into control of the territory's official political institutions. Thomas Goodrich writes in War to the Knife, quote, "While there was gloom and despair in Dixie, there was joy and hope in the North. Perhaps the happiest people in America were a quiet group of individuals who had never set foot in Kansas. Viewing the spectacle of a free soil immigration from afar, Eli Thayer and Amos Lawrence of the New England Immigrant Aid Society realized that all the time, energy, and money spent by their organization had at last been molded into victory. We look on the great question as now settled," sighed Lawrence, "and all political movements in Kansas as having chiefly a local interest. Now we must be magnanimous to the South." Though territorial leaders generally agreed with Lawrence that the struggle was indeed over, few so near the fire were in any mood to be magnanimous until the reins of power were firmly and forever in their hands. So long as the territorial government remained under pro-slavery control, victory would never be complete. As the summer passed and the October vote for members to the legislature approached, Northerners once again formed militia companies for the protection of the ballot box. On election eve, wary Kansans along the Missouri cut ferry cables and set skiffs adrift to prevent a border ruffian crossover. When the polls closed the following day, however, the anticipated invasion had failed to materialize. Although flagrant ballot box stuffing had occurred at isolated polls adjacent to the Missouri border, and although a considerable number of illegal votes from Iowa and Nebraska had been cast, the elections passed peacefully. And, as expected, when the final tally was in, the Free State Party had swept the field. With power finally in the hands of Charles Robinson and his joyous adherents, the only hurdle to complete and total triumph lay with the pro-slavery Constitutional Convention. If Free Soilers remained firm and forceful, however, there was little or no chance that a state constitution other than free could ever be foisted on Kansas. And with Charles Robinson once again in the driver's seat, it was a certainty that Northerners would never stray far from their course. Ironically, it was not the Constitutional Convention, the dwindling pro-slavery presence in the territory, or even the Missouri border ruffians that posed the greatest threat to free Kansas and peace. It was James Lane. End quote. So a couple of things there. First of all, I want to keep the big picture in mind. Goodrich suggests that the happiest people in America were Thayer and Lawrence, who were respectively the founder and top financial donor of the Immigrant Aid Society. It was their vision that sent the original abolitionist immigrants to Kansas Territory, and at a high level, the conflict was driven by them. I think it's probable that without their actions and without the Immigrant Aid Society, there would have been no bleeding Kansas at all. Kansas would have been settled primarily by Missourians who lived right next door and become a slave state, and then who knows what happens from there. But Thayer and Lawrence had precipitated the conflict by sending their people to the territory, and now 3 years later, and after more mayhem, chaos, and killing than probably anyone anticipated, they and the movement they represented had all but won, and it looked like a mop-up job from here on in. Now, by the movement they represented, I don't just mean abolitionism. I mean this kind of New England industrialist expansionism more generally. I've read this quote before in part 1, but I'll read it again here as a reminder. This is Thayer talking about his mission to send abolitionist immigrants to Kansas Territory. Quote, "Slavery was a great national curse. It practically ruined one half of the nation and greatly impeded the progress of the other half. It was a curse to the Negro, but a much greater curse to the white man. It made the slaveholders petty tyrants. It made the poor whites of the South more abject and degraded than the slaves themselves. That it was an insurmountable obstacle in the way of the nation's progress and prosperity. That it must be overcome and extirpated. That the way to do this was to go to the prairies and show the superiority of free labor civilization. to go with all our free labor trophies, churches and schools, printing presses, steam engines, and mills, and in a peaceful contest convince every poor man from the South of the superiority of free labor. That it was much better to go and do something for free labor than to stay at home and talk of manacles and auction blocks and bloodhounds. That our work was not to make women and children cry in anti-slavery conventions by sentimental appeals, but to go and put an end to slavery." End quote. Thayer presupposes that what he calls free labor civilization is in fact superior to whatever the South has. But the fact is that whatever standards Thayer would use to judge which civilization is superior are those of his own civilization. It's like a cheetah and a turtle debating which is the superior animal, and the cheetah says, "Well, isn't it obvious? The faster animal is superior." And that's not exactly surprising. I mean, it's pretty common for people to think their own society is better than other societies, because we all do this. We all judge by our own standards. But what leads to this conflict is that Thayer, Lawrence, and men like them are never willing to just say, "You know what? Yes, we're better than them. They'd be better off if they were more like us, but at the end of the day, they don't want to be like us. And that's too bad. Sucks to be them, but it's not really our job to go change them." They would never say that, because to them, it's almost intolerable that other regions in America don't have the same Puritan culture and values as New England. To them, the problem in Kansas was never specifically that slavery might end up being legal there. It was more generally that Kansas might end up becoming more culturally akin to Missouri and the South than to Massachusetts and New England. And they did consider it their job to go bring enlightenment to other places by making them like their place. That's why Thayer's plan, as Goodrich puts it, was to transplant as much of New England as possible out to the plains. That's why so much effort went into establishing and maintaining the settlements that became the centers of political activity at Lawrence and Topeka. Those key culturally Yankee settlements could wield an outsized cultural and political influence on the rest of the territory, despite the fact that the rest of the territory would end up with a majority Northwestern population. And by the spring of 1857, all those efforts had succeeded, at least in the northern part of the territory. The southern part was a slightly different story, and we'll get to that shortly, but the northern part, around the aforementioned Yankee settlements, was firmly in hand. The other thing Goodrich throws at us in that quote I just read is the idea that Jim Lane, at this point, was a greater threat to peace in the Free State movement than Missourians were. I have a slightly different opinion on this than Goodrich does, but there's a sense in which I think he's right, and the point is well taken. See, Lane represents the rougher, more direct side of the Free State movement. He and others like him represent the kind of people the Thayers and the Lawrences and the Robinsons don't like to look at, and often put themselves publicly at odds with. But as I explained in Part 3, they also need men like Lane. Thayer and Lawrence had never been to Kansas Territory. They'd just put their money and organizational efforts into sending their people there, and they'd never experienced the violence of the 1856 war directly. So once they'd won, it was easy for somebody like Lawrence to say, "Now we need to be magnanimous." But what about for somebody like Lane, who'd been there, on the ground, in the territory, who'd been directly involved in fighting, been under fire, seen people shot, seen people die, maybe lost a friend or two, very likely been robbed or had his house burned and his family threatened? It might be a lot harder for somebody like that to just line up, shake hands, and say good game now that it was all over. Because after all, these damn border ruffians had to have come from somewhere. We know exactly where they came from. They came from Missouri, and there were still lots of Missourians in Missouri. There were even a fair number of them in southeast Kansas, and maybe we don't want them there. You see where this is going, right? And that's not even to mention the fact that Free State fighters really came in two main varieties. There was the kind who just wanted to farm and was kind of pushed into this war against their will. But there were also a fair number of the other variety, the John Brown variety, the kind who had come to the territory specifically to fight the border ruffians on behalf of the Free State cause. And now that the war had been mostly won, what were they to do? Well, ideally, they'd either settle down and farm too, or go back to wherever they'd come from. But with all those Missourians either still in southeast Kansas or right across the border, for many the temptation to go pick another fight was just too great. One group of such people was the Danites, with whom Jim Lane was affiliated, and that's why Goodrich calls out Lane specifically as representing the greatest threat to continued peace in Kansas. I don't think it's quite right to say that Lane personally was the greatest threat, because it's not really him exactly. It is true that many of these violent types were in the territory as a direct result of Lane and his Army of the North publicity tour. But by the fall of 1857, it seems to me that the monster Lane had created was already almost, if not completely, out of his control. But I think you can still see him as a representative of this violent wing of the Free State movement, so that's why I say Goodrich's point is well taken there. But the Danites were a different beast, and they were even split among themselves, it seems. As an example of that, here's an incident from October, shortly after the elections that were swept by the Free State Party. Lane had apparently hatched a scheme to assassinate members of the pro-slavery Constitutional Convention in Lecompton that was going on at that time, and he called a meeting of the Danites in Lawrence to propose this. He received cheers from the assembled Danites as he pumped up the crowd and put his plot forward. Then a Danite named Joel Gooden arose to give a speech of his own in response to Lane, and he said, quote, "General Lane tells us that further peaceful measures are out of the question, that our only remedy for this new trouble is by shedding blood. I fully agree with him." Boisterous cheers. "Nothing but blood will quiet this agitation and restore tranquility to Kansas. Nothing but blood will make Kansas a free state." Cheers. "I came here expressly to spill blood, and I propose to do it before I return home." Protracted cheering. "A little waste of worthless blood will restore order and tranquility again." Cheers on cheers. "But I may differ with some of you as to the proper place to begin this blood-spilling business." Hear, hear. "No person has occasioned more strife or been the more fruitful cause of our disturbances than James H. Lane. He demands blood. We all want it, but it is his blood that is demanded at this time, and if he presses on his assassination project, I propose he shall be the first person to contribute in that direction." End quote. Then Goodrich quotes a witness as saying, quote, "General Lane seemed perfectly confounded. The whole throng were taken by surprise, and were delighted beyond expression that some person had the ability and sufficient force of character to meet a bold, bad man and throttle his murderous plans at their inception." End quote. So Lane's assassination plot never went anywhere, and this also seems to have mostly marked the end of his association with the Danites. But that doesn't mean the Danites hadn't been busy without him. They very much were, and they would continue to be after the assassination plot fell through. We need to go back for a minute to the fall of 1856, while Geary was still working on calming down the open war that had gone on during that year. Remember Dutch Henry Sherman of Dutch Henry's Crossing, in the area where John Brown and his boys committed the Potawatomi Massacre. Henry's brother William had been one of the victims of the massacre. Well, Dutch Henry had stubbornly stuck to his claim even after the massacre, but one night in November of 1856, his home was raided and burned to the ground. Goodrich doesn't say who the raiders were, but given what comes next, it seems likely to me that they were Danites, or at least associates of the Danites. Now, the sequence of events here is a little confusing to me, and I'll explain why in a minute, but I'm going to read an account from Charles Leonhardt, the man whose writings Todd Mildfeld's book The Secret Danites is based on. Reading this account really gives me the feeling that I'm just glimpsing the surface of something that could probably be its own topic for a whole book. Maybe there is a book on it that I don't know about. That something being a very bitter but very niche and private war that only a few people were ever really involved in or even knew about. It's a war among German immigrants on the Kansas-Missouri border. Later, once we get into the Civil War proper, German immigrants in Missouri will become known for being strong Unionists, whatever their opinions on slavery might have been. But at this time in southeast Kansas, there were German immigrants on both sides of the political dispute. William and Henry Sherman were on the pro-slavery side. The Danite Charles Leonhardt was another German immigrant on the Free State side. He'll mention the names of a couple others in this account I'm about to read. But just listen to this and tell me if you get the sense of a deeper and more personal war bubbling up to the surface. From Leonhardt, quote, "Beyond the mere item disturbances on the border and Jayhawker abroad, nothing could be told the public, as the actors in such cases enjoined the fullest assistance of the strictest secrecy among themselves. We had no assassin in camp. Had certain men among the enemy be put to death, such was always with and under the consent of all. Those to whom the duty fell to execute such war measures were but the agents of the rest. We always preferred to share all danger equally. James H. Lane knew well the meaning he exclaimed upon so many occasions, 'Oh, but for the unwritten history of Kansas.' The killing of Dutch Henry, for instance, belongs to that same unwritten page of history. Everybody was told this by some newspaper, but no more. We will lift the veil. Dutch Henry had a claim on the Pottawatomie Creek by Anderson County/Franklin County. The crossing at his place was called after him. Though a German by birth, he had become very pro-slavery, was a fighter, and among the ruffians who undertook to capture John Brown and his men. At the Battle of Osawatomie, where Frederick Brown was killed, our men also lost one man being captured. His name was Dutch Charlie. He was also a German, a former subject of Austria, and a fighter by choice with considerable experience. His full name was Charles Kaiser. Among the ruffians in camp was also a man by name of Christ Kuntz, another descendant of the otherwise so favorable race as Friends of Liberty, the Teutonic. This Kuntz was a very hard case when he became pro-slavery. He meant the whole thing of it. When the ruffians in camp held a council what to do with their Yankee prisoner, Kuntz sprang to his feet, exclaiming, 'Let the Dutch kill the Dutch.' He then commanded Dutch Henry to show his grit, who only too soon sprang to his feet, walked towards the prisoner, and deliberately shot Charles Kaiser dead through the head. Nat Humphrey was furnished whiskey on a certain occasion, and then told how they killed Dutch Charlie. When this sad news reached camp, our members became silent. None spoke. They looked into each other's eye. They all understood the order, to be on a keen lookout for the murderer and his associates. Both men, Dutch Henry and Kuntz, were now by a rising vote in deep silence condemned to die. While out scouting after the victim, James H. Alms and Archie Campbell overtook Billy Patterson and struck him. His name otherwise was Dutch Henry. John E. Stewart and Willits Dorn found the other Billy Patterson, and thus rid the world of Christ Kuntz." End quote. Now here's why I'm confused about the timeline here. Goodrich says Dutch Henry was killed about 4 months after his house was burned, which would put his death in March 1857. But Leonhardt here mentions his killing alongside that of Christ Kuntz, as if they happened about the same time. But Mildfelt quotes an article from the Lawrence Herald of Freedom about the death of Kuntz, which says the following, quote, "A German by the name of Kuntz was found dead near his residence several miles south of Lecompton a few days ago. He took a prominent part in the pro-slavery ranks during the troubles of 1856, and as the recollection of several dark deeds are associated with his name, it is not improbable that justice has been meted out to him by some of his old antagonists in rather a summary and unceremonious manner." End quote. That article was from January 9th, 1858, which puts Kuntz's killing also in January 1858, or maybe December 1857, depending on how long he was lying dead before someone found him. So if Dutch Henry was killed around the same time as Kuntz, that's like a 9-month discrepancy between this version and Goodrich's version. At the same time, Leonhardt's writings are themselves confusing to say the least. His written English is really not that great, to the point where it's unclear what he's actually talking about sometimes. He was also writing about this years after the fact, so maybe his memory was hazy, or maybe he just talks about the killings of Dutch Henry and Kuntz alongside each other because they were both involved in the killing of Charles Kaiser, and didn't mean to imply that they were actually killed around the same time. I also have no idea why he refers to both Dutch Henry and Kuntz by the name of Billy Patterson. Mildfelt doesn't explain this, neither does any other author I've read, so I have no idea what that's about. It seems bizarre. But whatever the sequence was, what's certain is that at some point in 1857, Dutch Henry Sherman, one of the intended targets of John Brown's Potawatomi raid, was killed by the Danites. But what I want to draw your attention to here is that the Danites and groups like them were by now a beast that had grown beyond Jim Lane's control. Their actions in late 1857 show that, as well as the rhetorical smackdown put on Lane by Joel Gooden at the Lawrence meeting in October. Because although Gooden successfully argued against Lane's violent assassination plot, there had still been raucous cheers in favor of the plot before Gooden made his speech, which means there must have been a strong contingent of the Danites there who still favored violent action. But the action was now shifting theaters. Formerly, the goal for the Free State side had been to control the area around the key political centers of Lawrence, Lecompton, and Topeka. Now the goal would become driving the remaining Missourians and other pro-slavery settlers out of southeast Kansas, and for some, even making forays across the border into Missouri itself.
All that was going on under the surface, the unwritten history of Kansas, as Leonhardt put it. On the surface, though, at the political level, the game was still being played throughout 1857. The new president, James Buchanan, was a Northern Democrat who nonetheless sympathized with the pro-slavery Southerners and considered it his mission to reconcile the two wings of his party. He chose Geary's replacement as Kansas governor with that goal in mind. Jay Monahan writes in Civil War on the Western Border, quote, "For governor of Kansas, Buchanan appointed Robert J. Walker, a little whiffet of a man with lifelong Democratic Party allegiance and big constructive ideas. Born in western Pennsylvania, Walker had made and lost a fortune in the South and had served as senator from Tennessee. He knew the frontier South, had sat in the gallery when Sumner delivered his oration on the crime against Kansas, and had read in the papers about the successive failures of Reeder, Shannon, and Geary. He considered the appointment a doubtful honor and refused to accept it until promised by President Buchanan and the Senate leader, Stephen A. Douglas, that a majority of the people in Kansas would be allowed to determine their own institutions. The hopeful little governor began his administration by publishing an 8-column inaugural address recognizing the Lecompton government and prophesying great prosperity for everyone in the booming territory, even hinting the possibility of railroad subsidies. On the slavery question, he hedged. Like Douglas, he would not insult the Southerners by saying that the institution was wrong. Instead, he hoped to reconcile both wings by saying that the Kansas climate was not suited to slave labor. In short, he was willing, as Douglas was, to see slavery abolished, but he was unwilling to call it wrong. Lincoln, on the other hand, was willing to protect slavery where it was established, but insisted that it be admitted wrong. A fine distinction, but one that men would fight about. The Kansas governor was promptly dubbed Isothermal Walker by the Republican press, which wanted a more outspoken opinion. End quote. Walker seems to have been dedicated to the ideal of popular sovereignty in Kansas, which at this point would mean entering the Union as a free state. But his governorship was destined to be yet another short and unremarkable one. The last hope the pro-slavery party had was the Lecompton Constitutional Convention, which had been called while they still held control of the territorial legislature. The convention was held from September to November of 1857, which meant that the October elections swept by the Free State Party were held while the convention was ongoing. The delegates knew very well that they'd lost the popular majority in the territory, and they would have found out during the convention that they'd lost control of the legislature as well. So their plan became to draft a state constitution that would make slavery legal, then do exactly what Robinson had done with the Topeka Constitution the year before. Submit it to the U.S. Congress without approval by a popular vote within the territory. As a side note here, I want to clarify what Robinson had done. The Topeka Constitution had been approved by a popular vote in the territory, but that vote was called and organized by Robinson's unofficial illegal government, and the pro-slavery party had boycotted the vote, meaning that for the most part, only free staters voted. So that vote in no way represented the will of the majority,
and functionally amounted to the same thing as not putting it up to a vote at all. As a popular sovereignty supporter, Governor Walker objected to this plan of the Lecompton Constitutional Convention. In the fall, he called a special session of the new legislature and asked them to pass an act requiring a territory-wide referendum on the Lecompton Constitution before it could be submitted to the U.S. Congress. Well, it soon became clear that the pro-slavery interest in Washington couldn't have that because it would clearly mean the Lecompton Constitution would not be approved by Kansas residents. When he saw the lack of promised support for popular sovereignty by Buchanan, Walker resigned his governorship in December. As his replacement, and as the fifth Kansas territorial governor in 3 years, Buchanan appointed another Mexican War veteran, James Denver. The Free State Party succeeded in getting a popular referendum on the Lecompton Constitution, but the convention pulled a bit of a swindle on them by making the choices for the same Constitution with or without slavery. So that's to say that choice A was for the Lecompton Constitution with slavery, choice B was for the Lecompton Constitution without slavery. Either way, the Lecompton Constitution would be passed automatically by the referendum. As the transition of governorship was in progress, the referendum took place on December 21st, but the Free State Party boycotted the vote as a protest to a move they considered fraudulent, and as a result, the Lecompton Constitution with slavery passed in a landslide and was submitted to Washington for a statehood bill. Immediately, the Free State Party, which now controlled the legislature, met in Lawrence and scrambled to figure out how best to respond to this. The radicals were in favor of continuing to boycott the entire Lecompton movement, including non-participation in any future elections held under their constitution. If they had gone down that path, it might have resulted in something similar to the situation in 1855, when the Free Staters had elected their own extra-legal territorial legislature alongside the official one controlled by the pro-slavery party. But although the issue was hotly contested at this meeting, the moderates, led by Charles Robinson, eventually won out narrowly. As a result of that, the Free State Party did participate in electing state officials under the Lecompton Constitution, and those elections were held on January 4th, 1858. On the same day, the legislature, again controlled by the Free State Party at this point, held a second referendum on the Constitution, with the question on this one being to simply approve or deny it as a whole. None of this business of approving it with or without the slavery provision. The Constitution was soundly defeated in that referendum, but Buchanan still submitted it to Congress in February. The resulting debates in Washington lasted well into 1858, and frankly, I find all this Washington political stuff kind of boring, but the bottom line is that the statehood bill was easily passed in the Senate, but the House was a tougher sell for Buchanan and his allies. The bill was ultimately passed by the House on April 30th, but only with the stipulation that the Lecompton Constitution would be resubmitted to the citizens of Kansas for final approval. And it seems the northern interests in Washington were well aware that the Constitution was not popular in the territory itself. And when it was finally kicked back to the territory in August, the Lecompton Constitution was again soundly defeated, this time for good, and Kansas' second bid for statehood failed. As the political fate of Kansas was being debated in Lawrence, Lecompton, and Washington, Leonhardt's unwritten history of Kansas continued and escalated. Goodrich introduces the Southeast Kansas conflict this way, quote, "By the time the smoke of '56 had finally cleared in northern Kansas, only a small number of die-hard Southerners remained. Many of their defeated and dismayed comrades returned whence they came, either to Alabama, South Carolina, or other southern states, or simply back across the line to Missouri. A large number of pro-slavery families merely loaded their wagons and set off on a 4 or 5 day trek to what they hoped was the warmer, as well as politically sunny, climate of southern Kansas. Although a handful of agitators no doubt drifted down with them, most immigrants came not to rekindle old embers or make Kansas a slave state, but simply to till in peace the rich virgin soil. Many of their new northern neighbors had other ideas, however. Led by former minister James Montgomery, a gang of nominally free soil regulators, soon to be known as Jayhawkers, began robbing, flogging, and sometimes killing Southern settlers almost as fast as they arrived. By the winter of 1857 to 1858, the pattern of violence that had so stamped the North was being repeated in the South. End quote. Now, we'll talk more about James Montgomery in a minute, but first I want to look at Jayhawkers more generally. It's hard to tell, but the term might have originally referred to the territorial militia under Jim Lane, as we'll see, but it came to refer to any band of Free State sympathetic regulators. In some cases, they may have been loosely associated with or connected to the militia, but for the most part, operated independently in the field, doing everything Goodrich just talked about there. And I mean regulators in multiple senses, because they went after not only pro-slavery settlers, but also members of their own Free State side who they deemed insufficiently dedicated to the cause. Goodrich mentions the following incident from early 1857 involving a gang of what you might call proto-Jayhawkers. Quote, "Pro-slavery holdouts were not the only targets of vindictive free soilers. Gangs of midnight regulators raked the land, wreaking revenge on those in their own ranks inclined to collaborate or compromise with the enemy. Near Lecompton, the Speaker of the Free State Legislature, because of his moderate stance, was dragged from bed one night and stripped, then given 50 lashes on the back until it ran with blood. Like other men in the area, the victim was allowed 10 days to clear out of Kansas or face the consequences." End quote. The winter of 1857 to 58 is when the Jayhawkers really started their rise to notoriety, but Mildfelt argues in his book that the first true Jayhawkers were actually the Danites, as would be implied by the title, The Secret Danites, Kansas' First Jayhawkers, and their role in southeast Kansas came about as a direct result of more land disputes in the southern counties. From Mildfelt, quote, "An underlying source of this trouble in southeast Kansas was land, and the fact that Free Staters who had been driven off their claims during 1856 were now returning and trying to recover those claims. As these claims and counterclaims grew, the pro-slavery men sought justice in the courts, and the Free State men felt they would be unable to secure justice in the regular courts being the ones in Fort Scott, which were controlled by pro-slavery men. The option the Free Staters chose was to set up a court of their own, called the Squatters' Court. In a letter in January 1859, James Montgomery stated that a land claim case involving a dispute between Southwood and Stone had been the commencement of the trouble. In September 1856, a man named William Stone claimed he was driven off his claim and later forced to sign a bill of sale. His cabin was then occupied by a man named Southwood. In June of 1857, Stone returned to his claim, and his friends helped him build another cabin on the same claim, so he could contest his rights to the land. An altercation occurred between their wives at the water well, and Mrs. Southwood dangerously beat Mrs. Stone. Aroused by this violent act, dozens of Stone's friends drove Southwood off the claim. Later, accounts relate that Southwood turned up in Fort Scott before a grand jury and had the citizens who ordered him off indicted for rebellion. It was this incident, according to Montgomery, that began the new era of trouble, and Welch, 1977, believed was an outgrowth of the Wide Awake Society that was formed soon after the attack on Mrs. Stone. The Squatters' Court, an instrument the Free State forces hoped to give them legal standing, was organized sometime in the late summer of 1857, but little information is known about it. The court met at the home of Oliver P. Bain, a large log house on the Osage River, built by John Brown and Captain Bain, near where the old military road between Fort Scott and Leavenworth crosses the Little Osage River. Andreas, 1883, lists Dr. Gilpatrick of Anderson County as judge and Henry Kilbourne sheriff. In his report to the territorial legislature, James Lane stated, "Colonel Abbott, Dr. Gilpatrick, and the Reverend J. E. Stewart had been ordered there, arrived, and proceeded to establish a squatters' court for the redress of grievances and restoration of peace." Who actually was sheriff seems to be in question. Leonhardt wrote, "The squatters' court was established by Dr. Gilpatrick as judge presiding, Reverend John E. Stewart attorney for the prosecution, Colonel Abbott as attorney for the defense. Clerk of court and sheriff anyone that was willing to serve." Whether or not this was Leonhardt's humor shining through, Stuart was obviously the one that was employed to be the enforcer for the court." End quote. Then a little further on down, Mildfelt continues, quote, "It was this court and the Free State settlers' attempts to circumvent the courts at Fort Scott that brought on the next confrontation between Free State and pro-slavery forces. Trouble began in December of 1857, although there is a discrepancy about the exact dates. One source of the trouble was a continuance of the Southwood Stone dispute, where, according to the Herald of Freedom, Southwood was arrested for threatening Mrs. Stone. After her husband was arrested, Mrs. Southwood went to Fort Scott and asked the authorities there to help her gain his release. The deputy marshal, J. H. Little, raised a posse of 30 or 40 men and went to Bain's place, but after his arrival there, he gave notice to disband. Failing to make any arrests for want of numerical strength, the marshal and his posse returned to Fort Scott. The wording of this indicates that a strong force of Free State men were already there, if the marshal's posse of 30 or 40 was not strong enough to make any arrests, and this event took place before any calls for help were issued by Free State men." End quote. So pausing for a second, that's important because it tells us that while this Southwood Stone incident may have sparked the trouble in southeast Kansas, the Free State forces were already gearing up for it well before that, and the incident itself seems to me more like an excuse to start the jayhawking activity than an actual reason. Continuing with Mildfelt, quote, "At the same time, a man, possibly Southwood or someone else, had escaped from the squatter's court and attempted to make it to Fort Scott. The court's sheriff, John Stewart, and 2 men rode to intercept him, but were themselves captured and taken into Fort Scott. Stewart was held 10 days and posted bail, but the other men refused bail and were held longer. August Bondy, a Free State Austrian immigrant to Kansas who had lived in Lane and Greeley, related that he and a group of men answered the call for help and left Greeley December 1st, reaching Bain's place on the Little Osage on December 2nd. Bondy's account doesn't fit the accepted dates for the action unless for some reason they got an earlier call. However, from the wording of the first action, it indicates a strong force of men was already there. Either way, the call for help reached Lawrence sometime in early to mid-December 1857, that the Free Staters in and around the squatter's court needed help. General Lane, who would be authorized as Major General of the 1st Kansas Militia in a few days hence by the newly elected territorial legislature, tried to decide what to do. He sent General W. A. Phillips to Fort Bain, as it was soon being called, to let the men there know more help would soon follow." End quote. Phillips rode south and rode up to Fort Bain a couple days later to find a battle in progress. Marshal Little and his posse had come back to make their arrests. According to August Bondy's account, quote, "About 3:00 p.m., the Missourians came on to within 50 yards, when they spread out in open order and began firing. We replied. The action lasted about an hour. The Missourians lost some horses and about 10 men wounded, 3 of whom died in a few days. None of us received a scratch. During the engagement, Colonel William A. Phillips, the New York Tribune correspondent, came up on a gallop, hitched his horse under the upper river bank, and jumped into our fortification." End quote. Meanwhile, in Lawrence on December 16th, Jim Lane received his official appointment as Major General of the 1st Kansas Militia from the newly elected legislature, then set off south to respond to the call for help from Fort Bain. Leonhardt rode with him out of Lawrence, and it was during this ride that he personally inducted Leonhardt into the Danites. Leonhardt writes, quote, "Brother Mallory, now of the city of Lawrence, was the Grand Master at the time when General James H. Lane received my oath which installed me a working member. It was at a farmhouse near the then hopeful Paper Burg, Ohio City. With the most sinister face he unsheathed his sword, made me place my left hand on it while I held my right arm up. He uttered these words, 'Are you willing and ready to assist in settling the great question of the day? Do you pledge obedience to carry out any order given you? Can you give up your life in making Kansas a free state? And do you solemnly swear never to recognize the bogus laws?' Had I not been years ago familiar with equal scenes that preceded the joining of this lodge, I might have felt a little squeamish about the subject matter. To each and all questions proposed, I replied, General, while I emphatically say aye, aye to all the questions put, I do not recognize the necessity of this order in the least. When I left for Kansas, I had settled all these questions in my mind, but if a record of the same is wanted, I repeat, aye, aye. And thus I urge you to let us have less talkings and more doings around this great cause we have in our hands. Many others were initiated there." End quote. And this is where Mildfelt draws the connection with the Danites as the first Jayhawkers. When he reached the area just north of Fort Scott between the Osage and Little Osage rivers, Lane set about enrolling officers and men into his militia, which really meant bringing together multiple different regulator bands and using his new authority to make them official members of the militia. These bands were led by men like Montgomery, Abbott, Stewart, Bain, Samuel Shore, and Charles Jennison. Some of those will be important names, especially Montgomery and Jennison. And Mildfelt argues based on Leonhardt's writings that Lane must have not only enrolled these men in the militia, but also inducted most or all of them into the Danites. He quotes another account from August Bondy of an induction near the town of Sugar Mound, where he also explains the origin of the name Jayhawker. Quote, "We were ordered to break camp, Montgomery's, Jennison's, and Bain's companies sufficient to preserve order, and General Lane further ordered all men to meet at the schoolhouse at midnight, where, after a short speech, he enrolled all present, about 150, as the first members of the Kansas Jayhawkers. He explained the new name in this wise: as the Irish Jayhawk with a shrill cry announces his presence to his victims, so must you notify the pro-slavery hellhounds to clear out, or vengeance will overtake them." End quote. For all that bluster, though, this trip of Lane's really didn't amount to anything on the military action front. Whatever action there had been at Fort Bain was over by the time he got to the neighborhood, and he didn't do anything more other than hold some parades and inspections of the new militiamen. Certainly he didn't make any move against Fort Scott. This all drew frustration from the more aggressive and radical Danites, including Leonhardt, who thought they'd come here to strike back against the pro-slavery men in the area and not just march in parades. Leonhardt's opinion of Lane soured quite a bit during this time, and he came to see him as a politician who was all talk and no action. And, well, I can't exactly say he was wrong about that, judging from Lane's actions. By late December, he was back in Lawrence without having done anything with his militia or even authorized his lieutenants to do anything. Leonhardt wrote, quote, "The more I contemplated upon past events, the more convinced I became that General Lane was already placing himself on the inclined plane downwards and might, unknown to himself, slide off. Of one point I was certain: Lane had forever lost hold of the heart of one of his former boys." End quote. Very soon after this, some of the Danites became frustrated enough with Lane's inaction to split off and form their own group. Leonhardt was one of these, and he rode south out of Lawrence again before December was out to meet Montgomery and Stewart. One of their first acts as an independent Jayhawker gang involved a certain man in the area affiliated with border ruffians who had been involved with the burning of Osawatomie after the John Brown gang was defeated there back in August of 1856. Now, I'm going to read Leonhardt's account of that, but before I do, like I said a little while ago, Leonhardt's English is not great, and his writing is riddled with misspellings and grammatical errors. And this account is no different, but in this case, he doesn't even seem to be sure the name of the man he's talking about. At different times, he calls him Van Sumbwex, Van Sumbolt, Zamalt, and Zumkalt. And as I read the account, I won't correct him. I'll just read it as written because I think it's kind of funny how confused Leonhardt is about this guy's name. But just know that whenever I say a name that sounds like any of the above, he's talking about the same guy. Here's Leonhardt. Quote, "After a prolonged consultation with Montgomery and Stewart, the following plans of operation were given to our brother Danites for immediate approval. First, to leave off, defending ourselves, but attack the enemy at different points at the same time. Second, avoid, if possible, a general conflict with Missourians. Third, compel every pro-slavery man in the border who harbored ruffians to leave. Fourth, Kidnapping a Negro should be punished with death. The troops U.S. at Fort Scott should be coaxed to come out and follow one of our parties, while the other should dart into it and bring some prominent pro-slavery men as hostages in camp to compel citizens of Fort Scott to keep peace with us. Future events will prove how well the plans did work. When the men were asked, "Shall we unchain the dogs of war?" all voted yea. And now to some of the work. A few miles down the Little Osage lived that human fiend and murderer of several Free State men, Van Zumwix or Zumkalt, the same who put first the torch to the dwellings of Osawatomie. He was a desperado from the plains out west. Our scouts would occasionally find a written notice posted to the effect that the Yankees were cordially invited to call at his house and take tea with him and his many friends. After I had read one of the same posters myself, I considered this man the great leader of his clans, and to take him alive was our highest ambition. Montgomery's statement fully convinced me this man was of great note among the pro-slavery neighbors. Our plans to make the first call on Van Zumwalt were soon perfected. We knew that he was hardly ever without a host of ruffians camping in his timber. I examined their campfire myself and could have easily thrown a stone into their camp kittles. I knew the whole place. We succeeded in pushing a strong force of footmen into the timber, between the log house and the former camp of the ruffians. A fictitious note had been sent them to be on the lookout for the Yankees at the lower crossing near Burns' place. They left in great glee. We had half the battle won. And now quick, boys, to work. It is almost daylight. Stewart had selected for this nice piece of work Buchanan, Pickles, Coppock, Dick Pearson, Eliza Hill, Archer Cantrell, and R.J. Hinton, Montgomery, Pat Devlin, Cleveland, and 2 others whose names I lost from my daybook. We had surrounded the house and felt consciously for any loopholes, found several of them. As they could only be removed from the inside, we placed our rifles in such a position that they were able to do terrible work in case of enemies being inside. About 20 feet from the door and directly opposite was the well and smokehouse. Montgomery placed himself there to cover the door and fire the moment the rider should either be shot by the outcoming foe or Van Zumwalt should succeed dodging my ball. Hinton's special duty was, as soon as the door should be opened and but one shot fired, to force his way into the cabin, kick the backlog in the fireplace to give us more light on the subject. And this smart young Englishman did all that with a coolness which best spoke of his strong nerves of steel. I know of many a stalwart Kansan especially is that true, among those very men who were ever anxious to belittle him who would have utterly failed us, were they asked to stand now in Mr. Hinton's place here to my left. My right hand grasped firmly the revolver while knocking at the door. "Who's there?" A woman's voice spoke. "We have business with Mr. Van Zumwalt," my reply. "Who are you and what do you want?" "The avenging Danites have called on you to give an account for the murder of our men. Are you ready to entertain your guests? It is your last tea party." A few heinous oaths, and all was still. I strained every nerve that constitute clear perception, but perceived only a sly creeping along the floor of one person. All at once the door opened before I even had ascertained which way this opening would occur, and so close came his fowling piece to my head, a long Kentucky rifle, that I had to lean sidewards. He fired at me. The ball sent my spectacles, though fastened by a strong rubber band, to regions unbeknownst. The ball went through the brim of my black felt hat. Montgomery's rifle spoke next, his ball almost grazing my left ear, breaking Van Zumwalt's right collarbone. The ball went clear through and lodged in a log. R.J. Hinton jumped over the body of the fallen foe, now lying halfway in the door, and coolly kicked the backlog, as if but trying to warm his cold feet. I sprang also in the room and requested the woman to make no noise or suffer the consequences. We probed the ugly-looking big hole in our foe's chest. The following questions were asked by Montgomery. "Where is the powder and lead you have stored away? Quick, man, answer, or instant death is your penalty." He hesitated for some time, but feeling the probe being removed by Montgomery and bleeding profusely, he at last confessed. "Several kegs of powder, and I think about 50 pounds of lead in bars we threw into the creek, being too bulky and dangerous for us to transport to our camp. Our men were determined to kill the varmin, as Pat Devlin called him. some men for hanging him, a few to suffer him to bleed to death. But better counsel prevailed. It was agreed to make him the very first person whom we ordered to leave for Missouri inside of 24 hours or suffer certain death by order of the Danites. He promised faithfully to leave, if we but would spare his life. He did leave. From here we called on the older Ferry, the next most obnoxious pro-slavery man of the neighborhood. We reached his house just as the family was about ready to partake of their breakfast. Our hungry men enjoyed that breakfast most certainly. I informed Ferry that he had to leave for Missouri next day or suffer immediate death after the expiration of that period. He was very willing to go. We needed blankets and quilts. Here were many useless stored away. Those of us who needed some helped themselves. All these orders to leave were now given by the order of the Danites. At the Ferry's house we found a little Negro boy of about a year old, lying naked in front of the fireplace, warming himself. After our men had almost finished their breakfast, Joe Coppock took the little chap in his arm, put him on the table, and made him dance into the meat plate under a shower of laughter of all the men except its natural father. Montgomery brought the young slave mother of that boy to me and said, "Sir, this poor creature does not want to be free. She would rather go back with her master into Missouri." We did not coerce her into freedom. To several more places we went on that day, bringing messages from the reorganized order of the Danites. At noon on the following day, the new era of mowing back into Missouri took place, by order of the Kansas Danites. We went near Fort Scott and drove several of the most obnoxious neighbors with equal success back to Missouri, by order of the Danites. Written orders were issued and fastened to outhouses of others, to leave, and all this by order of the Danites. Example of order: leave for Missouri, never return. If found in blank, 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 from date, you shall suffer the penalty, blank, many crimes. We made our movements quickly and with telling blows. Our little army, not quite 200 men strong, was detached in small forces. We would all meet at certain rendezvous, and when morning came, we were perhaps 20 miles away. Our army became thus greatly exasperately by our foes, and soon we learned the startling news from a fugitive slave who had found our camp, that the whole Free State Army under Jim Lane, 1,000 strong, shall come and harry every pro-slavery hunter. His army had already driven every hunter from the South Fork of Middle Creek clean down to Fort Scott. This slave had fled from his hunter only a few miles south of our camp. He was in terrible fear of being overtaken by a slave hunter, with his 2 bloodhounds that were on his trail. We listened with great sympathy to his many tales of the deepest dyes of cruelty. There was a new feature for all of us abolitionists before us, to face the manhunter and his bloodhounds. I failed to describe our exact state of indignation. Before long the hounds came in our camp. A shot or shumping up, and that dog had traced the last slave. Its owner was also overtaken, blank, by the slave and dealt with according to the stern rules of our order. He was a professional slave hunter and was hung by a jury of his countrymen. End quote. Now this became the M.O. for Montgomery, Stewart, Leonhardt, and the other Danites. It's what Goodrich was talking about in that quote I read all the way back at the beginning of this section. And as Mildfelt will explain, this was something new, something that hadn't really been seen before in Kansas Territory, certainly not on the scale it was happening now with close to 200 men operating in the field all at once like this. John Brown's gang had done something kind of similar, but they'd never been aggressive or prolific enough to make people think there was an army of thousands operating in the area. Mildfelt says, quote, "My attempt to link the Danites as being the original Jayhawkers begins here. No organized group during the Bleeding Kansas era, other than John Brown's, had attempted to stay in the field on a continual mission of harassment, and as this group did exactly that, they set the precedent that followed and became the Jayhawkers in late 1858. It was the decision to turn the Danites into an action group that set this in motion. As mentioned previously, other written sources give the account for the shooting of Van Zumkalt in February 1858. Leonhardt gave it as Christmas Day 1857, and stated that had been the beginning day for the Danites' new mission of forcing pro-slavery settlers out of southeast Kansas. He noted they were doing this as a way to prepare for the upcoming election on January 4th, 1858. It was this election that would decide which constitution Kansas would attempt to join the Union with. Leonhardt claimed that the Free Staters had to know whether or not the pro-slavery forces in Missouri were planning on crossing into Kansas again and attempt to control the election through fraudulent voting means. This was the purpose behind their action, or canvassing, to go into Missouri and find this out, all before the election, and hopefully to prevent it. End quote. Now, like we said earlier, there was no major Missouri invasion of the polls in that January 4th election, and the Free State Party swept it, including the referendum on the Lecompton Constitution. But if you've been paying attention at all, you can probably guess that victory in one election wasn't going to stop Leonhardt, Montgomery, and the rest of the Danites from continuing their harassment campaign to drive the remaining Missourians out of southeast Kansas. So these were the beginnings of the Kansas Jayhawkers, and over the next year they would become an absolute menace to anyone along the Missouri border with any sympathies for or association with Missourians. Like the previous two winters, the winter of 1857 to 58 was a harsh one, but it doesn't seem to have stopped Montgomery and his men from jayhawking. They continued harassing settlers throughout January and February, and Goodrich seems to think this was actually fairly indiscriminate harassment. He calls them nominally Free State, but says they raided pro- and anti-slavery settlers alike. And I can't say for sure how true that is, but it makes some sense. I mean, we've talked about the kind of man who joins an outfit like this in the first place. He probably has more violent tendencies than the average man. He's more accepting of risk. It's a fair bet many were in this for the plunder from the beginning, and the cause was more of an excuse for them. And, well, if you were looking to steal a horse for the sale price, the political views of the man you stole it from wouldn't seem to matter very much. And oftentimes, it's hard to know what the affiliations of any particular settler were, even for the men at the time, let alone from a modern vantage point, and I can't imagine that men who were in this largely for plunder would be particularly thorough in making sure their intelligence was accurate. Then on February 11th, Montgomery might have slightly overplayed his hand. On that day, he rode directly into Fort Scott to serve warrants for the arrests of a few pro-slavery men who lived there. The men he'd come for weren't there. They'd gotten word of Montgomery's approach and slipped across the border to come back after he'd left. Fort Scott sits just a mile or two west of the Missouri border, so that would have been a pretty quick trip. Now, this was a bold move from Montgomery. Fort Scott had been originally established as a frontier army fort in the early 1840s, but the Army abandoned it in 1853, shortly before the Kansas-Nebraska Act was passed. As settlers flooded into Kansas in the second half of the 1850s, pro-slavery settlers took over the fort's buildings and started expanding the settlement into a civilian town. And by early 1858, Fort Scott was the county seat of Bourbon County and also the largest settlement in the southeast of the territory. And, of course, it was strongly pro-slavery, having been established post-Kansas-Nebraska Act by Missourian settlers. Up until mid-February, the Jayhawkers hadn't made any move against it directly, but Montgomery's attempt to serve these warrants signaled an increase in aggression. The men were apparently wanted for robbery. It's a little rich that a guy like Montgomery would be serving arrest warrants for robbery, but that's apparently what happened. They came back to Fort Scott after Montgomery left and kept living there with no objection from the other townspeople, and then rumors started going around about possible retaliation against Montgomery. Well, all that prompted Montgomery to ask for aid from Lawrence again, and a group was sent with Leonhardt as their leader. This time they brought 2 artillery pieces with them, and in response to that, not for the first time in Kansas territory, federal troops were called out from Fort Leavenworth to deal with what appeared to be another dangerously escalating situation. The commander of those troops, Captain George Anderson, wrote to Governor Denver, quote, "The second day after my arrival at this place, February 28th, I accompanied the U.S. Deputy Marshal with 50 men as a posse to execute writs and disperse a body of marauders, some 50 or 60 in number, who were committing depredations on the Little Osage.
They had driven several men from their claims, robbed others of everything they possessed, and shot one man, for an old grudge growing out of the difficulties of '56. I was informed by men of both parties that they boasted that they raised this foray to draw me from Fort Scott with all my men when they intended to sack the place and destroy it. The aim of these marauders seems to be to drive the pro-slavery party out of this part of the country, as all violence has so far been directed against men of that party, and in no instance has a man of the other party been molested." End quote. Now, Mildfelt says that the increase in aggression from the Jayhawkers actually coincided with a change of command. Sometime in late February, Montgomery may have handed off the overall command to Stewart, and Stewart may have been the one who really stepped up the pace of the raiding and robbery. I can't say for sure, I just know that I wouldn't trust any of these guys with my property. Mildfelt picks it up from here. Quote, "Things settled down somewhat for a few weeks, and then on the night of March 27, 1858, a group of pro-slavery men stopped at the home of Isaac Denton. After speaking outside with Denton, one of the men shot him as he turned to go back inside the house. Denton died a few hours later, but named W.B. Brockett and James Hardwick as his assailants. The same group of men next stopped at the home of Mr. Davis, also along the Little Osage. Mr. Davis refused to come outside after being called, and a load of buckshot was fired through the door. Next, the group went to the house of Mr. Hedrick. As he stepped to the door, he was shot with a shotgun and died immediately. Then, on the night of April 1st, an old man named Travis, who was a friend of Hardwick, was brought before the squatters' court and tried for the murders. Finding Travis not guilty, the court released him. Travis rode to the home of the two Wasson brothers, where three of the men before whom Travis had just been tried had followed him, and after conversing with him for a short time, one of them shot and killed Travis, and the other severely wounded the two Wassons. This new round of killing along the Little Osage caused settlers around Mapleton to organize a protective society, and they chose James Montgomery as its leader. Montgomery and his men now began ordering obnoxious families along the Osage to leave. After completing this along the Osage, the men moved on to the Marmaton. They were thus engaged on April 21st, when some of the men whom they had forced to leave made a requisition for a posse of United States troops, and a company of 20 men was sent out under Captain Anderson, along with the deputy marshal to arrest Montgomery and his men." End quote. That led to what became known as the Battle of Paint Creek, along a tributary of the Marmaton River called, Paint Creek, just a few miles southwest of Fort Scott. It was really more of a skirmish than a battle, but it's notable for being the first and only time that Free State paramilitary forces actually exchanged fire with U.S. federal troops. Leonhardt wrote an account of that battle, and before I read this, he'll mention a man named Hamilton here. Remember that name, because it'll be important later. Quote, "In the middle of April, we learned that the U.S. troops would be withdrawn from Fort Scott, and fearing that now Hamilton would likely come out and execute his plans, we made a dash into each pro-slavery settlement where we expected to draw him out into an open fight. Montgomery and 16 men dashed first over the Marmaton River about 12 miles from Fort Scott, but Hamilton fled into the fort. Judge Williams induced Captain Anderson with a squad of U.S. soldiers to go and catch Montgomery. This brought on the fight on Yellow Paint Creek. We did fight Uncle Sam. Captain Anderson was shot in the loin and his horse killed. His trooper on the right of him fell mortally wounded, and several horses were also wounded. The orders were to kill rather the horses first, but the men have forced to do so. Ben Hurley was the only one wounded on our side from troops on the hill who had not come into the ravine. A flag of truce appeared, asking us to promise to release their fallen commander and carry away the wounded. We granted this request. Captain Anderson, who had sworn to kill every blank, was now pulled from under his fallen horse. He never troubled us any more, but resigned for fear of being court-martialed for cowardly conduct in front of the enemy, and for making war upon citizens. We retired back into a circular thicket of close underbrush, which the troops reinforced to over 200 did not dare to penetrate. We fired first, and from that moment all fear of U.S. troops had gloriously vanished." End quote. And then Mildfelt doesn't quote this part of Leonhardt's account, but says that he lists Montgomery, Bain, Jennison, and Stewart as all being there at the battle. So talk about a turn of events, right? I mean, throughout the 1856 war, federal troops had been kind of a specter hanging over the entire thing. They didn't get directly involved very much, but when they did, it was a big deal. There was the time they'd been used to disperse the Free State legislature in Topeka, or there was the time they'd had a standoff with Lane's army outside Lecompton. Both of those times, people had watched on and dreaded what would happen if actual shooting started between the feds and the militia forces. Now there actually had been shooting between feds and militia forces, and the most significant effect it seemed to have was to destroy the image of federal troops as a threat in Kansas Territory. There are a couple of factors that make this fight different from what a fight in or near Topeka or Lecompton in 1856 would have been. First of all, it happened out in the middle of nowhere, away from the public eye, whereas crowds of civilians would have directly witnessed a fight in the streets of Topeka, for example. And second, while there had been multiple companies' worth of cavalry at Topeka, we're talking a battalion-sized force there, at Paint Creek, Anderson only had a couple of squads with him, or maybe a platoon-sized force at the most. But all that mattered to the Free State press, of course, was that Jayhawkers had clashed with U.S. troops and had won. Montgomery and all of his supporters were greatly emboldened by this. Goodrich quotes the newspaper, the Lawrence Republican, as saying, quote, "The prestige of U.S. soldiers as posses for border ruffians to harass the people with is destroyed. It has been satisfactorily demonstrated that a Sharp's rifle ball, well and carefully directed, will have the same effect on a dragoon as upon any common man." End quote. Let's not forget there was one man that died there at Paint Creek, and Goodrich quotes the Fort Scott Democrat on that. Quote, "His death threw a gloom over officers, soldiers, and citizens. He was a favorite in the company, a young man of studious habits, liberal education, the son of a respectable Philadelphian. It is right that those who shot him should know that he came from the North." End quote. Encouraged by the victory over U.S. troops, Montgomery's men only got bolder and more aggressive in their attacks on anyone vaguely suspected of pro-slavery sympathies in the region, and plenty of Free State settlers too. Goodrich quotes a New York Tribune correspondent at the time who said, quote, "If Free State, he was cursed for being a black Republican. If pro-slavery, he was cursed for being a border ruffian, and thus both sides were plundered. This conduct indicates that the band was nothing more or less than bandits." End quote. We're not even to full-scale guerrilla warfare yet, by the way. What's going on now barely even holds a candle to what will happen in Missouri in the 1860s. But even so, you can already see all the hallmarks of guerrilla warfare. We've seen the rough and violent men of the society being drawn to the region by the prospect of gain through plunder, or just the prospect of being able to act out their violent tendencies and get away with it. The line between soldier and civilian is blurred. It's unclear what exactly the Jayhawkers are. Are they part of the territorial militia? Are they sanctioned by the legislature? Are they just bandits, as the New York Tribune correspondent said? Nobody really seems to know, but at best it seems that the now Free State-controlled government of the territory was mostly turning a blind eye to them. And why wouldn't they? I mean, like Jim Lane in 1856, they were doing the dirty work for men like Robinson, Thayer, and Lawrence, who needed to keep their hands clean if they wanted to advance their political and business careers. One thing is certain, which is that Montgomery's campaign was highly successful in driving pro-slavery settlers back across the Missouri line. Most of the settlers in the region were located out on the open plains, usually clustered around the Marmaton, Osage, and Little Osage rivers, but without the benefit of a strong point such as Fort Scott to protect their homes and belongings. When a sizable force of men such as the Jayhawkers now were showed up with violent intent, people were more or less at their mercy. In the spring of 1858, a steady stream of refugees poured across the border from southeast Kansas back into Missouri. The Fort Scott Democrat wrote, quote, "It is a soul-sickening sight to see family after family flying from their homes, dragging after them the few effects which robbery may have left them. For days the roads have been lined with good, honest citizens, leaving the country of their choice for opinion's sake. Thus fathers, brothers, and sons have been obliged to leave mothers, sisters, and wives, to flee the country from these merciless scamps.
Farms are abandoned with crops planted, and everything wears a cheerless prospect." End quote. And western Missouri was feeling the effects of this too. Goodrich quotes a citizen of Cass County, one of the western Missouri counties bordering Kansas, who said, quote, "Every vacant house and shed is filled with these unfortunate people, 3 and 4 families in a single hut, who are in a destitute condition, and for food to sustain life solely rely upon the charity of Missourians, who are only restrained by federal bayonets from entering the territory, taking the law in their own hands, and executing justice upon these fellows by shooting them down like wolves, whenever and wherever they may be found." End quote. And that's where Charles Hamilton comes in. Yeah, remember that name Hamilton from that Leonhardt account of the Battle of Paint Creek. I've actually seen his name given as either Hamilton or Hambleton in a couple different places, so I'm not sure, but I'm going to call him Hamilton. Either way, Hamilton was a Georgian, one of those Southerners who had answered David Atchison's call in 1856 to come and make Kansas a slave state. He had a claim on the Merdazine River, a tributary of the Osage, and was one of the many driven off their claims by the Jayhawkers in the spring of '58. Having fallen back to Missouri to regroup, he wrote to friends still holding on in Kansas, quote, "Come out of the territory at once. We are coming up there to kill snakes, and will treat all we find there as snakes." End quote. Hamilton would fulfill that promise, and in doing so would commit the second of Kansas Territory's 2 most infamous massacres. W.B. Brockett was involved in this too. Remember, he was one of the 2 men named in the killing of Isaac Denton back in March. From Goodrich, quote, "As promised, on the morning of May 19th, Hamilton and a band of fellow refugees re-entered Kansas and moved up the Merdazine. On the outskirts of Trading Post, the Southerners seized Patrick Ross. In the village itself, storekeeper John Campbell was also captured. With his prisoners in tow, Hamilton pushed northeast. A mile or so from Trading Post, the Reverend Benjamin Reed was at a neighbor's farm, discussing school matters." Now quoting Reed, "While there conversing, Hamilton, with about 30 men, came up, all armed. He ordered me to fall into line. I said no. He drew a large pistol, cocked it, and presented it, saying, 'You won't, will you?' He then ordered me to fall into line. I did so. He then, with a number of his men, went into Mr. Nichols' yard and said they were going to search his house. Soon after, they returned with a number of guns. Presently, a man driving a 2-horse team drove alongside. He was ordered to stop. Some of the party said, 'Where do you live?' He replied, 'Sugar Mound.' Then the order was given to get out of the wagon and fall into line. He did so. We were at this time heading nearly east, directly towards the Missouri line." Back to Goodrich. "Charles Snyder and Michael Robinson were in a field planting corn when they looked up to see horsemen approaching. In Snyder's words," now quoting Snyder, "We saw them galloping across the prairie, and, suspecting they were Missourians and that something bad was at hand, we started for the house. We reached the house about the time they rode up. Hamilton said to Robinson he wanted him to go with them. Robinson, who was then standing in the door, replied that he was not in the habit of going with men that he did not know. Hamilton said he was going to have him, dead or alive. Robinson looked around towards me in the room and asked me in a low voice if it was not best to fight as long as we could. I answered no, that I thought we had better give up, as I knew we were innocent of any and all charges. We soon gave up, and went with them without resistance." Back to Goodrich. "Although a dozen captives, 2 young, 2 old, or members of the Masonic order, were soon released, and although a blacksmith Hamilton hoped to snare heroically fought off the gang, 11 others remained. The Reverend Mr. Reed was one." Quoting Reed again. "We were then ordered to march. After marching 3/4 of a mile or thereabouts, we were conducted into a deep, narrow ravine, and ordered to halt and form a line. Hamilton gave the command to face front. He then ordered his own men to form a line and present arms in front of us, the horses' feet being nearly as high as our heads, and about 10 feet from us. Someone said, 'The men don't obey the order.' Captain Hamilton gave the order again. They not all obeying, he gave it a 3rd time, swearing terribly. Back to Goodrich. "God damn you, why don't you wheel into line?" shouted Hamilton to W.B. Brockett. "I'll be damned if I'll have anything to do with such a goddamned piece of business as this," replied Brockett angrily. "If it was in a fight, I'd fire." Terrified and trembling, the 11 men in the ravine now knew what was coming as the horsemen finally formed into line. Hamilton drew out a large revolver, Reverend Reed remembered, then presented it towards the prisoners and gave the word, "Fire." In a cloud of smoke and dust, Reed and the others dropped down in a heap. When the shooting finally ceased, several riders dismounted. As the murderers moved along the ravine, the bodies were kicked over, and when any showed signs of life, they were shot again. Miraculously, though lying absolutely still, 6 victims remained alive by the time the horsemen remounted. "Soon I heard no more, only the tramp of horses' feet," recalled Reed as he lay bleeding from his wound. "Some began to groan. I spoke very low and said, 'Don't make a noise.'" When Reed's frantic wife reached the scene a short time later, the men begged her to bring help as quickly as possible. One of the victims had 4 bullets in his chest. A shotgun blast had ripped a hole through the stomach of another, from which his bowels protruded. Amos Hall rose from the ground and spit out the slug that had severed his tongue. Although these men survived their wounds, the slaughter of the other 5 sent new waves of shock throughout Kansas and the North. Even Southerners, mindful of John Brown's butchery on the Potawatomi and other Northern atrocities, were quick to condemn the massacre on the Mer de Zine, as well as the fiends and monsters who committed it. Raged one slavery journal, the Leavenworth Herald, now quoting the Herald, "The details are horrible in the extreme, and revolting to anyone who has not the heart of a savage. Such cowardly proceedings as these are a disgrace to a civilized country, and no excuse can be offered in justification. We believe that the pro-slavery men in that quarter have been harassed and persecuted by their enemies, but no principle of retaliation can justify them in such acts of cowardly murder." And back to Goodrich one more time. "We were poor, but we were living very happily together on our claim," sobbed the heartbroken wife of one victim. "When I felt lonely, I used to take my work out and remain with my husband in the field. Now the world is all dark, and I have nobody to go to for sympathy or advice." In the wake of the bloody tragedy near Trading Post, scores of fearful families fled either to Osawatomie if free soil, or to Missouri if pro-slave. Many of the latter found small solace across the line, for James Montgomery was soon leading his wrathful Jayhawkers, complete with artillery, into the state to threaten and terrorize the population. The border, both in Missouri and in the territory, had been vacated by the settlers for 6 or 8 miles on either side, wrote a witness. "It was like driving through a graveyard," agreed another viewer. End quote. The names of the dead at the Mer de Zine massacre were William Culpetzer, Patrick Ross, Michael Robinson, William Stillwell, and Charles Snyder. The wounded who survived were James Harris, brothers Austin and Amos Hall, Benjamin Reed, and William Haregrove. The 11th man, Joseph Mewett, was not even wounded. I've seen varying accounts that either say this was just some kind of miracle and he had the sense to fall down and play dead as if hit until Hamilton's men rode away, or that Hamilton actually released him from the line of prisoners before the shots were fired on account of his being politically neutral. This is the reality of guerrilla warfare. One side does something aggressive, the other side retaliates, things escalate, and everyone suffers, including, and maybe especially, those who aren't really that attached to either side and just want to get on with their lives. And Southeast Kansas looked to have a rerun of 1856 on its hands. Well, as the jayhawking preacher Montgomery responded to the massacre with yet more harassment and looting, and also extended his reach to touch Missourians across the border, his reputation and standing among Kansas Free Staters only grew. And understandably so. I mean, anyone would be horrified at the news of what happened on the Mer de Zine, and they'd be looking for someone who could protect them from future attempts to do similar things. Lane as well rustled up the militia in the northern part of the territory to ride south again and assist Montgomery, and before you knew it, sure enough, there were reports of raids across the border. This one was printed in the Missouri Republican. Quote, Lane's banditti. The Danite band organized by Lane, not content with stealing and murdering in the territory of Kansas, have, it would seem, found its boundaries altogether too contracted for their thievish propensities, and they have pushed their adventure into Missouri. The following letter, from a well-informed source in Jefferson City, presents a detailed account of the exploits of the banditti in Bates and Cass counties. Of its entire correctness we have no doubt. Jefferson City, May 26, 1858. Editor of Republican. Yesterday, a special messenger arrived in this city bearing a statement signed by many of the most reliable citizens of Cass and Bates counties. On the day subsequent, Montgomery's party, supposed to number between 200 and 250 men, crossed the line into Missouri and proceeded to West Point. In the language of the statement, they menaced, insulted, and outraged the citizens of that place, who were in a defenseless condition, in the most shocking and brutal manner. End quote. These were the exploits that, since the massacre, were now making Montgomery a hero in Kansas. A reporter named Albert Richardson, after witnessing Montgomery greeted with cheering crowds at every town he visited, quoted one bystander as telling him, quote, Now you can judge of the estimation in which we hold Montgomery. Even the conservative Free State men who censured him before the massacre now regard him as their protector and champion. Were any attempt made to arrest him, the entire population of the country would resist it. End quote. Richardson eventually got an interview with Montgomery, in which Montgomery explained his methods of guerrilla warfare. Quote, A guerrilla company, to be effective, must be self-sustaining, must subsist on the enemy. Therefore, we feed ourselves at pro-slavery larders and our horses at pro-slavery corn cribs. I live with my wife and 5 children in a very good log house. I didn't erect it myself. A gentleman from Missouri built it. But soon after he was unexpectedly compelled to leave the country, and so I have taken possession until he returns. End quote. Richardson would say of Montgomery after that interview, quote, He was that most formidable of characters, a praying fighter. He held daily religious worship in his family, and was reported very amiable and just in private life. Quiet, modest, and silver-tongued. But his eye had the uneasy glare peculiar to hunted men, and his hollow laugh aroused the constant and unpleasant suggestion of a mind diseased. End quote. A mind diseased. You know, that brings to mind for me an aspect of this jayhawking business that I don't think people really appreciate, which is the effects these kinds of acts have on the people committing them. It makes me wonder about the order of cause and effect of the disease. Let's take that statement at face value for a minute. Just say Richardson was right about Montgomery and he did have something you could call a disease of the mind. What I wonder is, was he jayhawking because his mind was diseased already, or did his mind become diseased through jayhawking? Maybe it's a little bit of both. We've already talked about the violent men that would be drawn to a situation such as Kansas was experiencing at this time, and maybe those men came there because their minds were already diseased in a sense. But think about the other option. What about the idealists? The men who really did come to Kansas with the best of intentions to rid the new state of the tyranny of the slave power. In their minds, they'd be raiding pro-slavery settlements for a good cause. But ask yourself, how many men could you see shot dead on their own doorsteps? How many women and children and families could you see fleeing destitute across the open prairie with only the clothes on their backs, many of them now widows and orphans? How much blatant robbery and wanton destruction of property could you commit and witness before you start to get this nagging feeling in the back of your mind that maybe you might be one of the bad guys? And if you do start to get that feeling, what does it do to your psyche over time? Could that be the cause of Montgomery's diseased mind as Richardson saw it? Well, the truest answer is that I have no idea. I'm just speculating here after all. I don't know what it was like inside Montgomery's head. Could be that Richardson was wrong about him and there was nothing wrong with his mind at all. He could have been a total psychopath lizard person for all I know, but these are the kinds of things I wonder about. Whatever the case, Montgomery made an even bolder move on June 7th when he and some of his men rode into Fort Scott, set fire to the Western Hotel there, and shot at anyone trying to put out the fire. The fire burned itself out without too much damage to the surrounding buildings. By mid-June, the southeast Kansas situation had escalated enough that the territorial government couldn't ignore it anymore. Montgomery might be too popular to arrest, but something clearly had to be done. From Goodrich, quote, "Following an audacious attempt to burn Fort Scott in early June 1858, and with Kansas and Missouri seemingly on the verge of war, new Territorial Governor James Denver, along with Charles Robinson, Judge John Wright, and many others seeking peace, journeyed south in hopes of ending the trouble once and for all. On June 14th, several hundred well-intentioned men of both parties assembled in front of a Fort Scott hotel to hear words of wisdom and peace delivered by their leaders. When Denver, Robinson, and Wright had finished their appeals, tall Herculean Epaphroditus Ransom rose to speak." That's a great name, isn't it? Epaphroditus Ransom. Anyway. Despite being a former governor of Michigan, Ransom was a staunch slavery man, and soon after taking the stand, the gray-haired giant left no doubt as to which side was at the root of all evil in Kansas. "Judge Wright," said a startled Albert Richardson, as old as Ransom and quite as hot-blooded, instantly sprang up in front of the speaker and exclaimed, now he quotes Richardson's account, "It is false, sir, totally false." Ransom retorted by giving him the lie, and for a few seconds the two aged men faced each other defiantly. From the speaker's stand, I glanced down upon the assemblage. Instinctively, as by the law of gravitation, the auditors fell apart into two bodies, separated only by the space of 8 or 10 feet. For an instant, there was a breathless silence. Then the air was rent with the shouts. "It's true! It's false! It's a damned lie!" A few raised their rifles and shotguns. The rest drew revolvers from their belts, and on every side was heard the sharp click, click, click of the cocking weapons. The speaker's platform, containing 30 or 40 persons of both parties, presented a similar scene. Revolvers were drawn, threats exchanged, and Governor Robinson stood close behind Ransom with clenched fists ready to hurl him down the steps the moment hostilities should begin. All this occurred almost in the twinkling of an eye, and a bloody fight seemed inevitable. But just at this moment, Governor Denver, who was in the hotel parlor conversing with a party of ladies, heard the tumult, rushed out, sprang between Ransom and Wright, and commanded the peace. Back to Goodrich. Order was indeed restored, and the following day both sides, thoroughly weary of the reign of disorder, signed an accord to avoid intemperate language, obey the laws, and discountenance violence. 2 days later, even James Montgomery promised to give peace a go and devote himself to his cattle and cornfields. "I have accepted the olive branch," the Jayhawker announced. End quote. Mildfelt gives a little more detail on what was involved in this truce. Quote, "Governor Denver, accompanied by Charles Robinson and others, went south on an inspection tour on June 9th to see what could be done to relieve tensions in the area. At a large public meeting held in Fort Scott, proposals were laid out to restore peace in the area, and although at one point the meeting almost turned into a riot, the result was a series of resolutions generally known as the Denver Peace Treaty. The plan that was adopted on June 16, 1858, called for a withdrawal of troops from Fort Scott, an election of new officers in Bourbon County, the stationing of troops along the Missouri border, and suspension of the execution of old writs, and Montgomery and his men would abandon the field and go home. The terms of the Denver Treaty were a compromise in that the Free State men agreed to abide by the decision of the court and to resort to law in the settlement of their disputes. However, the Free State men finally held control of the local government." End quote. I find it funny that he calls this a compromise there. It's really not a compromise at all. It's just a win for the Free Staters. The Free Staters say, okay, we'll throw you guys a bone and agree to abide by the decisions of the local court from now on. Also, we control the local court now. How about that? Isn't that nice for us? But you guys got what you wanted to, because we're now abiding by the court's decisions, you see. Sounds totally absurd to me. I guess the pro-slavery side got a small win here with Montgomery and his men agreeing to go home, but as we'll see, even that won't stick for very long. I guess being on the winning side means you get to dictate the peace terms. One man conspicuously absent from the Fort Scott treaty negotiations was Jim Lane. See, Lane was a volatile guy, to say the least, and his volatility, besides being useful to the New England Yankees in an unspoken kind of way, also had a tendency to get him into personal trouble. Going all the way back to 1856, Lane had been carrying on a personal beef with another Free Stater named Gaius Jenkins. Jenkins, like Lane, was from Indiana originally, but he was also an employee of the Immigrant Aid Society, which makes him sort of symbolically a representative of the northeastern faction of the Free State movement in the dispute we're about to talk about. This beef, like so many others in this time and place, originates from a claim dispute. Lane and Jenkins both laid claim to the same plot of land in Lawrence, and while Lane was gone to the north in the summer of '56, Jenkins seized the opportunity to take physical possession of the land for himself. That trip ended in Lane's famous ride from Nebraska City to Lawrence in August, and shortly thereafter, Jenkins was imprisoned in Lecompton along with many other leaders of the Free State movement, and Lane was able to take the claim back. Now, I don't know all the legalities of this claim dispute. I don't know who was in the right, and frankly, I don't really care because I think the legalities here are secondary to the personal grudge between Lane and Jenkins. Robert Collins argues in his book that Lane was in the right, and he probably knows more than I do about it, but I also know that Collins really wants to portray Lane as a good guy, and I don't know enough about this to say whether he might be leaving out some key information that shows Lane in a bad light. Whatever the case there, maybe a bigger reason for this grudge goes back to a grave on the property. When Lane had first lived there in early 1856, one of his daughters died, and he buried her there on the claim. He claimed that later that year when he came back, after Jenkins had been living there, the grave had been defaced and the body dug up and moved somewhere unknown, and Lane blamed Jenkins for that until his dying day. A friend of Lane's named James Christian wrote, quote, "Lane and myself spent several days hunting and digging about where we supposed the grave was located, and both came to the conclusion that the body had been dug up, as no trace of the coffin could be found. I shall never forget the expression of his face, as with compressed lips he exclaimed, 'Such a blank ghoul is not fit to live. If I was only certain that he dug up my child out of revenge upon me, I would kill him at first sight.' The tears started in his eyes. I tried to calm him by telling him we might be mistaken. 'Yes,' said he, 'but why did the brute tear the paling away and plow over the grave so that it could never be found? I will have the blood out of his goddamned black heart.'" End quote. Now, clearly the dispute couldn't possibly have started with that, right? I mean, you wouldn't dig up and deface the grave of someone's daughter unless you already had a serious grudge against that person. Why Jenkins would do that, I really don't know, and so I'll stay out of judging who was more in the wrong. But the point is, these two guys hated each other long before 1858. In the meantime, sometime in 1857, Lane had gone back home to Indiana and reconciled with his estranged wife, who had filed for divorce in '56. They remarried, and she followed him back to Kansas with their remaining children. In May of '58, Lane and Jenkins finally took the case to court at Lecompton for adjudication, and the court initially ruled in favor of Jenkins, but Lane was able to get them to agree on a later court date for the presentation of more evidence. To make matters worse, at this time, Lane and Jenkins were both living on or near the land in question. Lane was in possession of the disputed claim, and Jenkins owned some land right next door that he was living on. And before the next court date came around, the grudge came to a head. From Goodrich, quote, "At 1 p.m. on June 3rd, Jenkins, his 2 nephews, and a hired hand approached the gate separating his land from Lane's. Because the spring he normally used had become oily and undrinkable, Jenkins began the habit of boldly crossing to the well near Lane's house and drawing water that he felt was rightfully his. Earlier that day, Jenkins's employee, Ray Green, had done the same thing but was hailed upon leaving. 'If you come in this yard again,' Lane warned, 'I'll shoot you, you damned scoundrel.' 'The hell you will,' countered Green. When Lane repeated the threat, the hired man grabbed his pails and walked away. 'Shoot and be damned,' Green laughed. Later, after lunch, when Jenkins's wife wanted more water, the 4 men, fully armed, returned. 'Lane was in the yard walking to and fro when we arrived at the gate,' Ray Green recalled. He said, 'Jenkins, if you come into this yard, I'll shoot you.' Jenkins replied, 'Enough of that talk.' Grabbing an axe, Jenkins began chopping at the gate, which Lane had nailed shut. Henry Jenkins was by his uncle's side." Now quoting Henry Jenkins, Lane said, "I'll shoot you, Jenkins, if you come in the yard." While he was in the act of knocking down the gate, Lane repeated, "I'll shoot you if you come in the yard." Just as he got it about knocked down, Lane started for the house after the gun. Uncle was about through when Lane came out with the gun. Lane said again, "I'll shoot you." After my uncle had advanced 30 feet or more, Lane drew his gun and fired. A second later, perhaps more, Uncle fell on his side forward, dead in his tracks. I rushed up and put my hand on his breast. Back to Goodrich. Pulling a pistol, Ray Green fired several rounds, striking Lane and forcing him into the home. His uncle riddled with buckshot, Henry Jenkins quickly saw that there was little he could do. "I rolled him over on his back," said the boy. His wife, I think, was the second person who came up to him. I saw her coming, and crying, "Is he killed?" I tore open Uncle's shirt. The blood was gushing out of his mouth. A visitor to Lawrence, Albert Richardson, was in the office of the Herald of Freedom at the time. Now quoting Richardson, "Suddenly a voice was heard from the street. 'Jim Lane has killed Gaius Jenkins, and a mob has gathered around his house to hang him.' We all hastened to Lane's house half a mile away. Around it were 200 or 300 excited men, a few proposing to lynch Lane, but the majority declaring that he should be tried by due course of law. I found General Lane upon a bed in his house, crippled by a pistol shot in the knee, and surrounded by his wife and children, all in tears. At the residence of Jenkins, only a few yards away, lay the bloody corpse of the husband and father, while the air rung with shrieks from the widow and the fatherless." End quote. So Lane was absent from the Fort Scott treaty negotiations because he was in Lawrence, busy with his own murder trial, which started on June 15th, the day before the treaty negotiations. The man who arrested Lane after the shooting was none other than his old friend Sam Walker, now Douglas County Sheriff. The trial lasted 2 weeks, and Lane's defense hinged on self-defense. It had to. He really didn't have any other choice since there were many witnesses who saw him shoot Jenkins. There was conflicting testimony disputing whether or not one of Jenkins's friends had fired first, and this turned out to be the key point. On June 30th, the 3 judges involved in the case decided there was enough of a reasonable doubt as to Lane's guilt that they returned a verdict of not guilty on grounds of self-defense. Now, you have to remember that the context of this dispute is factional strife between the eastern and western wings of the Free State movement. Each wing had a dog in the fight, and as such, the shooting was instantly made into a political issue. As with all such cases in American politics, the opinion of any given newspaper man on Lane's guilt or innocence was mostly determined by his party allegiance and his opinion of Lane as a politician. Collins writes, quote, "Leverett Spring wrote that in the wake of the killing of Jenkins, Lane's moods varied wildly. He said that someone who met him on the streets of Lawrence in these dark days described him as careworn, haggard, reduced almost to a skeleton, the picture of despair. Yet on another occasion, Spring noted that when someone said to Lane that the killing might hinder his ambitions, Lane replied, "Oh, that won't make any difference. General Jackson was a duelist, and I don't believe that the killing of a man in self-defense will hurt me." End quote. But it did hurt him. Despite his acquittal, Lane's political career was never quite the same after the shooting because, as a politician, he was nothing if not polarizing. If he had a strong base of dedicated supporters in Kansas, he also had a whole lot of detractors who were just as dedicated. Those detractors made plenty of hay out of this incident and were probably always bound to consider him guilty of murder, no matter what the court decided. Prior to the shooting, he'd actually entertained hopes of a presidential run in 1860, but that idea was out the window now, and he'd spend the rest of 1858 playing catch-up and trying to regain his lost popularity by very publicly converting to the Methodist faith, among other things. While Lane desperately tried to rebuild his reputation, the peace held for a while in the Southeast. But in the fall, the Jayhawkers picked right back up with their raiding again. That resurgence just happened to coincide with the harvest season, which I'm sure was just a total coincidence. Many of the other Jayhawkers besides Montgomery really upped their reputations for violence during this time, such as Jennison and another man named Marshall Cleveland. Reverend Stewart earned the nickname of either the Fighting Parson or the Thieving Parson, depending on who was talking about him. Mildfelt says that this resurgence in jayhawking activity was sparked by a failed attack on Montgomery at his cabin on the night of October 30th, when a group of unknown men knocked at his door, tried to get him to come outside, then took a shot at him before running away. Whether that's actually what sparked the new activity or whether there was already jayhawking going on before that, I don't really know. The timeline is hazy on this stuff. But October of 1858 also seems to be the first time the term jayhawking started to appear in newspapers. When Governor Denver heard about the Jayhawkers starting up again, he wrote to his wife, quote, "Confound the place. It seems to have been cursed of God and man. It requires all the powers conferred on me by the President to prevent them from cutting each other's throats. They are ready to cheat, to swindle, violate their word of honor given in the most solemn manner. In fact, they are, in a good part, a most rascally set." End quote. Anybody want to guess what happens next with Denver? Shouldn't be too hard to guess by now. Yeah, he resigned in frustration after about 9 months in office. I do have some good news, though. This absolute revolving door of Kansas territorial governors would finally come to an end with Buchanan's next appointment, Samuel Medary, appointed later in the fall. As the sixth and final territorial governor, he would be the one to last until Kansas was admitted as a state in January 1861, although that likely had more to do with the circumstances of the territory than with any outstanding personal qualities of his. The latest string of jayhawking raids led to the arrests of two of Montgomery's men, Benjamin Rice and John Hudlow. They were being held in the Western Hotel at Fort Scott, and Montgomery's answer to this was to mount a rescue operation, which would turn out to be the largest jayhawker operation in the Southeast up to this point. Montgomery collected at least 5 separate contingents totaling some 75 men at Fort Bain. There was a contingent from Lawrence, commanded by Sam Wood, one from Emporia under Preston Plum, one from Osawatomie under Samuel Williams, one from around the Little Osage under Samuel Stevenson, and finally, Montgomery's own contingent from Sugar Mound. There was another familiar face involved in planning this rescue, one John Brown. That's right, he was back in Kansas. We'll talk about where he's been and what brought him back shortly, but he didn't actually end up participating in this raid because the men elected Montgomery as overall commander, and well, if Brown couldn't be the captain of the team, he didn't want to play, so he took his ball and went home. On the night of December 15th, the 75 men marched towards Fort Scott, hauling with them an artillery piece that Leonhardt calls Old Betsy in his writings. There had been rumors flying around Fort Scott of just such a raid as this, but the rumors said the attack was coming the night before, on the 14th, and when it failed to materialize that night, the citizens of the town were lulled into a false sense of security so that they were taken completely by surprise on the 15th. This is Leonhardt's account of what happened. Quote, "On the night of the 15th December, we went to release Brother Benjamin Rice with 68 men and Old Betsy. Cold, chilly ride through pitch darkness over snow and ice. We divided into 3 companies. 1, to surround Sheriff Hill's house. 2, to surround the Hotel Kagi. 3, to go in and release Rice. The doors we kicked open, except the one where Rice was in, and that Elias Snyder burst open with a bed rail or gunstock. Rice was chained to the floor, and soon among his friends again. Was Captain Brown with us? Answer, no. He went part of the way, but remained on the Little Osage. Captain Eli Snyder and his son Elias affidavits if needed. He had asked Montgomery what his plans were in regard to the prisoners taken from Fort Scott and how he expected to arrange the affair of the attack. Montgomery's reply was, he had no plans, left such things for the moment and to spring up to arrange. Captain Brown thought such impulses very wrong and objected to go any farther with the expedition. He was in favor of burning the town. Affidavits of Elias Snyder to that effect, if needed." End quote. I'm not sure why Leonhardt calls it the Hotel Kagi in that account. The name is of John Kagi, who was an abolitionist and one of John Brown's men. Definitely not a guy who would have a hotel in Fort Scott named after him, so I'm not sure what that's about. The Jayhawkers had the drop on the whole town, and once they'd rescued Rice, they figured they might as well do a little destruction while they were in town, so they started rounding up residents out in the street. One of the raiders later wrote, quote, "As it was frosty, a fire was built for the comfort of the prisoners. The furniture of Judge Williams' office and all his books were used for fuel. Judge Ransom and Marshal Campbell complained bitterly and protested that it would go hard with us for handling United States officers in such a manner, but the boys ridiculed them, and one little insignificant fellow, Avia Flint, ordered them to keep still and pushed them around with his little old squirrel rifle. He was a very small, cadaverous-looking fellow, weighing not over 100 pounds, and ex-Governor Ransom was far above 6 feet and portly, and he made a ludicrous spectacle marching at the command of such a very inferior guard. Judge Williams was jolly and good-natured, and asked the boys to spare his fiddle and wardrobe, which they did, but his court and all the belongings were literally destroyed, and he was compelled to witness it." End quote. One of the men in Fort Scott that night was Marshal John Little, the man who had led a posse in a failed attempt to make arrests at Fort Bain earlier in the year. He and a friend named George Crawford ducked into a store when the raiders rode into town, and they decided they were not going to be rounded up into the street with the other townspeople. A Fort Scott Democrat reporter, who was also in the store, wrote an account of what happened there. Quote, "As soon as they could dress, John stepped to the door with his gun to see the position of friend and invader. The guard appointed for that door advanced and was told not to come further. He did so, and in an instant John fired, closing the door and remarking that he had shot one of them. The guard lodged a ball in the side of the door about an inch above his head. The shots were simultaneous. Soon after, a Sharp's rifle ball was sent through the window, the stovepipe, and the partition wall. Mr. Crawford took his friend's gun to load, and Little disappeared into the storeroom by an inside door. He mounted a box and was looking to the hotel out of a window over the door when a Sharp's rifle ball penetrated his forehead. He fell instantly, his blood and brains pouring out upon the floor." End quote. The remaining occupants of the store held out for 2 hours, but when the raiders brought Old Betsy up, they surrendered in short order. Little was the only man killed in the raid, but one death was enough to cause anguish. John Little had a fiancée in Fort Scott, and she wrote a letter to Montgomery later telling him all about the evil he'd done. Quote, I heard you said in a speech a few days since that you were not sorry you had killed John Little, that he was not killed too soon. Oh, the anguish you have caused. He was one of the noblest men ever created, brave and true to his country and word. You can't say he ever injured an innocent person. A few days more and we were to be married, then go south to trouble you no more. But through your influence he was killed, sent to another world without even time to pray or say goodbye to his friends. But thanks to God, if you did kill his body, you can't touch his soul. No, it is in the spirit land now. The cry of, the Osages are coming, can awake him no more. For he now quietly sleeps in our little graveyard. But remember this, I am a girl, but I can fire a pistol, and if ever the time comes, I will send some of you to the place where there is weeping and gnashing of teeth. You, a minister of God. You mean a minister of the devil. End quote. I have to wonder how many letters like that Montgomery might have gotten in his life, and whether they might have contributed to his disease of the mind that Albert Richardson wrote about. Concluding the account of this raid on Fort Scott, Goodrich writes, quote, though surprisingly little was looted while the Jayhawkers held Fort Scott, several raiders did attempt to lure a local slave from his master. The effort failed, however, and when the bondsman opted to remain put, the men politely left him in peace. It was just such milk-and-water abolitionism that John Brown despised. In his war to end slavery, neither master nor slave had a say in the matter. As an enforcer of God's will, Brown knew the true course and would act accordingly. 4 days after the raid on Fort Scott, Brown took the first step of his long-awaited war into Africa. On the night of December 20th, 1858, the old man and 24 abolitionists passed quietly along the snow-covered valley of the Little Osage and entered Missouri. End quote. But before we get to that, we need to talk about where John Brown has been, because he has not been idle since he left Kansas in 1856. This is Tony Horwitz in Midnight Rising on his exit from the territory. Quote, in early October 1856, 5 weeks after the battle at Osawatomie, Brown left Kansas in the back of a wagon, desperately ill with dysentery and fever. Winter approached, he had nowhere to live, and most of his family had already retreated east, exhausted by the fighting. Brown had entered Kansas exactly a year before, a weary pioneer with a broken-down horse and 60 cents in his pocket. His health, financial and physical, wasn't any better upon his departure from the territory. But the failed businessman and virtual unknown who had arrived in Kansas the previous year was leaving it as Captain Brown of Osawatomie, a hero to abolitionists and slavery's great scourge. Brown's name now carried weight, and he intended to make the most of it. You need not be anxious about me if I am sometime on the road, Brown wrote his wife upon reaching Iowa, as I have to stop at several places, and go some out of my way, having left partly on business, expecting to return if the troubles continue in Kansas. By business, Brown no longer meant wool selling or any of the other trades he'd pursued. His new vocation was guerrilla warfare, and to wage it he needed men, money, and weapons. This mission would keep him in constant motion for the next 3 years, as he shuttled from Kansas to New England to Canada and points between, preparing his crusade into Africa. Brown made one of his first stops in northern Ohio, where his father, Owen, had died that May, a few weeks before his family's bloody rampage on the Potawatomi. Though Brown hadn't learned of his father's death until after the massacre, Owen had written in late March that he felt death was at the door, and asked his family to pray for his salvation, signing his last letter, "Your unfaithful parent." In one of his final letters to his father, Brown expressed the hope that Owen would live to witness the triumph of that cause you have labored to promote. Owen's impending death may have hardened Brown's resolve to strike a blow against slavery, and at the same time freed him to take up arms, a measure his father disapproved of, except in defense. From Ohio, Brown continued east, in full freedom fighter persona. He carried props from his frontier combat, including a Bowie knife taken from the pro-slavery leader he'd defeated at Blackjack, and a chain his foes had used to shackle his eldest son. He'd embarked on an errand from the territory, Brown wrote in his speaking notes, to enable me to continue my efforts in the cause of freedom. End quote. As he'd told his son Jason while looking out over the burning town of Osawatomie, Brown intended to carry his war into Africa, and by Africa he meant the South. But let's just take stock for a second of what he'd actually done in Kansas and compare it to this freedom fighter persona he was putting on for the Yankees back east. First of all, this professed abolitionist had freed exactly 0 slaves. 0. None. He'd done precisely nothing for any real-life slaves up to this point. What's more, he hadn't even tried to, and it's not like the opportunity wasn't there. I mean, there were plenty of slaves in the territory that would have needed freeing, according to him, and if he couldn't find any in Kansas, the Missouri border was only 20 miles away from where he lived around Osawatomie. There were plenty of abolitionists in places like Osawatomie, Lawrence, and Topeka who would have been happy to help Brown convey slaves north to Nebraska Territory and beyond. But Brown hadn't made any move towards helping anyone concrete. What he had done was to not just fight a war, but do a great deal to help instigate one over the abstract concept of abolitionism. From what I can tell, any real flesh and blood people who came into contact with Brown in Kansas in 1856 in any significant way ended up worse off for the experience. The victims of the Potawatomi massacre and their families are the obvious first examples. Then you have Brown's sons. One of them was killed at Osawatomie. 2 of them were captured and beaten by pro-slavery militia. Several of them went crazy, all as a direct result of their association with their father. Then there was his family back home at North Elba, barely scratching out a living without any leadership or guidance from the patriarch. I don't think you could show me a demonstrable example of any person who benefited in any tangible way through their association with John Brown up to this point. If you had said any of this to Brown at the time, I imagine he'd have said something like, sacrifices have to be made for the cause. To make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs, right? Except there's no omelet. There's only broken eggs. And what's more, John Brown has no idea how to even make an omelet. All he knows is that step 1 is cracking a few eggs, so he was going to crack eggs. And yet, he was already being lauded as a hero by many in the Northeast by the time he left Kansas. Osawatomie Brown, whose actions in Kansas had helped no one and hurt many people, was a hero of the abolitionist movement. Because this is what ideology does. It sacrifices the concrete to the abstract. It doesn't matter how many real people we hurt or how few real people we help, as long as we can tell ourselves we're doing it in service of some high-minded ideal like abolishing slavery. I'll come back to this in a bit, but I think you can tell a lot about what a movement is and what it values by looking at the heroes it chooses for itself. Keep this question in mind as we go forward. What does it say about the abolitionist movement that it would choose a man like John Brown as one of its heroes, maybe its greatest hero in the end? One thing John Brown was, besides a deadbeat husband and father, a violent ideologue and murderer, was a showman. Like Horowitz said in that quote, Brown needed men, money, and weapons to carry out his war plans, and for that, he needed to get the attention of some of these New England philanthropist businessman types. One way you might be able to get the attention of money men to fund your venture would be to have a plan. A well-thought-out, strategic vision with concrete, achievable goals and a realistic route to get there. Well, as we'll see, Brown never had any of that, so he took a different route for attracting the supporters he needed. He sold them an image. And that he was very good at least at first. As he embarked on this Eastern fundraising tour, Brown knew exactly what these New England types expected him to be. He gave them everything they expected and more, and they ate it up. And it's hard to say how conscious Brown was of what he was doing, but it seems to me that he was really hamming it up sometimes. From Horowitz again, quote, Brown's austerity of speech and manner and his unbending faith in himself and his mission evoked frequent comparisons to the Puritan warrior Oliver Cromwell. Brown's rigidly erect bearing and weather-beaten face added to the impression, as did his deacon fighter attire. High-collared white shirt, brown broadcloth suit, gray military-style cape. Brandishing the captured Bowie knife strapped just above his boot, or loading a revolver as he warned of federal marshals on his trail, Brown also introduced a frizzen to the genteel parlors of New England. "I should hate to spoil these carpets," he told one Boston hostess, "but you know I cannot be taken alive." Another hostess was struck by his moral magnetism and ability to stir the conscience of wealthy abolitionists. Upon hearing of his sacrifices and devotion to the cause, Mary Stearns wrote, "It suddenly seemed mean and unworthy, not to say wicked, to be living in luxury while such a man was struggling for a few thousands to carry out his cherished plan." End quote. So Brown was traveling around New England, meeting all these rich and famous people like Ralph Waldo Emerson and Henry David Thoreau, among others. He'd walk around with this Bowie knife strapped to his leg, always armed, talking about maybe having to fight to the death with federal marshals who were always on his trail. In reality, there was nobody on his trail, and there never would be, not here in the Northeast. And by the way, if there had been someone on his trail, he wouldn't have been all that hard to find. I mean, it's not like his presence was some kind of big secret. Many people knew he was around. This was an act, and like I said before, people ate it up. Now you might be wondering, how does a guy like John Brown find his way into this upper crust of New England society anyway? The answer lies with a man named Franklin Sanborn. Now, besides Horwitz's book, there's a book I'll be quoting a lot from for this section called The Secret Six, The True Tale of the Men Who Conspired with John Brown by Edward J. Renahan, Jr. I'm just going to leave that title hanging out there for you to contemplate for a minute before I come back to it and explain, but Sanborn was Brown's bridge into this world. He was a young man, 26 years old in that January of 1857 when he met Brown for the first time. He was a member of the Massachusetts State Kansas Committee, one of those state-level organizations modeled off the Immigrant Aid Society that supported abolitionist immigrants to Kansas. He was also a Harvard graduate and was very well connected in the abolitionist movement. Renahan introduces him this way as Brown met him in the Boston office of the Massachusetts State Kansas Committee. Quote, "When Brown first met him that January of 1857, the 26-year-old Sanborn had a certain dark celebrity around Boston. When still in his teens, the handsome New Hampshire-born Sanborn had fallen in love with a daughter of the affluent Walker family. Slightly older than Sanborn, the fragile yet precocious Ariana Walker helped her young suitor with his studies at Phillips Exeter Academy and encouraged him to continue on to Harvard. Sanborn was still at Harvard when he received the grim news that Ariana was dying of a rare neurological disease. He married her on her deathbed, buried her within days of their wedding, and treasured her letters and a lock of her hair the rest of his life. After his nearly simultaneous marriage and bereavement, the glum young man with the black band on his stovepipe hat, making daily visits to the churchyard, was much of the talk around Harvard and in Boston society. He seemed the epitome of romantic Victorian mourning in an age that made a cult not just of death, but especially of tragic youthful death. Several months after Ariana's demise, Sanborn got an estimate of the expense for an exhumation. He wanted to look upon her just once more. His friend Emerson had once unearthed his young son for the same purpose. In Sanborn's case, however, the transaction does not seem to have gone forward. In time, Sanborn's grief gave way to the concerns of his continuing life, his career as a teacher, and his growing involvement in the anti-slavery movement. Sanborn's class at Harvard, the class of 1855, numbered among its members Phillips Brooks and Alexander Agassiz. Sanborn graduated 7th in his class and was elected to Phi Beta Kappa, but declined the election, calling the society an unjustifiable intellectual aristocracy. After graduation, Sanborn moved to Concord and opened a college preparatory school. In writing a testimonial for Sanborn to include in the promotional brochure for his new venture, Bronson Alcott called Sanborn sensible and manly, and said the young teacher commands the respect of all who know him. He was, wrote Alcott, a graduate of Harvard and a scholar, in politics a Republican. As Sophia Hawthorne recalled, the Sanborn School was soon popular and prosperous, attracting scholars from the best families. The sons of Emerson, Hawthorne, and Horace Mann were enrolled, as were the younger sons of Henry James Sr. Alcott, in a private journal entry, qualified his opinion of Sanborn with a word of caution. It might be that Sanborn was something of a revolutionary in a quiet way. Sanborn's friend Henry Thoreau expressed a similar sentiment, saying Sanborn's quiet, steadfast earnestness and ethical fortitude are of the type that calmly, so calmly, ignites and then throws bomb after bomb. It was the late Ariana's brother George, an abolitionist who had known John Brown in Springfield, who suggested that Brown seek out Franklin Sanborn. Brown came to me in this city, Sanborn recounted for a Boston audience in 1897, with a note of introduction from a kinsman of mine in Springfield, both of us being Kansas committeemen, working to maintain the cause of freedom in that territory, and Brown having been one of the marked fighting men there in the summer before. His theory required fighting in Kansas. It was the only sure way, he thought, to keep that region free from the curse of slavery. His errand was to levy war on it, and for that to raise a company of 100 well-armed men who should resist aggression in Kansas and occasionally carry the war into Missouri. Behind that purpose, but not yet disclosed, was the intention to use the men thus put into the field for similar incursions into Virginia and other southern states. But to get the whole enterprise off the ground, he needed 200 Sharps rifles and $30,000 in cash. Sitting in the small, flickering glow of Sanborn's little light, Brown seemed larger than life as he spent several hours telling an awed Sanborn tales from the Kansas battlefront. He spoke of the Wakarusa War, omitting his fomenting of dissension among the Free State ranks. He told of his fleeting and almost accidental conquest at the Battle of Blackjack, as if it had been a success born of strategic genius. And he described his dismal performance during the fight at Osawatomie in the same glowing terms. Brown's victory at Blackjack, wrote Frank Stearns, who as a boy heard Brown recount his exploits within a week of when Sanborn did, was as brilliant an affair as the Concord fight of 1775, and at the subsequent Battle of Osawatomie, he inflicted such a severe loss on the Missourians that they never invaded that section of Kansas again. Brown did not mention the events along the Pottawatomie Creek. When Sanborn asked him what had happened there, for he had heard rumors, John Brown assured Sanborn of his complete innocence. Knowing what would play best in Boston, Brown made sure Sanborn knew that he was descended from Peter Brown, a carpenter who had arrived on the Mayflower with some of Sanborn's forebears in 1620. He also pointed out that his paternal grandfather was a martyr of the Revolution, killed while serving as commander of the 18th Connecticut Regiment. The Mayflower, the Revolution, the blood of the old Puritans flowing in the devout, resolute, and seemingly incorruptible Brown, who was so intent on fulfilling the promise implicit in the Declaration of Independence by eradicating slavery forever. It all seemed so right, so appropriate. Sanborn would say in a speech that he felt always there was something inevitable about John Brown, that Brown personally embodied the salvation, the continuation of the great American experiment. He was a fighter and a purifier, such as was long overdue. We had felt in our heart to expect one such as he. It had somehow been foretold. Now the inevitable knocked on the door, and an enthusiastic Sanborn answered, anxious to embrace his and his country's destiny. By the end of that first meeting, Sanborn had agreed to help Brown get the money he needed. End quote. So Brown meets this pie-in-the-sky romantic idealist, maybe closet revolutionary Franklin Sanborn, and this was his ticket. Brown gave Sanborn exactly what he expected and wanted from a guy like him. Connections to the Mayflower and the Revolution, unshakable religious commitment, heroically inflated tales of his deeds in Kansas, and Sanborn, with his wide-eyed, youthful idealism, ate it up. Sanborn was friends with Emerson and Thoreau and had connections to the other 5 of the Secret Six, as well as William Lloyd Garrison, the abolitionist newspaper editor. Now, going back to the title of that book, The Secret Six, my edition of that book has a quotation on the front cover from the New York Times Book Review that says, quote, "A spellbinding study in revolution from the top down," end quote. Normally I wouldn't quote someone's review of a book I read, but it seems relevant in this case for that phrase, revolution from the top down. Just keep that in mind as we go, but one of the problems you'll have when you start to talk about something like the Secret Six is there's a danger of sounding like a bit of a conspiracy nut. These men are kind of obscure. They aren't talked about a lot. You've probably never heard of them unless you've read some pretty specific books on John Brown and Harper's Ferry. I certainly never heard about them in my Kansas school curriculum growing up. Just the name Secret Six seems almost designed to make anyone who talks about this sound like a crazed conspiracy nut. That's not just Renahan's term, by the way. It was actually coined by the newspapers during the public fallout of the events we're about to talk about. Maybe if you wanted to fully embrace your inner crazed Charlie Kelly at his bulletin board with all the pictures and strings connecting things, you could find some connection somewhere to support the idea that the term was coined to discredit people trying to implicate these guys in the Harper's Ferry plot. I wouldn't go that far, but the point is that, yes, crazy sounding or not, John Brown ended up having his plans funded and supported by wealthy New England elites interested in bringing on revolution and civil war. Real conspiracies exist. This is one of them, and it's not some wild, crazy theory. This is well-documented stuff. So who were the other 5 members of the Secret Six? Well, the first one Sanborn introduced Brown to was George Luther Stearns. We've met him before. He was the one with the young son Henry who Brown wrote that autobiographical letter to. He was a wealthy businessman, known as the cautious, practical member of the group, and as far as I'm concerned, probably the least interesting. In the early 1850s, he joined a vigilance committee in Boston with 3 other future members of the Secret Six. This was a committee formed to assist runaway slaves and hide them from slave catchers after the Fugitive Slave Act passed as part of the Compromise of 1850. This is how Renahan introduces him. Quote, "One curmudgeonly yet extremely self-confident man sat relatively quiet at the meetings of the Vigilance Committee. The sober, methodical George Luther Stearns was capable of spending hours without comment, while others hotly debated strategies and procedures at Parker's dining table. When he finally, and succinctly, stated his point of view, he always did so in the terse, reasoned, sensible manner that was his hallmark. All the agitated and often loud voices in the room stopped at the sound of his restrained, soft one. All quieted to catch his valuable words. His peers recognized him as unique, a man possessed by the same fierce rage and demand for justice as they, but with a point of view moderated by useful pragmatism. Stearns, after all, had made a fortune through a lifetime of weighing and taking shrewd risks. After careful and due consideration, he had embarked upon radical, innovative steps in business that served him well. And now, in the face of the fugitive slave law, the thoughtful Stearns had decided to abandon political abolition in favor of more direct action. But even this he would do slowly, methodically, and at least with a veneer of reasonableness. In his mid-40s, a bit wide about the waist, Stearns suffered from chronic bronchitis so badly that he always wore a long, full beard, one that his friend John Brown would later mimic in order to protect his chest from the cold. He dressed in expensive suits, custom-made for him by his London tailor, sported shoes with fine leather uppers, and hated exercise in all its forms. He often called his carriage to take him the length of one short block. Stearns was, in many ways, the epitome of conservative affluence and downright opulence, and was a most unlikely revolutionary. But the United States in the mid-1850s was full of unlikely revolutionaries. The fugitive slave law affected Mr. Stearns like the blow of an assailant, recalled his son. He purchased a revolver and declared that no fugitive Negro should be taken from his premises while he lived. Stearns's Medford mansion became a much frequented station of the Underground Railroad. He hid one black man beneath the floorboards of his bathroom for a week before being able to pass him on to Canada. And he later made headlines when he defiantly brought the same man back again, setting him up as a barber in Harvard Square. The businessman Stearns wrote that he believed entrepreneurship to be the first best hope for all capable blacks, just as it was for all capable whites. The barber was to be neither the first nor the last smart young fellow, black or white, whom Stearns would pick from the crowd and declare too clever to work for the profit of others. And he was neither the first nor the last that Stearns would underwrite and then coach in the ways of fiscal success, in which he was an authority." End quote. The next 2 men Brown met were Theodore Parker and Samuel Gridley Howe. Parker is the same Parker mentioned in that quote I just read, and both Parker and Howe were members of the Vigilance Committee with Stearns. A few days after he met Stearns, Sanborn brought Brown to a meet and greet at Parker's house with Parker, Howe, and 2 other abolitionists, Wendell Phillips and William Lloyd Garrison, who were not members of the Secret Six. Garrison and Phillips were both pacifists, or at least those were the views they represented to the public. With Brown's reputation as a fighter, and especially with rumors of the Potawatomi massacre going around, Garrison and Phillips would both say they couldn't support him, not because it was wrong to pull innocent men out of their cabins in the middle of the night and hack their heads apart with broadswords, but because they thought it was detrimental to their movement to be seen supporting a guy who did so. But of course, Garrison at least would change his tune 180 degrees later, after Brown became really famous. Garrison was such a snake. I hate him almost as much as Brown, maybe more. Just look at a picture of the guy and you'll see how much of a snake he was. Anyway, Theodore Parker was one of two preachers in the Secret Six, an incredibly progressive one, coming out of this miasma of hyper-progressive theology in the Puritan-dominated Northeast. He was also born in Lexington, Massachusetts, the grandson of a famous Yankee, Captain John Parker, who commanded the Minutemen at Lexington Green in 1775 and was also the man who said, quote, "Don't fire unless fired upon, but if they want to have a war, let it begin here." End quote. Parker was steeped in the revolutionary tradition, and for a lot of these guys, especially Parker, I think you can kind of see this dynamic where they lionize the patriots of the Revolution so much, and they're so wrapped up in the American founding mythos of nobly resisting oppression, that if they didn't have a similar situation in their own time where they too could devote themselves to a great and momentous cause like their fathers and grandfathers, they'd manufacture one. I'm old enough to remember 9/11, and also the 2003 invasion of Iraq. I was 10 years old in 2003, and I remember watching coverage of the invasion on the news and feeling like I was witnessing something truly momentous. Even back then, I remember thinking this was like my generation's World War II. I didn't even know the difference between Iraq and Afghanistan back then. I thought they were basically the same place. But I did know that the big bad guys were Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden, and maybe one was like Hitler and the other was like Tojo or something. And I actually felt fortunate that I got to be alive during something like this. And in hindsight, I think that feeling had a lot to do with why I eventually joined the military when I was old enough. Now, obviously, today I'd think a lot differently about those events and about the World War II mythos and about the American Revolution mythos for that matter. But the point is, and this could be totally wrong, but this is something akin to what I imagine a guy like Theodore Parker was feeling as he observed the events of his time and anticipated the possibility of a civil war. This could be my generation's American Revolution. Just listen to how he talks about his revolutionary forefathers in a talk he gave about resisting the Fugitive Slave Act. Quote, "You know I do not like fighting, but what could I do? I was born in the little town where the fight and the bloodshed of the Revolution began. My grandfather drew the first sword in the Revolution. My fathers fired the first shot. The blood which flowed there was kindred to this which courses in my veins today. Besides that, when I write in my library at home, on the one side of me is the Bible, which my fathers prayed over, their morning and evening prayer, for nearly 100 years. On the other side hangs the firelock my grandfather fought with in the old French War, which he carried at the taking of Quebec, which he zealously used at the Battle of Lexington. And beside it is another, a trophy of that war, the first gun taken in the Revolution, taken also by my grandfather. With these things before me, these symbols, with the memories in me, when a parishioner, a fugitive from slavery, a woman, pursued by the kidnappers, came to my house, what could I do less than take her in and defend her to the last?" End quote. Sheltering fugitive slaves was one thing, but Parker had much more than that in mind for his generation's revolution. He was not just a political revolutionary, but a theological one. From Renahan again, quote, "While his grandfather had helped start a political rebellion, Parker believed his own chief calling was to spark a different kind of revolution, a revolution in theological thought. His mission, he wrote a British acquaintance, was nothing less than to redefine man's perception of and relation to God. In his dogma-smashing 1841 sermon entitled The Transient and the Permanent in Christianity, The Harvard-educated Parker shocked conservative congregants by endorsing and extending the ideas his friend Emerson had put forth 3 years previously in his famous address to the graduating class of Harvard Divinity School. Parker joined Emerson in assaulting the remnants of historical Christianity, especially the notion of the partial divinity of Christ, as espoused by formalist, Parker called them spectral, Unitarians. Parker argued that Jesus was most real and most valuable as a transcendentalist inspiration, an ideal to be aspired to, rather than as an enduring, conscious, supernatural force. Parker's personality rose to the occasion when, as a result of his radical notions, he was denied access to most pulpits. He took the rejection as a sign of affirmation. Parker saw little use in debating fine points of theology with what he considered to be lesser minds. There were sheep and there were shepherds, he told a friend, and no good shepherd ever allowed the flock to dictate its own path through the hills. The church that Parker founded when he was banned from all others, a Unitarian establishment that for some reason was called the Congregational Society of Boston, met first at the Melodeon Theater and then later at the Boston Music Hall, where he preached every Sunday to a large and enthusiastic band of followers. "I cannot remember that the interest of his sermons ever varied for me," wrote the adoring Julia Ward Howe, who joined Parker's society as soon as she returned to Boston. "It was all one intense delight. The luminous clearness of his mind, his admirable talent for popularizing the procedures and conclusions of philosophy, his keen wit and poetic sense of beauty, all these combined to make him appear to me one of the oracles of God." She recalled the sublime attitude of humility with which Parker rose for prayer before his congregation, his arms extended, his features lit up with the glory of his high office. Truly, he talked with God and took us with him into the divine presence. Parker's argument with slavery was that, as an institution, it flew in the face of what Parker considered one of the most sacred documents ever penned, the Declaration of Independence. In his orations on abolition, Parker never oversimplified the complex problem of slavery. He refused to label it a Southern crime. Instead, he described slavery as the great national sin. Parker criticized not only Southern planters, but also Northern individuals and institutions that profited from the system of Southern impressed labor. As the snake of slavery came crawling northward in the guise of the fugitive slave law, said Parker in one famous sermon, so at the same time did avarice, the foulest worm which northern cities gender in their heat, go crawling south. With many a wiggling curl it wound along its way. At length they met, and twisting up in their obscene embrace, the twain became one monster. There was no north, no south. They were one poison. Exercising what Julia Ward Howe called his fierce power of denunciation, Parker made many enemies by publicly naming and attacking individual members of the North's conservative elite who assisted in perpetuating the institution of slavery. In widely published speeches, he indicted those, such as Northern shippers, textile mill owners, and bankers, who, through commercial connections to the South, profited as much, if not more, from slavery than did any plantation owner. He hoped, he said, to bring those he named to a crucifixion of reputation, after which they might be resurrected and redeemed. Like many other abolitionists, Parker was convinced that blacks on the whole were inferior to whites in general intellectual power. He had black friends, among them Frederick Douglass, whom he recognized as possessing superior minds and whom he considered exceptions to the rule of black inferiority. But in general, Parker had what Gary Wills calls a constricted view of the black race's place in the social hierarchy. "What a pity," he wrote Howe from Rome in anticipation of the Civil War Brown was meant to spark, "that the map of our magnificent country should be destined to be so soon torn in two on account of the Negro, that poorest of human creatures, satisfied, even in slavery, with sugar-cane and a banjo." As one of Parker's biographers has pointed out, Parker's estimate of the Negro, intellectually and morally, was low. He exaggerated the sensuality of the Negro. Moreover, the Negro had for him a certain physical repulsion. End quote. To me, Parker epitomizes the revolutionary impulse. I think a guy like this could be living in the most perfect society that ever existed on Earth, and he would still find something to revolt against. Theologically, he was a heretic in the purest sense. In his career at the pulpit, he was out to destroy any vestige of Orthodox Christianity that may have remained in American Protestantism at the time, and he couldn't be corrected. And as we'll see later, although he spared no criticism of the North for its complicity in the national sin of slavery, he was downright gleeful over the prospect of Southern blood being shed. The other man Brown met at Parker's house was Samuel Gridley Howe, and he might be the most interesting character of the Secret Six. I'll just launch right into Renahan's introduction for him, too. This is most of a chapter of his book that I'm about to read. It's a little long, but I think it's worth it for the picture of Howe. Quote, "Before we can proceed with the narrative of John Brown and the Secret Six, we need to achieve an intimate understanding of the unique personality that was Samuel Gridley Howe, or at least to do so as well as we can from the few genuine shreds of recollection that survive more than 3 generations after the fact of the man. We need to dig deep into old diaries and letters to get a glimpse of the genuine historical Howe not considered in the adoring memoirs penned by Franklin Sanborn, Laura Richards, and the circumspect Julia Ward Howe. We need to go also, however, to these published sources to examine those few places where the truth of the troubled and troubling Howe was occasionally and inadvertently mixed with the contrived adulation. Thus shall we come to shake hands with Howe, look him in the eye, and feel the curious mix of positive and negative forces that defined him and propelled him into John Brown's orbit. Samuel Gridley Howe had always been attracted to the romance of high-minded battle, a romance that many of his contemporaries felt he personified. His house in Boston was full of cherished mementos from great crusades. A glass case housed muskets and sabers used by his forebears in the American Revolution. A hat tree in the foyer held the gold-inlaid and azure-plated helmet that Lord Byron took with him through the battles of the Greek War for Independence. This relic was the souvenir a young Howe brought back from his own several years of fighting for Greece. A lover of the poetry of Byron, the dashing Howe lived a life that was itself quite literally the stuff of poetry. Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote a stirring lyric about him. So did John Greenleaf Whittier, who entitled his piece The Hero, and used it to portray Howe as a knight of a better era, without reproach or fear, akin to Bayard, who would go to fight wherever rise the peoples, wherever sinks a throne. In one of her lesser-known poems entitled The Rough Sketch, Julia Ward Howe, who shared a bed with Howe for more than 30 years, portrayed a less romantic side of the man whom other poets were not so well positioned to know. Julia characterized him as a restless spur, with small patience for the tasks of time. In looking back on her unhappy marriage, which included a host of insults, infidelities, and desertions on the part of Howe, Julia would write a confidential, and for a long time unpublished, poem that began, "Hope died as I was led unto my marriage bed." Born in Boston on November 10, 1801, Sam Howe came from old Plymouth Bay colony stock. His grandfather, Edward Compton Howe, participated in the Boston Tea Party. His mother's uncle, Richard Gridley, was a soldier, surveyor, and civil engineer who was in charge of fortifying Bunker Hill the night before the famous battle, and who, under the direct orders of George Washington, aided in preparing the siege works that were instrumental in driving the British from Boston. Both forebears were neighbors and friends of Paul Revere, with whom the teenaged Howe was acquainted. Howe's father, another friend of Revere's, was a once affluent Boston rope maker who lost most of his small fortune when the U.S. Navy failed to pay for large amounts of cordage that he supplied during the War of 1812. Howe graduated from Brown University in 1821 and from the Harvard Medical School in 1824. Shortly after his medical school graduation, following a failed romance, Howe joined thousands of other idealistic young men from around the world. Philhellenes, lovers of Greece they called themselves, who went to join the Greek fight for independence from Turkey. Howe quickly rose in rank, becoming Surgeon General to the Greek army, and later to the fleet. The only fault found with him, recalled one old comrade, was that he always would be in the fight, and was only a surgeon when the battle was over. In 1830, his service to Greece having been rewarded by his being knighted by the king as a Chevalier of the Order of Saint Saviour, Sam Howe stopped in Paris to further his medical studies. During his stay, he enthusiastically participated in the 1830 uprising against the restored Bourbon monarchy. "I knew it was none of my business," he wrote, "but I could not help joining in." During the same period, Howe became a friend of the aged Lafayette. At Lafayette's request, Howe traveled into Prussia to visit Polish insurgents and deliver funds sent for their aid from Lafayette's contacts in the United States. Arrested in the midst of his errand and thrown into a medieval Berlin dungeon, Howe was eventually released through the intervention of the American consul, but only after 5 weeks of what his wife would later call a tedious imprisonment, au secret. He spent the entire time in solitary confinement, allowed absolutely no contact with the outside world. He did not know when or if he would be released. For a good part of the time, he did not even know whether his family and friends knew what had happened to him. The experience left him with a consuming fear of jails, chains, and confinement. Visiting the British prison at Bridewell in the mid-1840s with his friend Charles Dickens, Howe seemed to Dickens strangely anxious to get outside the prison walls. Dickens had never seen a man so nervous. In January of 1860, writing to Senator Henry Wilson of Massachusetts regarding a request that he come to Washington to testify about John Brown, Howe would express his willingness, but also explain that he was a little wary, for I was once hurried into a prison under pretext that my testimony was wanted by legal authority about matters and things on the frontiers of rebelling Poland, and I did not find it easy to get out. I have since learned that no European despotism is more regardless of justice than is the one we have at home. Howe was tall, lean, athletically built. When he stood erect, like a soldier at attention. He wore a beard. Franklin Sanborn wrote that Howe was an Arab in figure and in horsemanship, with a manner that bespoke energy. The 41-year-old doctor cut a fine figure when the poet Longfellow introduced him to the wealthy, young New York poetess Julia Ward in 1842. 23-year-old Julia was a cousin of the Astors and a sister of the Wall Street financier Sam Ward. During their brief engagement, Howe demonstrated the impatience with which his Julia would become all too familiar. The Chevalier is very presumptuous, says that he will not lose sight of me for one day, that I must stay here in Boston till he can return with me to New York, she wrote to her brother in February 1843. The Chevalier is very impertinent, speaks of 2 or 3 months, when I speak of 2 or 3 years, and seems determined to have his own way. But, dear Bunny, the Chevalier's way will be a very charming way, and is henceforth to be mine. Julia would soon join the long list of people who found Howe's impertinence, by and large, to be something less than charming. He has terrible faults of character, she would write of him, is often unjust in his likes and dislikes, arbitrary, cruel, with little mastery over his passions, incapable of enduring criticism or of profiting by it. He is much led by flattery and prizes, above all a certain obsequiousness which always implies a want of character in those who show it. I know that there are rotten hearts that he will cherish to the grave, and sincere ones whose affection will be little regarded by him. As Julia admitted in the privacy of her journal, Howe could be quite cynical, suspicious, and spiteful. He was in the habit of seeing plots against him lurking where they did not, and he was easily insulted. He read too much into almost every action and utterance of friend and enemy alike. "You think me much more complicated in nature and method than I am," Theodore Parker wrote him in late 1854, after Howe took offense from a stray comment that Parker felt had no importance whatsoever. Strong-willed and domineering, Howe was brash and quickly bored. He was prone to speedy judgments that triggered immediate action. "I do not like caution," he wrote. "It betokens little faith in God's arrangements." Julia would recall that she did not enjoy journeying with him, for he was too rapid and restless a traveler for pleasure. His daughter Laura Richards would write that life with a comet apostle was not always easy. Laura remembered that her father was not a patient man. He did not suffer fools gladly. He rent them in pieces and went on over the trampled bodies. Impatient. He springs into life at the word. One instantaneous, long-standing decision of Sam's was that his wife should not be a writer. He tried to stop Julia from publishing her verses. He took manuscripts and tossed them into the fire. He took acceptance letters from magazine editors and did the same. He sat by her as she tried to compose and made rude remarks about her and her silly little papers. Howe continued to be hostile to her writing until he started a small anti-slavery newspaper, The Commonwealth, and Julia became a conveniently located and attractively priced columnist. Howe paid her nothing. Thomas Wentworth Higginson, not being married to the founder, was paid $2.50 per column for his contributions. Nevertheless, he found publication in the Commonwealth to be a frustrating endeavor. He was unhappy about the many typographical errors that appeared in his articles. "This makes 5 articles of mine in your unhappy paper, and there has been some diabolical erratum in each one," he wrote Howe. "I shall try no further." Launched in 1851, the Commonwealth was published for 3.5 years. Most people, even friends of abolition, considered it a rag. As Howe's most astute biographer has pointed out, the tone of many of the articles in the Commonwealth could only be described as offensive. There was, reports Harold Schwartz, no depth of vulgarity and vituperation to which its writers would not descend to pillory the opposition. In one characteristic piece, the paper printed an article about how the conservative pro-slavery politician Caleb Cushing hurried his dying sister into the grave during the end of the senatorial campaign of 1851, and then rushed back to Boston to lead the fight against the anti-slavery candidate Charles Sumner, without observing a proper period of mourning. The paper also mocked Harvard's Edward Everett as being a weak figure, abject before the bullies of the slave power, a mere rhetorician incapable of genuine action for liberty. A friend of Howe's, Professor Felton of Harvard, was so infuriated by such attacks that he canceled his subscription to the paper, telling Howe bluntly that the Commonwealth was unfit to be seen on the table of a gentleman. The legendary impatience of the complex Dr. Howe did not extend to Laura Bridgman and the many other blind and deaf patients with whom he worked slowly and methodically, year upon year, over the course of a lifetime. He was most secure when he was with his invalid students. He was their guide to the world, and the most important authority figure in their lives. And with them he was in complete control. "It will be long," wrote Julia Ward Howe, "before the world shall forget the courage and patience of the man who, in the very bloom of his manhood, sat down to besiege Laura Bridgman's almost impenetrable fortress of darkness and isolation, and, after months of labor, carried within its walls the divine conquest of life and thought." Julia was choosing her analogies carefully. She knew her husband well. Every good cause was, to Howe, quite literally a battle to be won. He did lay siege to the limitations imposed by blindness and deafness in the same way he laid siege to all other things and people with which he found himself at odds. "Chevs is one of those characters based upon opposition," wrote Julia. "While I always seem to work for an unseen friend, he always sees an armed adversary, and arms himself accordingly." Commenting on an anti-slavery speech by Dr. Howe, Higginson would admiringly recall that every sentence was a sword thrust. In abolition, as in everything with which he involved himself, Howe favored direct action. Soon after taking up the cause, he told a friend that some move of actual force against slavery should be taken as soon as possible. When a free black came to Howe showing references and asking for money with which to buy his slave daughter to prevent her being sold into the Deep South, Howe refused to underwrite the purchase. He did not wish to legitimize the institution of slavery by actually engaging in the act of purchasing another human being. Instead, he offered to provide money, in the end far more than the likely price of purchase, to support a team that would kidnap the girl and bring her to freedom. Such was the temperament of the Chevalier, the short-fused and self-confident knight who, though himself the father of countless personal injustices, would not suffer the foolishness of any social injustice gladly, or for long, without doing his best to run it through. End quote. I think I'll leave it at that with Howe. I don't really have too much more to add except one more thing, which is that he seems to have had a strange relationship with Parker. They were friends, and whereas Howe's marriage was very unhappy, judging by his wife's accounts, Parker's marriage to his wife Lydia was, by contrast, a very happy one. But in a weird inversion, Theodore and Lydia Parker were childless, while Sam and Julia Howe had 4 children by 1853. Well, Parker was desperate for a child, and when Julia became pregnant again, he asked Howe for permission to adopt this 5th child. Howe either never gave him an answer at all or gave him a vague answer, but Parker apparently either thought it was a yes or was pretty sure his request would be granted, because near the due date he told Howe he had a name picked out, which would be either Theodore or Theodora, depending on boy or girl. And in what I'm sure was just a minor oversight, Howe never told his wife about this plan either. She did eventually hear about it, though, and was less than enthusiastic. She had a daughter who she named Maud. Make of that what you will. The next man Brown met, on January 9th, several days after the meeting at Parker's house, was the second of the two ministers, Thomas Wentworth Higginson. Besides being so theologically progressive that he was forced to resign from his Unitarian pulpit, he was also what you might call a serial activist. His political position on slavery was on the radical fringe, even as abolitionists went. He was, at least at times, what was called a disunion abolitionist, which means he favored the dissolution of the Union as a solution to the slavery question, the rationale being that way the slave power in the South wouldn't be able to dictate policy for the North through the Senate and the presidency. Now that I think about it, he might have found common ground with some of the Southern secessionists on that. But we'll let Renahan introduce him too. Quote, Higginson was an activist minister, as a journal note attests. A pure, earnest aim is not enough, he wrote. Intellectual as well as moral armor must be bright, for I know I shall have to sustain a warfare. I feel that if I do justice to my own powers, i.e., if I do my duty, I cannot remain in the background. Preaching alone I should love, but I feel inwardly that something more will be sought of me. An aesthetic life, how beautiful, but the life of a reformer, a people's guide, battling for the right. Glorious, but oh how hard. The list of things the earnest young Higginson wanted to eradicate, change, or improve was a long one. Writing to his fiancée, Higginson, then 21 years old, gave a ringing endorsement to the cause of women's suffrage. I do go for the rights of women as far as an equal education and an equal share in government goes, he wrote. I think it a monstrous absurdity to talk of a democratic government and universal suffrage and yet exclude one half the inhabitants without any ground of incapacity to plead. I think there is no possible argument on the other side excepting prejudice. He was also an advocate of trade unions, free public education, and temperance. I have read the articles on the organization of labor, he wrote, and were I a rich man, would have 30,000 printed and distributed. Then, of course, there was the anti-slavery movement, within which Higginson quickly migrated to the radical fringe. I might have recorded on my birthday or New Year's Day my final self-enrollment in the ranks of the American non-jurors or disunion abolitionists, Higginson wrote in his journal in early 1846, and my determination not only not to vote for any officer who must take an oath to support the U.S. Constitution, but also to use whatever means may lie within my power to promote the dissolution of the Union. To disunion I now subscribe in the full expectation that a time is coming which may expose to obloquy and danger even the most insignificant of the adherents to such a cause. Higginson's friend, Henry David Thoreau, also dreamed of dismantling the country and the Constitution that sanctioned slavery. My thoughts are murder to the state, wrote Thoreau in his journal. I endeavor in vain to observe nature. My thoughts involuntarily go plotting against the state. I trust that all just men will so conspire. While political abolitionists sought to work within the system to eradicate slavery through legal means, disunion abolitionists had given up on the system and condemned the Constitution as the tool of the slave power majority in Congress. By renouncing the Constitution, disunion abolitionists sought to hold true to the ideals of the Declaration of Independence. End quote. In April 1851, a fugitive slave named Thomas Sims was arrested in Boston to be taken back into servitude. Higginson was with Stearns, Parker, Howe, and Garrison, all members of the Vigilance Committee, in the Liberator printing office discussing what to do about this, and Higginson was the one who suggested storming the courthouse during Sims's trial to rescue him. That was a spectacularly bad idea, given the state of security there. Higginson himself later wrote, quote, No panorama of rocks and rivers can equal the living panorama of our institutions, now on exhibition. The courthouse in chains, under which chief justices bow their heads in passing. Police officers marshaled and drilled, with drawn cutlasses, every day at daybreak in Court Square. The third story of the building converted into a slave jail, with irons at the windows. A trial proceeding from which spectators are excluded without a permit from the U.S. Marshal, and to which even reporters sometimes find it hard to gain admission. There are between 100 and 200 armed policemen in and around the courthouse. The U.S. courtroom is up 2 high and narrow flights of stairs, every turn of which is guarded. 6 men guard the door of the courtroom. The prisoner, a weak, slender boy of 17, sits with 2 powerful men on either side and 5 more in the seat behind him, while none but his counsel can approach him in front." End quote. Fortunately for everyone on the Vigilance Committee, the more practical Stearns talked Higginson out of an attempt on the courthouse. But 3 years later, in May 1854, the same thing would happen again in Boston, this time with a fugitive named Anthony Burns. And this time Stearns wasn't around. From Renahan again, quote, "A letter from Wendell Phillips notified Higginson of another kidnapping case. You'll come, of course." Phillips signed the missive in no hope, but the infuriated Higginson was not so pessimistic. "The man must be taken from the courthouse," wrote Higginson. "The effort must have behind it the momentum of a public meeting. Let all be in readiness. Let a picked body be distributed near the courthouse and square. Then send some loud-voiced speaker who would appear in the gallery of Faneuil Hall and announce that there was a mob of Negroes attacking the courthouse. Let a speaker, previously warned, Phillips if possible, accept the opportunity promptly and send the whole meeting pell-mell to Court Square, ready to fall behind the leaders and bring out the slave." A placard headed, "A Man Kidnapped," was posted outside Faneuil Hall, calling for a meeting the following Friday. "Shall he be plunged into the hell of Virginia slavery by a Massachusetts judge of probate?" asked the placard. Faneuil Hall. Parker called it a sacred place. He said that if there ever was a spot haunted by the spirits of the Revolutionary Fathers, Faneuil Hall was it. The large 18th century building, with its straight-backed seats and rows of Doric columns, was to Parker a holy temple within which to seek communion with Hancock, Adams, and the other fiery orators who made their first eloquent public appeals for independence within its walls. It was at Parker's suggestion that John Swift, abolitionist and attorney, summoned Faneuil Hall's meeting as part of the first speech of the Burns protest meeting. At the outset of a program carefully scripted to both inspire and rationalize a courthouse raid, the opportunity for which would shortly present itself, Swift incited the crowd to go from Faneuil Hall, the cradle of liberty, to the tomb of liberty, the courthouse, to demand Burns's freedom. Higginson, who was to lead the attack on the court building, attended the first portion of the Faneuil Hall meeting and heard Swift's speech. He told a friend later that the Burns protest was the largest gathering I ever saw in the hall. The platform was covered with men. The galleries, the floor, even the outer stairways were absolutely filled with a solid audience. I never saw such enthusiasm. Speaking after Swift, Samuel Gridley Howe introduced a defiant resolution unanimously approved. "That which is not just is not law, and that which is not law ought not to be obeyed. No man's freedom is safe unless all men are free." Wendell Phillips declared that there is no law in Massachusetts, and when law ceases, the people may act in their own sovereignty. And Theodore Parker, addressing the audience as fellow subjects of Virginia, said, "Gentlemen, I am a clergyman and a man of peace, but there is a means and there is an end. Liberty is an end, and sometimes peace is not the means towards it. In this law, the bulwarks of liberty are all broken, and it is a base libel to call it a constitutional law. We must trample it under our feet. It expects and provides for disobedience. God forbid that it should be disappointed. We must interrupt the slaveholders and say that the fugitive who has breathed Massachusetts air shall never go back. Many have been here from 12 to 20 years, and we are not going to people southern plantations with men born in Massachusetts." A few blocks away, the mood was tense as Higginson and his small group of Confederates, most of them from his Worcester congregation, lurked in the shadows by the courthouse. The wait for the Faneuil Hall crowd seemed to go on forever. Then, finally, there was a rush of running figures, like the sweep of a wave. Higginson was relieved that his comrades had at last arrived. But a second glance brought the conviction to disappointment. We had the froth and scum of the meeting, the fringe of idlers on its edge. The men on the platform, the real nucleus of the great gathering, were far in the rear, perhaps still clogged in the hall. Although Higginson did not care for the quality of his recruits, he had to either press on with the attack immediately or abandon it forever. The loud mob had alerted Burns's guards. Higginson's raiders seized a heavy beam, the banister from the steps of a nearby museum, and used it as a battering ram against the court's west door, springing the hinges and making an opening. A burst of gunfire from within sent many in the Faneuil Hall crowd fleeing. "You cowards, will you desert us now?" screamed Higginson just before he and two companions pushed in beyond the door that hung askew. A black man went in before Higginson, then went Higginson and his Worcester friend Martin Stowell. Inside, in half-darkness, shots were exchanged. One deputy fell dead. A dozen more attacked Higginson and the other two men with clubs. He wrote later that he wondered at the time why the blows did not hurt. A deputy slashed Higginson's chin with a saber. Blood ran from his face, but there was no pain. Miraculously, Higginson and his comrades managed to retreat back out of the door and down the courthouse steps. Lewis Hayden fired from the street at the pursuing police in order to cover the escape of Higginson and his two Confederates. Later, hearing that Hayden fired at one of the deputies but missed, a frustrated Parker would demand loudly, "Why didn't he hit him? Why didn't he hit him?" In the midst of his dash out and away from the building, Higginson saw the normally restrained and quiet Concord philosopher Bronson Alcott, father of Louisa May Alcott, breaking out of character, attempting to rally the crowd for another assault. Alcott stood alone on the steps of the courthouse, a cane in his hand, turning to cry to the retreating raiders, "Why are we not within?" End quote. That incident became known as the Burns Riot. The rescue attempt failed, and Burns was taken on a ship back to captivity in Virginia. Higginson, Parker, Phillips, and 4 others were brought up on various charges associated with the riot, but ultimately the judge threw out all of them on a technicality, which was probably a solid political move because Parker had a speech prepared for the courtroom called "The Trial of Theodore Parker for the Misdemeanor of a Speech in Faneuil Hall Against Kidnapping, before the Circuit Court of the United States, at Boston, with the defense." The judge wanted no part of giving a stage to Parker's scathing eloquence. So that was Higginson. But the Burns Riot was neither the first nor the most successful act of resistance against the fugitive slave law in the 1850s. That title likely goes to the last member of the Secret Six, Gerrit Smith. Here's Renahan on that. Quote, "Across the North, abolitionists began taking more and more strident measures to oppose and undermine the fugitive slave law. In Syracuse, during the fall of 1852, Gerrit Smith became one of the first men to successfully take up arms against the law. In an uncharacteristic moment of self-confidence and inspired leadership, Smith headed an armed mob of preachers, freedmen, and abolitionist farmers in a successful move to rescue the fugitive slave Jerry McHenry. With Samuel May Sr., Smith was at the forefront of the crowd as it attacked the Syracuse police station where McHenry sat, awaiting his rendition. Smith stood tall in the midst of the firefight as the windows of the police station were blown out. He calmly took control of the room where the police marshals were held captive, in chains, until McHenry was successfully spirited away. Smith, who, it must be remembered, owned most of the town, was never charged in what came to be called the Jerry Rescue. In fact, shortly afterward, he was elected to a term in Congress on the strength of his participation." End quote. Smith was actually the first member of the Six that John Brown met, all the way back in 1848 when he'd granted Brown his 244 acres of land at North Elba for purposes of helping the freedmen there learn how to farm and sustain themselves. Smith agreed to sell the land for the token price of $1 per acre and to allow Brown to pay the price at his leisure, but like so many of the other debts he accumulated in his life, Brown would never pay even that small amount. Smith could afford the loss, though. I've been letting Renahan introduce the rest of these guys, so I'll do the same for Smith. Quote, "Gerrit Smith maintained a splendid study in his large mansion outside of Syracuse, New York. In the middle of the room was an ornate mahogany desk rumored to have once belonged to Napoleon. Floor-to-ceiling bookcases held over 1,000 volumes, and large windows facing the desk overlooked the sweeping front lawn of Smith's sprawling estate. Behind the desk, a handsome framed map of the eastern seaboard showed vast sections, whole counties in some instances, colored in red. If a visitor asked the meaning of the red, he or she would learn that Smith was the closest thing to a landed lord that the United States had ever produced. Born near Syracuse in 1799, Smith was the fabulously wealthy inheritor of immense real estate holdings, more than 1 million acres in Virginia, Pennsylvania, and New York. Several daguerreotypes sat in small frames on Smith's desk. One was a frowning portrait of his older brother, Peter Smith, Jr., a problem drinker and psychotic who died young. Another was a smiling, benign picture of his younger brother, Adolf, clinically insane and confined to a nearby institution. On the wall opposite the map hung a pencil sketch of Smith's father, Peter Smith, Sr., an early partner of John Jacob Astor's, who made a fortune in the fur business and then married into the aristocratic, landed Livingston family. Peter Smith eventually came to be worth approximately $400,000, most of which he invested in acreage throughout the Alleghenies, Mohawk Valley, and Adirondacks. Garrett's subsequent annual income from the properties was never less than $60,000, the equivalent of more than $1 million in today's currency. It was Peter Smith who built the beautiful columned manor house that was home to Garrett. There was no town on the spot at the time Peter Smith settled there, so he founded one and named it after himself, Peterborough. The top drawer of Garrett Smith's desk was filled not with pencils and envelopes, but with bottles of pills, potions, and elixirs. Like so many of his brooding relatives, Garrett was a hypochondriac. He routinely suffered from some malady or other that he was sure foretold his certain and soon extinction. He was prone to remark on special holidays, "I shall not be here next Christmas," or "I shall not be with you next Easter." Every ache, every cough, every headache was to be pondered and considered as the first symptom of some larger and far more dreadful thing. He dwelled so much on his physical well-being that this in turn prompted bouts of prolonged depression. There were days when he was charming, gregarious, full of optimism. There were others when he was plagued with deep bitterness, melancholy, and remorse. For all his fear of sickness and death, he once tried to commit suicide. The fatalistic Smith was religious in a dark, almost medieval way. In this he resembled his father, who, after devoting his life to building a fortune, spent his last years immersed in a religious fanaticism that caused him to give up all his worldly goods. He signed them over to Garrett, his most stable son, who, like the father, firmly believed the biblical admonition that it is as easy for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven as for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. With this in mind, Garrett wrote 5-figure checks to help support Polish and Greek refugees, Irish famine victims, and industrial training schools for the deaf. He gave the Oswego Free Library a gift of $30,000. When Frederick Douglass moved to Rochester and founded his anti-slavery newspaper, the North Star, Smith was a strong and vital supporter. Douglass dedicated the second of his several autobiographies, My Bondage and My Freedom, to Smith in 1855. Another daguerreotype on Smith's desk was a framed, autographed picture of Douglass. "To Mr. Garrett Smith," read the inscription, "a true friend of abolition and of freedom-loving men everywhere." Smith was one of the founders of the anti-slavery Liberty Party in 1840 and was elected to Congress on the party ticket in 1852, but resigned his office on a whim before his 2-year term was completed. Always an abolitionist, Smith shifted with great frequency between a number of factions and ideologies within the movement. For a while he endorsed African repatriation and compensated emancipation. Then he abruptly rejected both ideas. His support for the Liberty Party meant that he believed in working nonviolently through political action within the system and under the Constitution to bring an end to slavery. Yet he would defy the Liberty Party's fundamental governing principle by affiliating himself with the violent revolutionary John Brown. Leaning back in the swivel chair behind his huge Napoleonic desk, the country squire brought an unconsciously aristocratic nonchalance to the art of making his vulgar wealth acceptable in the eyes of the Lord. In 1839, with the stroke of a pen, Smith donated 21,000 undeveloped acres in western Virginia, now northwestern West Virginia, to the strongly abolitionist Oberlin College. Owen Brown, a trustee of the college, used the gift as an occasion to give his ne'er-do-well 40-year-old son a job. Thus the mercurial, bankrupt John Brown was contracted to survey Smith's land grant. It was during this surveying trip in early 1840 that Brown, who would not meet Gerrit Smith for another 8 years, first came to know the rugged tangle of Trans-Ohio backcountry where he would one day foment revolution. 6 years later, Smith set aside 120,000 acres of land in New York's Adirondack Mountains to be parceled into homesteads for black freedmen. The exact spot was at North Elba, near Lake Placid, in Essex County. Of a forecasted 3,000 families, 1,985 were given 40-acre plots. The properties were meant not only to give the blacks a new beginning, but also to qualify them to vote under New York State's property qualification of net assets representing at least $250 in value. But the blacks at North Elba, on the settlement they came to call Timbuktu, had a rough time of it. The Adirondack land and climate demanded completely different growing methods from what they learned in the South. Nor did they know the rudiments of house and barn construction. To compound their problems, the good people of Smith's settlement were routinely harassed and sabotaged by their bigoted white neighbors. Many families wound up destitute, hungry, and nearly shelterless. But Smith, the easily distracted do-gooder, rapidly moved on to other concerns. His lonesome, windswept colony of freedmen soon became little more to him than a yellow pin stuck into a vast field of red on the map behind his desk. End quote. Of all the people Brown met on his Eastern fundraising tour in 1857, these 6, Sanborn, Stearns, Parker, Howe, Higginson, and Smith, became by far his greatest supporters. If I had to sum them up collectively, I'd say they were, on the whole, very progressive, very activist, very prideful, and self-righteous. Like all ideologues, they were more interested in abstract principles than in the effects of their actions on real people in the world. They were much more interested in the appearance of doing good than in actually doing good. Although I will give them this, between them they had helped more actual slaves than John Brown had up to this point, as low of a bar as that is. But I even tend to question these kinds of actions that look like they're meant to help slaves. Take something like the Burns riot. I'm not sure Anthony Burns was actually a real person in Higginson's eyes, and what I mean by that is Burns became a symbol for the abolitionists in Boston. After the rescue attempt failed and he was marched from the courthouse down to the waterfront to sail back to Virginia, tens of thousands of protesters lined the route of march. It took 2,000 federal troops to maintain security. The whole thing cost an estimated $100,000 according to Renahan, which is close to $4 million in today's money. Higginson gave a sermon the following Sunday where he made all the political hay out of this he possibly could. Quote, "You have imagined my subject beforehand, for there is but one subject on which I could preach, or you could listen, today. Yet how hard it is to say one word of that. You do not ask at a funeral that the bereaved mourners themselves should speak, but you call in one a little farther removed, to utter words of comfort, if comfort there be. But today is, or should be, to every congregation in Massachusetts, a day of funeral service. We are all mourners, and what is there for me to say? That first faint throb of liberty was a proud thing for Boston. Boston, which was a scene so funereal a week after. Men say the act of one Friday helped prepare for the next. I am glad if it did. If the attack on the courthouse had no greater effect than to send that slave away under a guard of 2,000 men instead of 200, it was worth a dozen lives. If we are all slaves indeed, if there is no law in Massachusetts except the telegraphic orders from Washington, if our own military are to be made slave catchers, if our governor is a mere piece of state ceremony, permitted only to rise at a military dinner and thank his own soldiers for their readiness to shoot down his own constituents, without even the delay of a riot act, if Massachusetts is merely a conquered province and under martial law, then I wish to know it, and I am grateful for every additional gun and saber that forces the truth deeper into our hearts. Lower, Massachusetts, lower, kneel still lower. Do not despair of the Republic, says someone, remembering the hopeful old Roman motto. But they had to despair of that one in the end. And why not of this one also? Why, when we were going on step by step, as older republics have done, Should we expect to stop just as we reach the brink of Niagara? The love of liberty grows stronger every year, some think, in some places. 30 years ago, it cost only $25 to restore a fugitive slave from Boston, and now it costs $100,000. But still the slave is restored. I know there are thousands of hearts which stand pledged to liberty now, and these may save the state in spite of her officials and her military, but can they save the nation? For myself, I do not expect to live to see that law repealed by the votes of politicians at Washington. It can only be repealed by ourselves, upon the soil of Massachusetts. For one, I am glad to be deceived no longer. I am glad of the discovery, no hasty thing but gradually dawning upon me for 10 years, that I live under a despotism. I have lost the dream that ours is a land of peace and order. I have looked thoroughly through our 4th of July and seen its hollowness. At any rate, my word of counsel to you is to learn this lesson thoroughly. A revolution is begun. Not a reform, but a revolution. End quote. My point is, there's a really gross performative aspect to all this. In a perverse kind of way, it was actually better for the abolitionist movement that Burns wasn't successfully rescued. If he'd been successfully rescued, Higginson doesn't get up on his pulpit and use the incident to preach his revolutionary rhetoric. For an almost direct comparison, you can look at Gerrit Smith's successful rescue of Jerry McHenry in Syracuse, which was clearly much more helpful for the slave involved, but didn't cause nearly as much of a stir as the Burns riot did. Anthony Burns had been in Boston for a couple of months before he was arrested. Very few people in Boston, if any, had any kind of a personal connection to the guy. So when Higginson talks about all of Massachusetts mourning the loss of Burns, to whatever extent that's actually true and not just rhetoric on Higginson's part, nobody is mourning Anthony Burns as Anthony Burns the man. They couldn't possibly, because almost none of them have any connection to the guy. I mean, I get having sympathy for your fellow man, even if you don't know him personally, but mourning is something you do for a family member or a close friend or maybe a cherished leader of your country or city or something. You don't usually go into mourning for every random guy in your state that has an injustice done to him. No, what people were mourning was Anthony Burns as a symbol, as a prop. Burns was no less a tool to Higginson and the rest of the Massachusetts abolitionists than he was to his owners in Virginia. In Virginia, he grew and harvested cotton for his owners. In Massachusetts, he grew and harvested abolitionist fervor for men like Higginson and Garrison. This is what I'm talking about when I say these men were more interested in abstract ideals than in the actual people they'd say they were trying to help. My point in saying all this is to destroy any moral high ground that these men of the Secret Six, and really the abolitionist movement generally, would claim for themselves. They were on the radical fringe of a movement that was itself already a fringe movement at the time. The theological underpinnings of the movement, especially as espoused by Higginson and Parker, came from the far fringe of the Radical Reformation. And for these six specifically, they will wholeheartedly support a man who would openly say he'd be happy to see millions of Americans dead for the sake of his goals. Speaking of John Brown, as he went on this fundraising tour, initial enthusiasm was high, especially from the Secret Six and from Sanborn in particular. But as it turned out, that didn't really translate into much success in fundraising. Although Brown could be enthralling to certain individuals in one-on-one conversation or small groups, by all accounts he was somewhat dull as a public speaker. His ultimate intention was to carry his war into Africa, but he would tell people in his public pitches that he was raising men and funds to carry on the existing war on the Kansas-Missouri border, a war that, as we've seen, was winding down in early 1857 before ramping back up later in the year. He could be vague and cagey when questioned about his plan, probably because he didn't really even have a concrete one in his own mind. Horwitz quotes him as having told one questioner, quote, "I do not expose my plans. I will not be interrogated. If you wish to give me anything, I want you to give it freely. I have no other purpose but to serve the cause of liberty." End quote. So for a guy who's not a very good speaker and has no plan that he's willing to tell you about, I can see why people wouldn't exactly be chomping at the bit to give him money. Throw in a serious financial crisis that hit the nation that same year, and it's no wonder the fundraising turned out to be a little lackluster. As his staging area for whatever was coming next, he chose the town of Tabor, Iowa, just across the Missouri River from Nebraska City, where were stored the 200 Sharps rifles pledged to him by the Massachusetts State Kansas Committee. From Horwitz, quote, "One of Brown's sons, 32-year-old Owen, chose to return west with his father in the summer of 1857. A quirky bachelor who signed his rare letters Ox, which a friend joked was short for oxentricity, he was partly crippled in his right arm and hand from a boyhood accident. Though he often bickered with his domineering father, Owen was nonetheless a reliable aide-de-camp. Above all, he was extremely loyal and discreet, traits that Brown particularly prized. In late June 1857, the two men left Ohio in a mule-drawn wagon and headed for the Iowa town of Tabor, close to the Kansas line. This was to be Brown's base, where he would collect his weapons and train volunteers. But his plans went awry almost from the start. By the time he and Owen arrived in early August, having eaten little but soda crackers and herring for weeks, they were down to just $25. Despite months of fundraising, Brown was returning to the field little better off than he'd been upon leaving it a year before. In part, this penury was beyond his control. He'd concluded his Eastern tour just as the worst financial panic in 20 years hit the nation, and much of the money pledged to him was never paid. But Brown's chronic inability to manage funds also dogged him. Upon raising several $1,000s, he'd immediately succumbed to the grandiosity and poor judgment that doomed his earlier career as a land developer and wool trader. Among the Connecticut admirers to whom Brown had showed off his fearsome Bowie knife in March 1857 was a skilled forge master, Charles Blair. Brown wondered whether the long two-edged blade could be affixed to a 6-foot shaft. This Cromwellian pike, he announced, would be the perfect defensive weapon for the settlers of Kansas to keep in their log cabins. Never one for half measures, Brown promptly contracted with Blair to make 1,000 of the spears. He also arranged for his teenage son, Oliver, to work in Blair's shop. But after paying an initial $550 and receiving samples, Brown failed to come up with the balance due. Blair kept the money he'd been paid and stopped work on the Kansas butter knives, as Oliver coyly called them. Brown, who rarely gave up on his own ideas, was to revive the pike project at a later date for use in a different theater. He undertook a much costlier folly soon after his Connecticut visit. In New York City, he met Hugh Forbes, a British fencing teacher and soldier of fortune, who had served with the Italian revolutionary Giuseppe Garibaldi. The flamboyant colonel, as Forbes styled himself, struck Brown as the perfect drill master for the volunteer force he planned to train. He hired Forbes and advanced him 6 months' pay, part of it as compensation for a manual on guerrilla tactics the colonel promised to deliver. Months later, Brown was still waiting for the manual, and for Forbes to come train his Minutemen. "I furnished that money in the full expectation of having your personal assistance this present time," Brown wrote, in a vain effort to recover his payment. Very belatedly, Forbes finished the manual and made an appearance in Iowa, but by then, Brown was too broke to pay him any more. The disgruntled and erratic mercenary would soon decamp, taking with him a great deal of damaging information about Brown's secret plans. In any event, there was no one for Forbes to train, apart from Brown and Owen. Other volunteers had yet to materialize. This was, in large part, because Kansas had changed during the year Brown was away. A new territorial governor had succeeded in calming the violence, and the continuing influx of northern settlers had shifted the balance of power toward the Free State camp. As a result, there was no longer a clear need for the defense force Brown had proposed. This, in turn, eroded his persistent efforts to drum up financial support back east. "It is not easy to raise money for your operations," Franklin Sanborn wrote, "so long as there is peace." End quote. Hugh Forbes is a wild character in his own right. I won't talk a ton about him here, but he seems similar to Brown himself in a lot of ways. Domineering personality, big ego, inflated sense of his own capacities. The reason he and Brown eventually fell out had a lot to do with the fact that both were the kind of guys who absolutely had to be in charge of whatever they were doing. Neither would accept anything less than that, and both of them couldn't be in charge. I'll just read a couple little passages from Renahan on Forbes. He says of Gerrit Smith in July of 1857, quote, Smith showed his continuing support of Brown by playing host to the man designated as Brown's deputy military strategist, Hugh Forbes. Before going west to join Brown and his men, Forbes came up from Manhattan to visit Gerrit Smith and prevail upon him for an advance of $150 above and beyond some $600 he had already received from Brown 4 months earlier. It is unclear whether Smith knew about the $600. Colonel Hugh Forbes arrives at 11 a.m., wrote Smith in his journal for July 24th, on his way to Kansas to assist my friend Captain John Brown in military operations. I put some money into his hands. I have put some this season into the hands of Captain Brown. Smith wrote Thaddeus Hyatt, an agent for the National Kansas Committee, that he was favorably impressed with Forbes, who would prove useful in our sacred work in Kansas. Frederick Douglass, whom Forbes called on about this same time and tried to borrow money from, wrote that his initial instinct was to dislike and mistrust the colonel, but that Forbes shortly conquered his prejudice. It had been in Manhattan, in March, that Brown first encountered Forbes, a bold, volatile man who was an acquaintance of Kansas journalist James Redpath. 12 years younger than Brown, the 45-year-old Forbes fancied himself as being blessed with a military genius akin to that of Wellington. In real life, his past was just as checkered and riddled with failure as Brown's. Born in Scotland, Forbes spent time as a silk merchant in Vienna before fighting with Garibaldi in the abortive Italian Revolution of 1848. After his time with Garibaldi, Forbes settled in Paris, where he married, started a family, and authored a 2-volume manual on military tactics. Leaving his wife and children behind in Paris, Forbes came to the United States in the mid-1850s, where he settled in New York and served briefly as editor of an Italian-language newspaper, The European. By the time he met John Brown, the unpredictable, alcoholic Forbes had been fired from The European and was just scraping by. He lived in a slum apartment beside a brothel on Delancey Street and moonlighted as a fencing coach when not working as a freelance reporter/translator for the New York Tribune. Brown found Forbes at once fascinated by the prospect of guerrilla warfare and hungry for a break in the monotony of his hand-to-mouth existence. Brown invited Forbes to join him as a military instructor for his Kansas battalion at $100 per month, with a $600 advance on salary payable immediately. Forbes agreed not only to serve with Brown, but also to write a handbook of military tactics for Brown's new militia to be entitled The Manual of a Patriotic Volunteer. To a friend, Forbes wrote that this was his chance to become a general in the revolution against slavery. What Forbes did not understand was that Brown was not looking for a general. He was only looking for a drill master, and he was looking for unquestioning loyalty. The first milestone of their relationship would be marked when Forbes disobeyed a direct order from Brown to report for duty, and instead lingered several months in Manhattan without explanation, prompting Brown to send a friend to visit Forbes in mid-June and demand that the $600 be returned if he was not coming west immediately. The two men, alike in so many ways, were on a collision course from the start. End quote. Then a little further on, once Forbes finally made it to Tabor, still with the only soldier in this volunteer army being Owen Brown, Renahan continues, quote, One imagines the unhappy, tense atmosphere at the little camp as the two would-be generals, Brown and Forbes, jockeyed with each other for command of what was essentially nothing. A mercenary army characterized by no cash, no recruits, no guns, no war, and perhaps worst of all, so far as Forbes was concerned, no plan. Already bitter and frustrated, Brown and Forbes argued heatedly over the details of Brown's idea, in the absence of belligerencies in Kansas, to activate his subterranean pass-way scheme in the Alleghenies. Brown told Forbes they and some 20 to 50 well-armed men should go beat up a slave quarter in Virginia, preferably that near the Federal Armory and Arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, which Brown would seize. Once the revolt began, hundreds of slaves would swarm to Brown, who would arm and muster them for deliverance. After liberating Virginia, said Brown, his quickly growing army of freed slaves would move on to Tennessee and northern Alabama to continue the work of the Lord. For his part, Forbes simply did not think that the blacks would swarm. Forbes, who viewed blacks as being childlike, fearful, and stupid, thought any rebellion that relied on slave action would be impossible to command and doomed to failure from the first. Forbes preferred the idea of armed bands of white men making brief, sporadic incursions into Virginia, during which they would abduct as many slaves as possible and then stampede them north through the Allegheny wilderness to Canada, just as one would any other brutish herd. Forbes's growing displeasure and disillusionment with Brown was heightened by the fact that he was not getting paid. He needed money to send his struggling wife and family in Paris, and he needed money for the little pint bottles he found it hard to live without and had to smuggle into the camp of the teetotaler Brown. He was, he brooded with his whiskey, a great, talented, and good man made a failure by liars. Brown was one of them, with his promises of guns, authority, legitimacy, action. And those damned New Englanders, with their promise of financing, were equally culpable. They had made him into a joke instead of a heroic fighter for freedom. They had subverted his destiny. In September, during a stopover at Nebraska City, Forbes convinced Brown he had pressing business in the East and received permission to return to Manhattan for a short period of time. It was agreed the two would rendezvous again in a few months at a time and place of Brown's choosing. But given Forbes's subsequent behavior, it would appear that the drill master had no intention of returning to the command of Brown, for whom he no longer had any respect or trust. Nor did he intend to rely further on the charity of Brown's Eastern backers, for whom he felt little else than an urge to revenge. End quote. That's not the last we'll hear from Hugh Forbes. But that conversation with Forbes in the summer of 1857 is the first time Brown was ever known to have mentioned Harper's Ferry specifically as the target of a future guerrilla operation. With peace having come to Kansas, it was only natural at this point for him to look to other theaters, and this scheme to target Harper's Ferry was sort of a much more ambitious version of the Subterranean Pass Way idea he'd come up with years before. And whatever plan he might have had for that was absolutely harebrained from the beginning. Forbes was right about that much. I mean, you can't just suddenly spring a rebellion onto a large population of people with no preparation or warning whatsoever and expect them to just flock to your banner at the drop of a hat. But by the fall of 1857, Brown actually had a small band of 9 recruits, plus Owen and himself in his camp, most of them comrades and associates from his 1856 Kansas campaign. Since Forbes wasn't there to be their drill master anymore, they studied his guerrilla warfare manual and drilled under an army deserter among them who went by the alias Colonel Whipple. Sometime in the fall, they relocated almost all the way across the state of Iowa to the Quaker community of Springdale, where Brown traded a horse and wagons for winter board at a local farmhouse. By January 1858, Brown was back east again looking for funding while his little squad stayed at Springdale. This was a much different tour than the first one, though. He didn't make public speeches anymore. He was more secretive, keeping his contacts and requests for cash to a small circle surrounding the Secret Six. He adopted the alias Nelson Hawkins, which he and the Secret Six would use later to refer to him in letters during this time. One of the first stops he made was at Frederick Douglass's house in Rochester, New York. And it's here that you can really start to see the, let's say, ambitiousness of his plan, to put it nicely, or maybe the insanity if you want to be less charitable about it. During the 3 weeks he spent with Douglass, Brown wrote a constitution for a whole new nation he planned to establish in the Virginia mountains once his slave revolt succeeded. From Renahan, quote, "The scheme associated with his constitution, Brown's grand agenda for making God's fierce justice real on earth, was something he described for an astonished Douglass in increasing detail at meals. Calmly chewing his ham and sweet potatoes, Brown explained all too matter-of-factly how the army of his phantom wilderness state was to be turned loose on the slaveholders. Douglass found Brown's deadpan nonchalance almost frightening as he discussed the prolonged punitive slave uprising, with all its attendant violence, destruction, and terror, that had become his most cherished ambition. Douglass was horrified to hear what Brown had in store for Virginia, even though he had no objection in theory to the concept of an armed revolt against slavery. I should welcome the intelligence tomorrow, Douglass had said 9 years earlier in a Faneuil Hall speech, should it come, that slaves had risen in the South, and that the sable arms which had been engaged in beautifying and adorning the South were engaged in spreading death and destruction. Yet he did not expect to receive such intelligence, and a review of the details of Brown's plan did nothing to change his mind. Like Hugh Forbes, Douglas believed that Brown was overestimating the propensity of black slaves for rebellion, while Forbes thought it would be a certain innate childishness and foolishness that would prohibit blacks from becoming effective soldiers in the war for their own liberation. Douglas thought they would instead be held back by a steely, wise cynicism born of many years' abuse and broken promises. It was not that blacks did not want freedom, Douglas told Brown. It was just that they were generally averse to suicide. End quote. Brown was not deterred by good sense, though. As God's self-appointed agent on earth, he knew he couldn't possibly fail, so there was nothing to worry about. Renahan continues, quote, ultimately, Brown's response to Douglas's concerns was a patronizing one. Douglas should have more faith and should not waste his worry. The scheme would work. It could not fail, for it had been formulated to transact the business of God. One of Brown's Kansas recruits, George B. Gill, was to recall that Brown's military planning always seemed to have one fundamental flaw. Convinced that he was God's chosen instrument for the liberation of the slave, Brown was equally convinced that God would be his guard and shield, rendering the most illogical movements into a grand success. End quote. It was also around this time that the Secret Six became something like a semi-official organization. Not that they ever called themselves that, the term wouldn't be coined until later. And Brown revealed to them the nature and extent of his plans. This is from Horowitz. Quote, it was to Gerrit Smith and Franklin Sanborn at Smith's estate in late February that Brown first unveiled the nature of his Secret Service. Sanborn immediately scribbled a note to Higginson, filled with the aliases and coded language that Brown so often employed. Our friend Hawkins, he wrote, is entering largely into the wool business, in which he has been more or less engaged all his life. He now has a plan, the result of many years' study. On the back of the letter were Brown's penciled sketches of his mountain forts, labeled Woolen Machinery. A month later, in March 1858, the Secret Committee of Six was established, its mission to raise money and other aid for Brown and his men. But the alliance was delicate from the start. The Secret Six shared Brown's seething hatred of slavery and his scorn for pacifist remedies. In most other respects, they were poles apart. Brown was a religious conservative whose faith differed greatly from the unorthodox theology that Parker and Higginson espoused. A man of very modest means, he resented begging in Brahmin parlors amid what he called the wealth, luxury, and extravagance of the heaven-exalted people. And he resisted his backers' strategic advice, instead relying on his own judgment and the unseen hand of Providence. This obstinacy became evident when Brown first shared his wool business plans at Gerrit Smith's home in Peterborough. Sanborn and Smith immediately raised concerns about the manifest hopelessness of defeating slavery with a small band, to which Brown confidently replied, "If God be for us, who can be against us?" Sanborn and Smith mulled the matter during a walk through the snowy fields of the Peterborough estate. They regarded Brown's mission as dangerous and even desperate, Sanborn wrote. Most of the other members of the Secret Six also harbored doubts about Brown's chances of success. But it was obvious that nothing would deter him from going ahead. "We cannot give him up to die alone. We must support him," Smith declared. This humane sentiment wasn't the only motive for backing Brown. The danger and desperation of his plan appealed to the Secret Six, as did his faith that he was God's instrument. Brown was no milk-and-water abolitionist believing in talk and moral suasion. He was a blunt and righteous weapon, like Higginson's battering ram. Even if he failed, Brown's assault on the slave power might bring on the great conflict necessary to vanquish it. "He is the stuff of which martyrs are made," Samuel Gridley Howe wrote a wealthy associate he hoped would give money to Brown. "Under his natural and unaffected simplicity and modesty there is an irresistible propensity to war upon injustice and wrong." Gerrit Smith, least secret of the six, was more explicit. In March, as the conspirators formed their committee, he wrote an abolitionist congressman, "The slave will be delivered by the shedding of blood, and the signs are multiplying that his deliverance is at hand." End quote. With all this time spent in the Northeast, you'd think Brown would spare some time for his neglected family at North Elba, but he only stopped there once for a short visit, which, as it turned out, was more for recruiting purposes than anything else. His son-in-law, Henry Thompson, joined the guerrilla band, along with his brothers Dauphin and William, and Brown's sons Oliver and Watson. But beyond that, he really failed to drum up any more support on this trip beyond whatever the Secret Six did for him. This is Renahan on the Six. Quote, "They were all so well-organized, meticulous, and circumspect. Brown's businesslike backers with their regular meetings, carefully tended ledger book, and tidy assignments of dues schedules. And they were so unlike the carelessly organized Brown, who spent most of March wandering vaguely from one anti-slavery gathering to another along the Philadelphia-Manhattan corridor, vainly trying to raise funds for his project, which he described for his audiences as simply an experiment in slave deliverance. Not an invasion, not a revolt, not an insurrection. No details were given, few dollars were raised. By and large, the anti-slavery community of the Northeast was getting tired of Brown, his promises of dramatic results, and his constant requests for money." End quote. Around the time Brown went back west in the spring to gather his army for the raid, in a bizarre turn of events, Howe and Sanborn started getting threatening letters from Hugh Forbes. Brown collected his forces at Chatham in the modern-day Canadian province of Ontario, just across the border from Detroit, to present his new constitution and establish government and military offices for his new state. Forbes was basically unhinged. He ranted to Howe and Sanborn that Brown wasn't fit to lead the insurrection, but that it might just have a chance of succeeding if only someone competent such as himself were put in charge. He revealed that he knew certain details of the plan, such as the target being Harper's Ferry, and more disturbing for the Six, he knew of the involvement of at least Howe, Sanborn, and Stearns. Sanborn wrote to Higginson informing him of this new turn, and I'll just replace the code names in this quote with the actual names of the people involved. Quote, "HF is Hugh Forbes, an Italio-English hothead whom Brown last year in an evil hour admitted to his counsels. He has now quarreled with Brown, and knowing his plans for fresh fields and pastures new, he threatens to expose them if our Boston friends allow the flock to be turned out. He wrote this in so many words to Howe, and in much the same terms to me, and he is now at Washington, where he can do great harm. I thought you knew of the man, but I wish I were as ignorant of him as you. He is either a madman or a villain, and in either capacity can, and is inclined to, do great mischief." End quote. Howe later said of one of the letters he received from Forbes, quote, "It was a letter rather threatening in its general character. I did not heed it much. It was a very long letter, full of vituperation and abuse. I had never seen Captain Forbes, nor heard of him before." End quote. It's a little unclear what Forbes actually wanted. It could be he actually wanted to replace Brown as the commander of the Harper's Ferry raid, or it could be this was simple blackmail and he just wanted to be paid off for his silence. Either way, he didn't get it, so he went to Washington ranting to anyone who would listen. Of course, this threw the Secret Six into a panic, since they all knew there was a chance they could be implicated and charged with treason if Brown's plot was found out. There was heated debate on this, but in the end, the consensus was that Brown should postpone the raid indefinitely. It turns out they might have been more worried than they really needed to be, though, because they seem to have underestimated just how unhinged Forbes would come off to the people he tried to reveal Brown's plan to. One of the men he went to was Senator William H. Seward from New York, who later said, quote, "Forbes was a stranger to me, and came to my house in Washington during the session of Congress and asked to see me. I saw him alone. He began with a story of great personal distress involving himself and his family, and stated that he had come to me on that account. I supposed that the object of his visit was to solicit charity. I found it very incoherent, very erratic, and thought him a man of an unsound or very much disturbed mind." End quote. So for Seward or any other official Forbes talked to in Washington, I kind of get it. Some deranged guy that you've never met before or even heard of shows up at your house or your office ranting about this abolitionist and his plans to start a massive slave rebellion in Virginia, And not only that, but throws in this sob story about how he and his family have been hurt by the same abolitionist. And yeah, I get why you probably wouldn't take that guy very seriously. And no one really did. The closest anyone got was Massachusetts Senator Henry Wilson, who Forbes approached at his desk on the Senate floor and gave mostly the same rant he'd given to Seward. Wilson was friends with Howe and wrote to him just for assurance that the arms that had been sent to Brown weren't intended for any aggressive purpose. Howe responded with a wonderfully evasive statement which said, quote, "I understand perfectly your meaning. No countenance has been given to Brown for any operations outside Kansas by the Kansas Committee." End quote. Then Brennahan adds to that in parentheses, quote, "No, the committee certainly had not authorized any irregular action, though the Secret Six had." End quote. The decision to delay might have been a good one anyway, though, because the more time that passed without a raid on Harper's Ferry happening, the more crazy Forbes would look to anyone he ranted about it to, and the more unexpected the raid would be whenever it finally did take place. And while they were at it, another thing they could maybe do to make Forbes look even more crazy was to have John Brown go back to Kansas in the meantime and do something very public there. And picture Charlie Kelly at his bulletin board with all the pictures and strings explaining all these connections between Brown and Howe and Stearns and Sanborn and how he's about to stage this massive slave rebellion starting in Harper's Ferry, and it's about to happen any day now. And the minute you start to think, well, this guy's clearly crazy, but maybe there could be some actual truth to what he's saying here. The minute you start to think that, a secretary walks into the room with a telegram that says, John Brown just raided a couple homesteads in Missouri and carried off 11 slaves to the north. You might slowly look up at Forbes and say, get the hell out of my office. John Brown returned to Kansas in the summer of 1858, about a month after the Merdozine massacre, and a couple of weeks after James Montgomery tried and failed to burn Fort Scott. At this time, he was using the alias Shubal Morgan and was now sporting the long, prophet-like beard he's depicted with in the tragic Prelude mural. He met Montgomery at Sugar Mound, and I like the way Renahan presents this. He says, quote, John Brown liked Montgomery, writing that his fellow burner of towns and taker of hostages was, now quoting Brown directly, a very intelligent, kind, gentlemanly, and most excellent man, and lover of freedom. End quote. Brown and Montgomery established a fort on high ground near Trading Post, nearby the site of the massacre, on the claim of one Eli Snyder, and named it Fort Snyder. Now, there was another Snyder, Charles, killed in the Merdozine massacre, and I haven't seen anything definitive to say that Charles and Eli Snyder were related, but it seems likely to me that they could have been. Snyder isn't a super common name, but not super uncommon either, so I can't really say for sure. Now, the Denver Peace Treaty was signed in Fort Scott in mid-June, so there wasn't a ton going on at this moment in the region, but Brown needed funding, so he had to play up every bit of whatever was happening when he wrote back east to the Secret Six. Maybe this isn't that much of an exaggeration because there had been fairly recent jayhawking activity, but, Brown certainly wasn't going to downplay the level of violence. He wrote shortly after his arrival, quote, I am here with about 10 of my men, located on the same quarter section where the terrible murders of the 17th May were committed, called the Hamilton or Trading Post murders. Deserted farms and dwellings lie in all directions for some miles along the line, and the remaining inhabitants watch every appearance of persons moving about with anxious jealousy and vigilance. 4 of the persons wounded or attacked on the occasion are staying with me. A constant fear of new troubles seems to prevail on both sides of the line, and on both sides of the companies of armed men. Any little affair may open the quarrel afresh. 2 murders and cases of robbery are reported of late. I have concealed the fact of my presence pretty much, lest it should tend to create excitement, but it is getting leaked out and will soon be known to all. As I am not here to seek or to secure revenge, I do not mean to be the first to reopen the quarrel. We shall soon be in great want of a small amount in a draft or drafts on New York to feed us. We cannot work for wages, and provisions are not easily obtained on the frontier. End quote. Brown was mostly quiet until December when he accomplished his first and only liberation of any actual slaves. Now, a quick note generally on the liberation of Missouri slaves. There really never was much of it going on throughout the Kansas territorial period. Just a little while ago, I mentioned the attempt Montgomery's men made to liberate a slave during their occupation of Fort Scott, and how the slave refused and said he'd rather stay with his owner. And this was not uncommon on the Kansas-Missouri border, even in the later part of the period after the fighting shifted to the southeast. And the reasons for that are complicated, just like the reasons a slave would betray a rebellion plot, for example. The character of the institution and experience of the individual slave always depended a lot on what part of the South they were in, what time period they were in, what kind of crops they were growing, how big the plantation was, the character of the individual master or overseer, and any number of other things. The institution never was a monolith, and arguments about the ethics of owning human beings aside, the abolitionist conception of what slavery was actually like in practice was always an oversimplification at best. Now, if you think owning human beings is wrong in principle, and I think most of us today would agree with that, then writing a novel like Uncle Tom's Cabin might be a good way to drum up political support for abolitionism, and it might even portray something true about the experience of many real slaves in the South. But we shouldn't make the mistake of thinking that it says much at all, if anything, about the reality of the institution as a whole and the experience of most slaves. It is worth mentioning that many of these portrayals that became famous come from politically motivated abolitionists. I use Uncle Tom's Cabin as an example, but remember that that book came from the mind of Harriet Beecher Stowe, a Connecticut abolitionist who never spent any time in the South and never had any direct experience of what slavery was like. She based her portrayal mostly on the testimony of escaped slaves coming through Connecticut on the Underground Railroad, which is a self-selecting sample, right? I mean, among slaves, the ones overwhelmingly most likely to want to escape in the first place are the ones with particularly horrible experiences at the hands of their masters. So, the uncomfortable truth is that many slaves would have been content with their chains. I don't know what percentage, maybe not a majority, maybe not even a plurality, but the number isn't zero, and Stowe wasn't likely to be talking to any of those at Underground Railroad stops in Connecticut. By the way, Harriet Beecher Stowe was the sister of Henry Ward Beecher, who was the namesake of the Beecher's Bible's nickname given to the Sharps rifles in Kansas. Little fun fact there. My point in saying all this is not to give some kind of apologetic for slavery. It's to illustrate where abolitionists were getting their concepts from, and how those concepts often oversimplified reality to the point of absurdity. To the point where when abolitionists ran up against real situations and people that didn't mesh with their concepts of what they envisioned slavery being like, oftentimes they didn't really know what to do with that. Missouri was one of those places where abolitionist idealism ran up against reality. Because even as the Free State Party gained control of Kansas, there was never this mass exodus of western Missouri slaves into the free territory like you might expect if your only concept of what slavery was like came from something like Uncle Tom's Cabin. I'm going to read you a section from Goodrich's book on this. It comes earlier in his narrative, but it seems appropriate for me to put in here. He says, quote, "Because of the border's lush and low river valleys, a large percentage of Missouri slaves were located in the western third of the state. In the dozen or so counties edging Kansas, roughly 50,000 bondsmen worked the rich, black bottoms of the Missouri, Platte, Grand, Osage, and Blue Rivers, raising prodigious crops of hemp, corn, wheat, and tobacco. In no part of the Union is slavery more profitable," commented the New York Tribune on western Missouri, "and in no part of the Union do slaves bring more in the market, either to sell or hire." Instead of log cabins plastered with mud, a traveler through the region added, there appeared generous frame and brick dwellings surrounded by natural parks of oak and elm. On all sides were fields, and the slaves were fat and comfortable looking. Though only a fraction of West Missourians were actually masters, their ownership of slaves represented a vast investment of between $50 and $100 million. Additionally, the prestige and power wielded by the slaveholders far outweighed their paltry numbers. Consequently, while few in western Missouri actually owned slaves, a great many aspired to join the ranks of those who did. In turn, this slaveless segment of society could be counted on in a crisis to preserve and perpetuate the system. Despite the arguments of abolitionists and their hypercriticism of slavery as cruel and inhuman, most Missourians could only smile. What may have been true of the steaming sugar plantations on the Gulf Coast rang hollow along the western border. "Being slave is maybe mighty hard on white folks," chortled one Missouri black, "but it's dreadful good for nigger." Indeed, many Northerners whose knowledge of slavery came only through a perusal of abolition tracts or Harriet Beecher Stowe were surprised by the benign face the peculiar institution cast in Missouri. Unlike the large and impersonal operations further south, many of the relatively small planters of Missouri viewed the slave as an extension of their family, who worked the fields side by side when out of doors and often lived and socialized with one another when indoors. Additionally, and as more than one amazed visitor discovered, Missouri slaves often enjoyed a standard of living that differed little from that of whites. Pausing one day near Lexington, Douglas Brewerton of the New York Herald queried a planter about the care and conduct of his 80 slaves. Now quoting that planter, "We give our hands, both male and female, 2 full suits of clothes per annum, with underclothing in proportion. These suits are made of a coarse but very warm and durable fabric, which costs between $1 and $2 per yard. When one of our slaves desires to marry, he goes to his master, confesses the soft impeachment, and asks his consent. If the object of his adoration belongs to another plantation, the master of the girl is waited upon for the same purpose. These requests are scarcely ever refused. As the Negro has a great idea of doing things like quality folks, their weddings are state occasions. It is usual for the planter to present the newly married pair with a 4-poster and mattress, or it may be a new brass kettle with which to set up housekeeping. The slave also has his little garden, which he may till with self-interest. As an incentive, the proceeds are his own, to be disposed of as he thinks proper. He is also permitted to keep a hog, and if he desires to do so, chickens. There is, probably, no slave who might not purchase his freedom, if he were so inclined and would exert himself sufficiently to obtain the requisite means. For we are told that when such an intimation is made to the master, he is generally willing to value his servant at a much lower rate. Slave women differ very much in their affection for their children. Some exhibit great solicitude for the welfare of their offspring, while others seem perfectly reckless as to their fate. The old women are, for the most part, employed in looking after the children in cabins during the absence of the Negroes in the field. This is the more necessary, as the young darkies are wonderfully mischievous, as much so as juvenile monkeys. When the youngsters get large enough, they are frequently taken into the planter's house, where they do light work, stuff themselves with eatables, and, in many instances, get petted until they become completely spoiled. Singular as it may appear, we find it very difficult to obtain good house servants, for the Negro seems better fitted for outdoor employment. This is even the case with those who are brought up in our houses, for as they approach the age of 15 or 16 years, they grow restless and discontented, and begin to envy what they consider the greater amount of freedom which falls to the share of the field hands, who have their stated and regular hours for work, and are at liberty when their labor is done to enjoy themselves in any way they please. If one of my Negroes falls sick, he sends word to the house, when my wife usually goes down to visit the patient, and if it be a simple matter within the reach of our family medicine chest, she prescribes and treats the case herself. But if the symptoms are violent, or if the disease assume a graver character, we send immediately for a physician, the best that can be obtained. As regards our method of slave discipline, the whip is but seldom resorted to, and then only in extreme cases. An increase of labor, or a deprivation of some customary privilege, will usually suffice to bring the offender to his senses. A Negro rarely suffers for an offense which he has not committed, for though the circumstantial evidence against him may be ever so strong, when it comes to the moment of punishment, one of your old darkies of known character and discretion will generally step out with some such expostulation as this: "Massa John, what you gwine whip dat nigger for? He no do it. Mo like to be dat lying nigger Pete, massa." Back to Goodrich. Although swift and terrible fates did indeed befall slaves who committed murder, rape, and other violent crimes, the punishments were seldom, if ever, more severe than that of white transgressors. Nevertheless, it was this last aspect of slavery that evoked the greatest outcry from abolitionists. In turn, it was this anti-slavery response to punishment that drew the ire of Southerners, and their charges of hypocrisy. editorialized Lucian Easton of the Leavenworth Herald, now quoting Easton, "If one thing is disgusting or repugnant to our feelings above all others, it is to see the inconsistency of abolition sympathy. In cases where the sufferer is a Negro, their feelings of sympathy are exceedingly sensitive. But where the aggrieved party is white, their feelings of sympathy are at once obtunded. Only let a Negro be punished, however just and deserved the punishment may be, and you at once hear the most sincere expressions of sympathy and commiseration for him. But let the most brutal and unparalleled outrages be practiced upon a white man, you will never hear an utterance of sympathy or compassion from the lips of an abolitionist." Back to Goodrich. It was this glaring contradiction in emancipationist philanthropy that was most revolting to slavers. After viewing both systems up close, New Yorker Douglas Brewerton had reached a verdict. The relation between the master and his slave is, in 9 instances out of 10, a more kindly one than that which exists between the Eastern manufacturers and his sickly, pale-faced operative. Rather than travel afar waging war on slavery in Missouri, some Southerners, and not a few Northerners, suggested that New Englanders stay home and root out bondage in their own backyard. Reported a Lowell, Massachusetts newspaper, now quoting that newspaper, "Observing a singular-looking, long, low, black wagon passing along the street, we made inquiries respecting it, and were informed that it was what we term a slaver. She makes regular trips to the north of the states, cruising around Vermont and New Hampshire, with a commander whose heart must be as black as his craft, who is paid $1 a head for all he brings to market, and more in proportion to the distance, if he brings them from such a distance that they cannot easily get back. This is done by hoisting false colors, and representing to the girls that they can tend more machinery than is possible, and that the work is very neat, and the wages such that they can dress in silks and spend half their time in reading. Now is this true? Let the girls who have been thus deceived answer." Back to Goodrich. "Some ships that docked in northeastern ports were themselves little better than slave galleys, unloading a cargo of Scottish, Irish, or English girls bound for the sweatshops of the textile industry. These poor children, raged one Southern editor, torn from the paternal roof and from native land and home, are sold to New England cotton spinners, are forwarded to their destination, without the special wonder of a single philanthropist in Boston. If they had only been destined to raise cotton instead of spinning it, what an uproar there would have been in Faneuil Hall and the fish market." Despite the obvious inconsistencies, abolitionists would not be shaken from their course. Indeed, to many a stunned Southerner, abolitionist fanaticism seemed boundless. Not only was the radical John Fremont soon to be chosen as the black Republican candidate for president, but words such as the following by an Ohio clergyman were becoming increasingly common. Quoting the clergyman, "O God, we pray that thou wilt curse the slaveholder in all his undertakings, confound all his plans, and spread terror, horror, and dismay throughout the entire South. Curse, O God, we ask thee, with a blighting curse, all the Democrats in the Union. May they, in an especial manner, feel the weight of thy great displeasure. We entreat thee, O Lord, to go to Washington and kill Franklin Pierce. Show him no mercy, but strike him down. We ask thee, O Lord, to afflict every pro-slavery man with the leprosy or smallpox. And may they, after feeling the pains of 1,000 deaths, be tumbled headlong into hell without a trial, there to feel 10,000 strokes on their bare backs, daily inflicted by each and every one of the slaves in the United States. Our Heavenly Father, we ask thee to strengthen us in our resolves to make Kansas a free state, at the peril of the Union. We ask thee to interpose thy mighty hand in our behalf and help us to shiver the Union into atoms rather than to concede to the Southern demons 1 inch of the disputed territory." And back to Goodrich again. Surprisingly, although a large number of practical abolitionists had suddenly materialized in Kansas, efforts to lure slaves from Missouri had proven notoriously unsuccessful. Part of the reason, no doubt, was that with the fugitive slave law still binding, in Kansas as elsewhere, a runaway could and must be returned to his master. Another factor that kept slaves at home was the natural human fear of the unknown. Perhaps the greatest explanation why so few bondsmen stole themselves and fled to Kansas was simply that many slaves were not entirely convinced that freedom was better for them than slavery. Asked if he would prefer to go to Kansas and live in Lawrence, one border black only shook his head. "No, 'spect not. Been raised 'mong quality. Couldn't think gwine there, sir. Rather stay at home among white folks. Dis nigger ain't a-gwine to stress himself about politics, added another slave. Don't reckon much on these abolitionists nohow, but just know this, massa, that dis nigger's just as happy and enjoys himself as much as if he owned the whole town of Lexington. Some do seem happy in their midnight ignorance, one Yankee grudgingly admitted. End quote. Now, in particular, that quote from the Ohio clergyman stands out to me as interesting. I'll come back to that in a minute. But for now, the point is that rescues of Missouri slaves were not a common thing. But on December 19th, 1858, a Missouri slave named Jim Daniels crossed the border into Kansas and was found by one of John Brown's patrols. His master was a man named Harvey Hicklin. He said that he and a few others were about to be sold further south and needed help, and Brown jumped on that opportunity immediately. Now, with everything we just went over, the prospect of being sold further south makes a lot of sense to me as a catalyst that would make a slave want to escape, right? I don't have a lot of detail on Daniels specifically, but he could have been one of those slaves who was pretty comfortable where he was, and then word got out that he was about to be sold, and he would have known that a new plantation or a new master could be a crapshoot. No telling who he would get or what the new place would be like. So that's the kind of thing that could upset the equilibrium enough to motivate him to risk the escape to freedom. Brown and 18 of his men were on it the very next night, December 20th. Hicklin's place along the Little Osage was the first one they stopped at, and we have an account of what happened from Hicklin himself. Quote, I jumped out of bed, and as the moon was shining bright, I saw the yard was full of armed men. The men were now battering in the east door of the room. Our two small children were sleeping in an old-fashioned trundle bed in the middle of the room. I raised the feather tick of the trundle bed and slipped the pocketbook with the money into the straw tick under the children. All this was done in double-quick time, and just as I stepped away from the bed, the east door flew open. I had not put on my pantaloons, nor had I struck a light, but there was some light from the fireplace. The men entered the room, covered me with their Sharps rifles, and ordered me to surrender. Then they went through all 4 rooms of the house. They took all the beds and bedclothing off of the bedsteads, made my wife get up out of her bed, and examined even the straw ticks very carefully in their search for money. I was afraid they would search the children's bed next, but they did not disturb it at all. Then one of them said, "Where's your money? We know you have it somewhere. Now where is it?" I replied that I had loaned the money, but they would not believe me until I showed them the note. By this time, John Brown himself came into the room. He said to me, "Well, you seem to be in a pretty tight place, but you shan't be hurt if you behave yourself." He said he was going to take off all of the Negroes and free them. He talked with me rather pleasantly for 30 minutes or more. He said he was doing the Lord's will and was not ashamed. At last a man came to the door and said, "Captain, the wagons are loaded, and all is ready." Then Brown rose and left, as did all of his men but 2, who were left as guards over me with orders to stay with me for 2 hours and to shoot me if I attempted to escape during that time. Then Goodrich continues. With Hicklin's 5 slaves, Brown's band continued down the Little Osage until they reached the farm of John LaRue. After pillaging the house and rounding up an additional 5 slaves, the abolitionists turned back toward Kansas with LaRue and a friend as hostages. Confused, uncertain of the future, several slaves wept as they were driven from their home. Meanwhile, on the opposite bank of the river, Brown's second column was also at work. Reaching the claim of 60-year-old David Cruz, a plain, unoffending farmer, the gang quickly surrounded the home. A chronicler continued. Quoting that chronicler now. The raiders found the door of the house fastened and demanded that it be opened immediately, or they would demolish it. Mr. Cruz had feared trouble of some sort and had procured a revolver, which he then had in the house. His son Ralph had carried this weapon and had tied a loop of ribbon around the handle, partly for ornament and partly to suspend it by. The old man sprang out of bed, seized his revolver, and attempted to shoot through the door at the robbers, but the ribbon caught in the cylinder and became entangled about it in such a way that it would not revolve and the weapon could not be discharged. The robbers broke in the door, and one of them fired and shot down Mr. Cruz, who fell near the fireplace and died almost instantly, his blood flowing out upon the hearthstone. Back to Goodrich. Terrified by the attack, one of Cruz's younger children ran screaming into the night, as did a frightened Negro. After looting the house and seizing a slave, the abolitionists plundered a neighboring farm before they too turned back toward Kansas. End quote. In total, Brown liberated, freed, stole, kidnapped, abducted, pick your verb, took 11 slaves from the 3 farms, along with, of course, some horses and other stolen property. They were jayhawkers, after all. But unlike Montgomery's men, he was not the type to ask the slaves if they wanted to go. He just took them. No word on whether they wanted to go or not, other than Goodrich saying there that some of them wept as they left. He seems to have gotten that from a report on this in the Fort Scott Democrat from December 23rd, 1858. But in the end, who knows? Now, this raid raised as much of a ruckus nationally as the Merdozine Massacre or the Potawatomi Massacre did, and it was exactly the kind of high-profile public thing that made it obvious to everyone where John Brown was and how he definitely wasn't planning an attack on Harper's Ferry, Virginia, which, of course, made Hugh Forbes look even crazier than he already did. The fugitive slave law meant that the slaves would not be safe from recapture while still in the United States, and almost immediately there was a price on Brown's head. As soon as the news reached Washington, President Buchanan himself offered a $250 reward for Brown's capture, and when Brown heard of this, he responded by offering 25 cents for Buchanan. Missouri Governor Robert Stewart offered another $3,000 for Brown's capture, but even then, it seems no one in Kansas Territory was willing to lift a finger to capture Brown. He escorted his freed slaves north and seems to have stopped over in Lawrence for a time, then started north again in late January on his way out of the territory. On January 31st, a 45-man posse led by U.S. Marshals out of Atchison caught up with Brown at Straight Creek near the town of Holton. Brown had 22 fighting men with him, and of course the freed slaves, who were now 12 instead of 11 because one of them was a woman who'd been pregnant when she was rescued and had by then given birth to a son. When they were approached by the posse, so the story goes, Brown and his men charged them on horseback despite being outnumbered more than 2-1, and the posse fled without a shot being fired. That episode would go down in history under the mocking title, The Battle of the Spurs, so named for the Missourians putting spurs to their horses as they fled. Safely out of Kansas Territory, the slaves caught a boxcar bound for Chicago, then Detroit, where they were ferried across the Detroit River in March 1859 to Canada and permanent freedom. The Battle of the Spurs was Brown's final act in Kansas. The slave rescue made national headlines and made Brown into even more of a celebrity, and supposedly the son born to the woman during the trip was named after him. These were the only slaves Brown ever actually freed, and they rocketed him into the national spotlight again, as well as reinvigorating the hopes of the Secret Six, who had started to doubt that the Harper's Ferry plan would ever be executed. From dropping the slaves off at the Canadian border, John Brown traveled to Cleveland, and as Horwitz says, quote, theatrically auctioned off the horses he'd liberated from Missouri, end quote. Then he went on to Franklin Sanborn's house in Concord, spoke at the town hall, rubbed elbows with all the usual suspects of the nutcase transcendentalist types like Emerson and Thoreau. He was very much back to his 1857 character as far as publicity this time, not being subtle or secretive at all. It was also around this time that people close to Brown started to notice a change in his apparent state of mind. One Boston businessman said his eyes had in them, quote, a little touch of insanity, end quote. George Gill, who had been with Brown on the Missouri slave rescue and was actually the man who initially found Jim Daniels on the border, said that slaves and others started to identify Brown with Moses. Especially since the slave rescue, preachers had been explicitly comparing him to Moses. Gill said that Brown was elated at these comparisons. He just loved it, and probably had started to think of himself in those terms as well. He certainly was trying to look the part with his long flowing beard. Now, I tend to question that whatever these guys were seeing in Brown was actually insanity, or whether it was something else. Obviously, I don't know. I wasn't there to talk to him like these guys were, so they probably know better than me. But I have my reasons for saying this, and I'll actually explain towards the beginning of Part 5. For now, just make a note of that. The spring of 1859 is when people close to Brown started to notice a shift in him towards some kind of mania or something like that. Whatever it was, for George Gill, it was enough to make him decide to dip out permanently. He would not take part in whatever Brown had coming next. In early July 1859, Brown moved to the Harper's Ferry area under the alias of Isaac Smith, posing as a farmer and cattle trader, and rented a vacant farmhouse about 3 or 4 miles northeast of Harper's Ferry itself on the Maryland side. This would be his staging area where he would collect his men and weapons before the raid, including the pikes he'd formerly contracted Charles Blair to make for him, which were now paid for and finished after the latest round of fundraising. Now, why Harper's Ferry exactly? Well, Harper's Ferry sits at the mouth of the Shenandoah River where it empties into the Potomac, which forms the Maryland-Virginia border. It's actually located in West Virginia today, but in 1859, West Virginia was still part of the original state of Virginia. It wouldn't break off until after the war got started. The town is situated kind of in the crook of the Y formed by the confluence of the Potomac and Shenandoah rivers. It's kind of triangle-shaped and tapers down to a point where the rivers meet, with the point pointing to the east. Coming right off the tip of the point, there's a railroad bridge that crosses the Potomac to the northeast into Maryland, and there's another smaller bridge on the southern branch of the Y that crosses the Shenandoah. There's 2 kind of main sections of the town. You have the low-lying land along the sides of both rivers on both branches of the Y, which was mostly a commercial and industrial area. And then you have the mostly residential area in the interior of the triangle, which is elevated several hundred feet above the rivers, like all the land around the confluence of the rivers. This is in the Blue Ridge Mountains, so it's all very hilly. There were 3 locations in town that would be important to John Brown's raid. First was Hall's Rifle Works, a rifle factory located on the southern branch of the Y, about 1,000 yards or so from the Virginia end of the railroad bridge. That factory manufactured the M1819 Hall rifle, which was actually the first breech-loading rifle to ever be adopted in large numbers by any military in the world, although it never gained precedence over muzzle-loading rifles at the time. Second was the area right around the tip of the triangle, at the Virginia end of the railroad bridge. There was a federal arsenal there, a storage facility for arms manufactured at the armory. There was also the Wager House Hotel, the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad Depot, and a row of shops along the street skirting the foot of the hill up to the residential section. Finally, and most importantly, there was the U.S. Armory, which was Brown's primary target. It extended for some 400 yards or so from the front gate near the tip of the triangle, along the Potomac riverfront on the northern branch of the Y. And in particular, there was a fire engine house just inside the front gate, which would become important in a big way during the raid. I'm always a sucker for a good map, and Horwitz's book has 3 of them for this. One of the region and towns around Harper's Ferry, one of the layout of the town itself, and a third one, even more zoomed in, of the details at the tip of the triangle. They're great maps, and they helped me a ton in visualizing how this whole thing went down. Brown showed up in the area in July with a few men, meaning to collect the rest of his men in arms within the next few weeks and get the raid started promptly. But delays happened with the supplies, partly because of, Murphy's Law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong, but also partly due to Brown himself. He would send cryptic coded messages to John Jr. back in Cleveland, who was responsible for sending supplies, and while these messages were meant to throw off suspicion for anyone unexpected who might happen to get a hold of them, they were apparently confusing enough to throw off John Jr. sometimes, too. It's unclear to me what Brown's plan actually was, except in the most general terms, which would be start a slave revolt somehow. He was even vague about this with his own men, enough so that many of them on their arrival to the Kennedy farm thought this was just supposed to be like the Missouri slave rescue, but on a larger scale. But in late summer, when Brown revealed to the men that he intended to actually take and hold the U.S. Armory as a first strike in the slave rebellion he intended to spark, this nearly caused a mutiny. But reluctantly, the men went along with the plan. If I were to sum up the plan for this raid, while grasping at straws to make it make as much sense as possible, it would go something like this. Brown and his men would seize the armory and its weapons. Word of this would get out to the slaves in the area, who would hear the name John Brown and flock to the banner of the now famous abolitionist. Once he had a sufficient number of followers, Brown would establish himself in a secure place, maybe Harper's Ferry itself, maybe somewhere further out into the mountains, where he would form his new state as a haven for ever-increasing numbers of escaped slaves to flee to. The plan was absolutely delusional from the start. If there's one characteristic you can apply to Brown besides religious fanaticism, it's an incredible aptitude for self-deception. He was the kind of guy who would believe what he wanted to believe, pay attention to the things he preferred that fit his plans and ideas, and disregard the rest. During his time in the North, besides New England elites, he'd also come into contact with black militant societies in places like Detroit and Ohio. A leader of one of those told Brown that, quote, they were only waiting for Brown or someone else to make a successful initiative move when their forces would be put in motion. End quote. Then Horwitz continues in his book, quote, this was the message Brown most wanted to hear. Blacks were not only desperate for freedom, but ready and able to fight. All they needed was a spark. But the militants who urged him on weren't much more representative of blacks than Brown was of whites. Brown's limited experience of the slaveholding South wasn't a reliable guide either. He'd visited only the region's borderlands while working as a surveyor and wool merchant in far western Virginia, where many whites had little stake in the institution, and along the raw frontier of Missouri and Kansas. The whites he'd battled there were minimally trained and loosely organized. Brown, in short, was ill-equipped to gauge how either blacks or whites might react to a full-scale assault on a system of property and social control that had been entrenched and brutally enforced for generations. He thought the slaves would flock to him, Annie Brown wrote, and that the masters would be so paralyzed with fear that they would make no resistance. End quote. About 2 months before the raid, Frederick Douglass came to meet John Brown one more time at a hidden spot at an abandoned quarry outside Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, about 50 miles north of Harper's Ferry. He was, let's say, a much more thoughtful man than Brown, and knew already that the plan was doomed to failure. From Horwitz again, quote, Douglass, like the men at the Kennedy farm, at once opposed the measure. He argued that opening the campaign with an attack on a federal armory would array the whole country against us, rather than rallying Americans to the anti-slavery cause. Brown shrugged this off. It seemed to him that something startling was just what the nation needed. Douglass raised military objections too, arguing that Brown and his men would be easily surrounded in Harper's Ferry. Again, Brown seemed unperturbed. He said he could find means for cutting his way out, but wouldn't need to because he planned to take prominent citizens hostage. That way, if worst came to worst, he could dictate terms to his foes. This confidence astonished Douglass, who believed Virginians would blow Brown and his hostages sky high rather than let abolitionists hold Harper's Ferry. There in the old quarry, the two men debated through that day and part of the next, with Douglass, a formidable orator, mustering all the arguments at my command. None of them moved Brown. He was utterly fixed in his course. Come with me, Douglass, he finally said, wrapping his arms tightly around his friend. I want you for a special purpose. When I strike, the bees will swarm, and I shall want you to help hive them. But Douglass could see nothing but menace in Harper's Ferry. All his arguments and all his descriptions of the place convinced me that he was going into a perfect steel trap, Douglass wrote, and that once in, he would never get out alive. Having escaped slavery as a young man, Douglass also had no illusions about his own prospects if he went along. My discretion or my cowardice, he admitted, determined my course. He would not go with Brown. As he got up to leave the quarry, Douglas turned to his companion, Shields Green, who, along with John Kagi, had sat in on the conference. In Rochester, the fugitive slave from South Carolina had been moved by Brown's anti-slavery fervor and said he intended to join him. Now, Douglas told Green, "Shields, you have heard our discussion. If, in view of it, you do not wish to stay, you have but to say so, and you can go back with me." To Douglas's surprise, Green coolly replied in his low-country patois, "I believe I'll go with the old man." End quote. Brown would not be moved from his course, and on October 16th, 1859, he commenced the raid. Horwitz again, quote, "Men, get on your arms," the captain said. "We will proceed to the ferry." It was 8 at night, an autumn Sunday, silent and dark in the Maryland hills. A horse-drawn wagon pulled up to the log house, and the men loaded it with pikes, tools, torches, and gunpowder. The captain put on the battered cap he'd worn in Bleeding, Kansas. Then he climbed on the wagon, and the men marched behind, down a dirt lane, past a snake rail fence, onto the road to Harper's Ferry. There were 18 men, not counting the captain. Almost all were in their 20s, and had written farewell letters to family and lovers. 5 of them were black, including a fugitive slave and a freedman whose wife and children were still in bondage. 2 others were the captain's sons. All had been formally inducted at the secluded log house as soldiers in the Provisional Army of the United States. Their commander was 59, a sinewy man with gunmetal eyes and a white beard he'd grown to conceal his identity. He was wanted by state and federal authorities. President Buchanan had put a price on his head. While living underground, the captain had drafted a constitution and a Declaration of Liberty for the revolutionary government that tonight's action would found. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for an oppressed people to rise and assert their natural rights, the Declaration began. If the opening sounded familiar, the close was not. "We will obtain these rights or die in the struggle," the document stated before the concluding, "Hung be the heavens in scarlet." The road ran below a mountain ridge, through woods and rolling farmland. The mid-October night was cool and drizzly and dark, perfect weather for a surprise attack. There was no one else abroad and no sound, just the creak of the wagon's wooden wheels and the clop of hooves. Steam rose from the horses' flanks. Behind the captain's wagon the men marched in pairs, solemn and speechless, as if in funeral cortege. Their orders were to make no noise and to conceal their rifles beneath gray shawls. Anyone they encountered was to be detained. After 3 miles, the road descended steeply to the wide, swift Potomac River. On the far bank glowed the gas lamps of Harper's Ferry, Virginia, a factory town and the gateway to the largest slave state in the country. 2 of the men crept ahead. Soon they would cut the telegraph lines linking Harper's Ferry to the outside world. 2 other men, hard veterans of Kansas, slipped onto the covered bridge over the Potomac and seized the night watchman who trolled back and forth with a lantern. The captain followed in his wagon, leading the others across the bridge. It was an hour before midnight when they emerged on the Virginia shore and entered the business district of Harper's Ferry. The wagon clattered across pavement, past a rail depot, a hotel, saloons, and shops, and up to the front gate of the U.S. Armory. Behind its high wrought iron fence stretched a massive industrial complex where the nation's newest weapons were manufactured. "Open the gate," one of the men shouted at a night guard within the armory fence. The watchman refused. 2 of the men grabbed hold of him through the fence and pressed guns to his chest. Another man forced the gate's lock with a crowbar. Then the captain rode into the armory yard and took the watchman prisoner. "I came here from Kansas," he announced to his captive. "This is a slave state. I want to free all the Negroes in this state. I have possession now of the United States Armory, and if the citizens interfere with me, I must only burn the town and have blood." End quote. The name of the bridge watchman who was seized first was Bill Williams, and he was taken into the engine house just inside the main gate of the armory, along with the armory guard Daniel Whelan. The town was taken completely by surprise. No one expected anything like this, not from an interracial band of men from out of state led by a white man. And so Brown's men were able to take control of the armory, the arsenal, Hall's rifle works, and both bridges into town, all without a shot being fired or an alarm being raised. The apparent success at the very beginning of this raid was in large part due to one John Cook, a Brown man who had volunteered to go to Harper's Ferry as basically a spy all the way back in the summer of 1858 when Brown went back to Kansas. He'd gone to work as a teacher while learning everything he could about the town and its people, and the guy was nothing if not committed to the bit. He married a local woman while there, and she was pregnant at the time of the raid. And by all accounts, this was part of his cover. He stayed committed to Brown's cause, up to and including full participation in the raid. Williams, the bridge guard, and Whelan, the gate guard, both knew Cook well, and when Cook and the other 18 men told Williams he was their prisoner, he thought they were joking at first. Around 11 p.m., Brown dispatched Cook and a few others to the country estate of the biggest slave-owning name in the area, Lewis Washington, the great-grandnephew of George Washington, who lived about 5 miles west of town. Cook arrived there about 1:30 in the morning and freed Washington's slaves as well as those of his neighbor John Allstott, and took both Washington and Allstott back to the armory to sit as hostages in the engine house. But things were already going wrong in Harper's Ferry while Cook was gone. The next bridge guard, Patrick Higgins, showed up to relieve Bill Williams a little after midnight and unexpectedly met with the guard Brown had left on the bridge. From Horwitz, quote, "As Higgins neared the Virginia end of the bridge, 2 men loomed in the dark, holding what looked to him like spears and carrying short rifles beneath their long gray shawls. 'Which way?' one of the men asked him. Unbeknownst to Higgins, this was a demand for a password. Higgins answered it literally. 'Not far. I am at my station.' In reply, the stranger announced that Higgins was his prisoner and grasped the watchman's lantern. The Irishman swung his free hand at his captor's face, causing the stranger to stumble and let go of him. Higgins then ran to the end of the bridge and hurled himself through the window of a hotel by the railroad tracks as 2 shots rang out behind him. 'Lock your doors,' he told the hotel clerk. 'There are robbers on the bridge.'" End quote. This is a strange and kind of funny thing about this raid and really any event like it. Of course, nobody knows what's going on at first, and they only realize very slowly what's actually happening. You'd think a couple of rifle shots would raise an alarm, but this was America in the 19th century after all. Rowdies getting up to mischief in the middle of the night wasn't all that uncommon of a thing to see, so the hotel clerk, William Throckmorton, wasn't particularly worried when Higgins crashed through the window yelling about robbers. But a passenger train bound for Baltimore pulled up to the platform at 1:25 a.m., and Throckmorton was alarmed enough to at least warn the conductor that there were armed men on the bridge. The train was bound west to east and would have to cross the bridge to leave town, and so the conductor decided it was best to investigate before moving further. From Horwitz, quote, "The train's conductor, Andrew Phelps, went to investigate with 4 other men, one of whom carried a lantern. As they entered the covered bridge, the train followed slowly behind. About 50 yards inside the bridge, a voice called out, 'Stand and deliver.' Phelps could make out rifle muzzles in the dark and saw that they were pointed at his party. Then someone snatched the lantern away from one of his companions and extinguished it. Phelps immediately turned and retreated, ordering the engineer to back the train off the bridge. As he reached the end of the span, he heard gunfire behind him. Moments later, a tall black man staggered out from the covered bridge, crying, 'I am shot.' Hayward Shepard was a free black baggage master at the Harper's Ferry depot. He had charge not only of the B&O depot at night, but also of the pistol Throckmorton had gone looking for earlier. Apparently, he wasn't carrying it when he ventured onto the bridge at about the same time as Phelps in an effort to see what was going on. Like the others, Shepard reported that he had been ordered to halt. When he turned and fled instead, one of the sentinels on the bridge fired. The bullet tore through Shepard's back and came out his chest, just below his left nipple. He was carried to the nearby railroad office and laid on a plank between 2 chairs, where a doctor examined him and judged the wound fatal. John Brown's campaign to liberate slaves had claimed as its first casualty a free black man, shot down while defying the orders of armed whites. End quote. As Throckmorton, Phelps, Higgins, and some of the train passengers and hotel guests stood around trying to make sense of this, and as Shepard lay dying in the railroad office, one of Brown's sentries walked out of the railroad bridge headed for the Armory gate, which prompted Throckmorton to fire at him with a pistol, and there was a quick exchange of gunfire between Throckmorton, the sentry, and two other Brown men at the Armory gate. And by that time, it was full-on panic at the train depot. It was dark, no one knew what was happening, shots had been fired, and passengers rushed off the train and barricaded themselves in the Wager House Hotel, where they hunkered down to wait for dawn. At dawn, things got even more strange. Although shots had been fired, there still was no general alarm raised, and many of the people now waking up in their homes in the residential section of town up on the hill had most likely slept right through the gunfire. Many of them were employees of the Armory, and the morning of October 17th was a Monday, so they got up and headed to work. And talk about the worst case of the Mondays you've ever had. These men were taken hostage by Brown's men as they showed up for work. People slowly realized there was something going on, but no one had any idea yet what it was. John Dangerfield, paymaster at the Arsenal, later wrote, quote, "One of my servants came to my room door and told me there was a war in the street. I, of course, got up at once and dressed and went out. Upon looking around, I saw nothing exciting. I walked towards my office, just within the Armory enclosure and not more than 100 yards from my dwelling. As I proceeded, I saw a man come out of an alley near me, then another and another, all coming towards me. When they came up to me, I inquired what all this meant. They said nothing, only they had taken possession of the government works. I told them they talked like crazy men. They answered, 'Not so crazy as you think, and you will soon see.' Up to this time I had not seen any arms. Presently, however, the men threw back the short cloaks they wore and displayed Sharp's rifles, pistols, and knives. Seeing these and fearing something serious was going on, I told the men I believed I would return to my quarters. They at once cocked their guns and told me I was a prisoner. I talked with them some little time longer and again essayed to return to my house. But one of the men stepped before me, presented his gun, and told me if I moved I would be shot down. Upon reaching the gate, I saw what indeed looked like war. Negroes armed with pikes and sentinels with muskets all around." End quote. Eventually, Brown had 40 men under guard, twice as many as he had in his raiding force. He assured the hostages they wouldn't be harmed, that he was here to free slaves, not to hurt them. He even sent a note to the hotel ordering Throckmorton to serve breakfast for the hostages. After dawn, he came out of the Armory and spoke to Phelps, the train conductor, told him exactly who he was and why he was there, and sent him and the train along down the line because he wanted word to get out to the national media that he was there. Later that morning, when he reached a working telegraph station, Phelps wired his superiors in Baltimore, quote, "Express train bound east under my charge was stopped this morning at Harper's Ferry by armed abolitionists. They say they have come to free the slaves and intend to do it at all hazards. The leader of those men requested me to say to you that this is the last train that shall pass the bridge either east or west. It has been suggested you had better notify the Secretary of War at once." End quote. And of course, the rumor mill got going. This is one big reason I spent all that time going over Nat Turner's rebellion back at the beginning, because the state of Virginia had less than 30 years before this, still well within living memory, experienced a brutal and shocking slave revolt that sent everyone into a panic, and you can bet that people were having flashbacks to that right now. Brown only had himself plus 18 men in the town, but Phelps in his report estimated Brown's strength at 150 men and said that he was expecting a reinforcement of 1,500. Rumors flying around town said there were at least 750 men in the Armory right now. But even so, things were relatively calm for the moment until about 7 a.m. From Horwitz, quote, "Among the town's unsuspecting residents was Thomas Borley, an Irish tavern keeper and grocer who went to open his shop as usual about 7 o'clock that Monday morning. As he did so, a neighbor ran up and told Borley he had just escaped several armed men who tried to seize him down by the armory. The two townsmen grabbed shotguns and went to confront them. Borley was a large and combative man. On reaching Shenandoah Street, the main thoroughfare by the river, he blasted buckshot at sentinels posted by the arsenal gate. One of Brown's men returned fire with his much more accurate rifle, hitting the 200-pound Borley in the groin. Mortally wounded, the grocer staggered into a jewelry shop and lay bleeding on the floor, living long enough to receive last rites from a local priest. Borley was 45. He left a wife, 3 children, and an orphaned niece he'd adopted. News of the shooting circulated just as townspeople awoke to the trouble in Harper's Ferry. The alert was thanks largely to John Starry, the young doctor who had jumped on his horse to sound the alarm. He had roused armory officials and workmen and asked one of them to ring the bells at the Lutheran church, to get the citizens together to see what sort of arms they had and to see what we could do to get rid of these fellows. By 7 a.m., a number of people had gathered on Camp Hill, a steep rise overlooking the industrial and commercial areas by the rivers. What Starry learned was disheartening. Per capita, Harper's Ferry housed more weapons than just about any place in America. Roughly 100 guns for every adult white male. But almost all these arms were housed in the arsenal and the gun factories, which were now in the hands of mysterious attackers. All the citizens could muster was a handful of squirrel rifles and shotguns like the one Borley had died firing. After the conference on Camp Hill, Starry concluded that he had better get on his horse again, and he rode off to seek reinforcements in the county seat of Charlestown, 8 miles away. End quote. So the alarm was out at that point, but as panicked as many of the townspeople were, there wasn't a lot they could do at the moment. Poorly armed, not really organized at all, and with no idea of what exactly they were up against, they were bound to be slow to react. But react they did, to John Brown's apparent surprise. Horwitz continues, quote, "From the moment he arrived in Harper's Ferry, Brown had sought to assure the townspeople that he did not regard them as his enemy. He had come to free slaves and intended to hurt no one, unless he met with resistance. Following the gunfire that broke out in the night, Brown repeatedly sent peace emissaries to frightened train passengers and citizens at the Wager House. He expressed regret for the shooting of the railroad porter, Hayward Shepard, blaming it on bad management by his sentinels on the bridge and telling conductor Phelps it was not his intention that any blood be spilled. He'd also indicated to his band that he anticipated some support from white townspeople. From Brown, one of them later stated, I understood that there were laboring men at Harper's Ferry who wished to get rid of slaves and would aid in running them off. At the least, Brown appears to have believed that most whites would stay out of the fray rather than take up arms in defense of the slaveholding gentry. This belief was bolstered by the intelligence he had received from Cook, who found the community welcoming, even to a Northerner who sometimes told his acquaintances of his sympathy for the Free State cause in Kansas. Relatively few townspeople owned slaves, and they seemed to live and work peaceably alongside free blacks. Thomas Borley, for instance, rented part of his property to a black family. The black baggage master, Hayward Shepard, was employed at the B&O depot by the town's mayor, who had also helped another free man buy his wife and children out of slavery. But this interracial cooperation didn't translate into sympathy for Brown's cause. Nor were many people in Harper's Ferry aware of his intentions, at least initially. The shooting of a free black man confused matters, as did the mixed signals Brown seemed to convey. He said he meant no harm to citizens, yet seized their town at night, took hostages, claimed command of a vast army, and brought with him barrels of gunpowder and torches that one hostage described as sticks wrapped with cotton waste and dipped in burning fluid. His men also carried Sharp's rifles, a new kind of carbine named for a gunsmith who had once worked at Harper's Ferry. Compact, quick-loading, and renowned for its range and accuracy, the Sharps was the deadliest firearm of its day, and the origin of the word sharpshooter. Unsurprisingly, townspeople doubted Brown's peaceful overtures, particularly after the shooting of Shepard and then Borley, news of which quickly reached the locals who had convened that morning on Camp Hill. As John Starry rode off to seek aid in the county seat, townsmen set about arming themselves. End quote. Now, this faulty expectation Brown had of the townspeople I think is reflective of the fundamental flaw in his thinking. I like to make a lot of margin notes in my books while I read, and next to that sentence about Brown believing whites would stay out of the fray, my margin note says, ideology brain. Brown attacked their town at night and took hostages, and his men killed 2 of their fellow townspeople, but he thinks they'll just overlook that because they're not all that committed to supporting slavery in principle. To me, and I think to most normal people, that seems absurd on its face. Of course the townspeople are going to oppose you when you take over sections of their town by force and kill their fellow citizens. How would they not oppose you? But to Brown, it made sense because he had ideology brain. Here's what I mean by that. Abolitionism was absolutely the most important thing in Brown's life, clearly. It was a cause he dedicated at least the last 10 years of his life to. He'd risked his life for it on multiple occasions, killed people brutally for it, mostly abandoned his own family for it. He was so dedicated to this cause that he couldn't conceive of anyone who didn't have that issue of slavery as the primary thing their loyalty revolved around. It's like if you've ever been to, let's say, a football game between your home team and their rival. You go to the game wearing your home team's jersey, sit in the stands and cheer, and in that setting, the primary thing you notice about other people around you that you don't know is the team loyalty they're displaying. If a person is also wearing the home team's jersey, you're likely to feel naturally friendly towards that person or allied to them. You'll cheer alongside each other, often even high-five when your team scores, with this total stranger you've never met before, just because they're displaying the same team loyalty as you. And on the other hand, if someone is wearing the jersey of the rival team, it's the opposite. You'll feel some natural enmity towards that person. You might talk some smack, give each other crap when your team makes a good play. Even if it's expressed in a good-natured way, most of the time, there's a natural feeling of enmity or rivalry there. And by the way, it's not always expressed in a good-natured way. Sometimes it can get heated or even violent, which is a wild thing on its own. And the thing is, that's kind of appropriate for that setting. I mean, it can be kind of fun to get involved in that good-natured rivalry around other people. It's a big part of the reason why people go to live sporting events in the first place. But take the same thing outside of that appropriate setting, and it instantly becomes weird. I mean, imagine going up to every person you meet in your day-to-day life and asking them if they're a Chiefs fan or a Raiders fan, and then expecting them to automatically be your best friend if they're a Chiefs fan, or your worst enemy if they're a Raiders fan. That would actually be deranged. And yet, it's exactly how John Brown thinks with respect to abolitionism. It's the primary loyalty in his own life, even above his family, and he assumes it's the primary loyalty for everyone else, too. He can't conceive of the idea that other people hold different things primary in their lives, like family, friends, church, town. I would think that these things all take precedence over any ideology for most regular people not infected with ideology brain. So when Brown gets this intel from Cook that seems to indicate, well, there's not very many slaveholders in this town, townspeople as a whole seem to get along well with free blacks, and they're welcoming to an anti-slavery sympathetic guy, Brown hears that and thinks, okay, they'll be my friends then. Or at least they won't resist me. Then he goes and does all this stuff that would instantly turn any normal person hostile to him, and he can't understand why they're hostile. And I think Yankeedom at this time as a culture was infected with ideology brain in precisely the same way. They went into Kansas territory with the explicit intention of molding it to be like New England. They ran into resistance from the natural inhabitants of that place who were very much not New Englanders, and they thought, oh, these backwards frontier hicks are so dedicated to slavery that they're willing to fight us over it, you see. I just want to go back and shake these people and say, no, they're willing to fight you because they don't like you. Your culture is fundamentally different from theirs. You explicitly intend to change their culture to match yours because you consider yours superior, and you consider it your duty to bring enlightenment to these stupid inbred frontiersmen, which amounts to a fundamental change in their way of life that they don't want. Of course they're going to resist you. And it goes far beyond slavery, obviously. I mean, does anybody seriously think that Eli Thayer, Amos Lawrence, and Charles Robinson were going to stop slavery from entering the new territory, but leave the existing Southern culture intact in every other way? Nobody believes that. And if you did, you'd be ignoring Thayer's own words on the subject. So this is what I mean by ideology brain. John Brown had it in spades. And notice again, I'm not saying I think he was stupid or crazy, just that he was ideologically possessed to the point where he was blinded to the experience of normal people. So Brown attacks the town, tries to make peace overtures to the people while still occupying its main industrial center, tries to tell the people, I'm sorry about those 2 guys who have gotten killed already. Wasn't really my fault. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. My century's really screwed up, though. But I'm sorry. Can we be friends now? I mean, you guys aren't that dedicated to slavery, right? So that means we can be friends. And surprise, surprise, the townspeople were not having it. Throughout the morning, while Dr. Story rode off to Charlestown, the people of Harper's Ferry gathered what arms they could and prepared to resist the invaders. Someone found some bullet molds, and the women pitched in, melting down any lead they could find and molding it into bullets. George Chambers, the owner of the Galt House Saloon near the Wager House Hotel, climbed up to an upper floor window of his saloon, where he had a good view of both the armory and arsenal, and started taking pot shots at Brown's men. More men followed him, and before long, Brown's men were forced to hunker down behind cover. Brown's second-in-command, John Kagi, sent a messenger from his post at Hall's Rifle Works to the armory, advising Brown that now was the time to get out of Harper's Ferry before it was too late. Meanwhile, the militia gathered at Charlestown, Winchester, and other surrounding towns. Many of the loose organizations now forming had been originally founded largely due to the shock of Nat Turner's rebellion, and as far as they knew, this was exactly the kind of thing they existed for. A Charlestown contingent marched into Harper's Ferry about 11:30 a.m., still with no real idea of what they were up against or how many men were in Brown's party. The Charlestown militia officers took charge of the Harper's Ferry townsmen already there on the hill overlooking the armory, which, when combined with their militia, made about 150 men, and split their force into 5 units. One unit reinforced George Chambers in the Galt House, another spread out through some other tall buildings with good views of the armory to keep up the harassing fire on Brown's men. 2 others went to secure the 2 main approaches to the industrial district on the riverfront, the Shenandoah River Bridge and Shenandoah Street leading directly into Hall's Rifle Works from the west. Meanwhile, the 5th group was sent on a flanking run. About 20 men crossed the Potomac River on flatboats about a mile upstream, then walked back downriver on the Maryland side using a towpath along the foot of the high bluffs overlooking the river. Their purpose was to assault the Potomac Railroad Bridge from the Maryland side. Now keep in mind, none of these militiamen knew that Brown only had 18 men with him, and that almost all of them were in Harper's Ferry. For all they knew, Brown might have hundreds more perched on the very bluffs they were walking under, ready to ambush them at any moment. Horwitz quotes one volunteer as saying later, quote, "Every man felt when he reached the Maryland end of the Potomac Bridge that he had literally run the gauntlet, and we were all glad to be alive." End quote. Then Horwitz continues, quote, "The Virginians then poured onto the bridge, firing wildly. Brown's sentinels, badly outnumbered and caught by surprise, quickly fell back across the Potomac toward Harper's Ferry. Spilling out of the covered bridge on the Virginia side, they ran for the armory, only 60 yards away. The last stretch was open pavement, exposed to the fire of gunmen who had occupied the upper stories of buildings overlooking the street. Some of Brown's men at the armory and arsenal rushed from their sheltered posts to defend their retreating comrades. In the confused moments that followed, one of the insurgents raced down Shenandoah Street, between the arsenal and armory. From a window high above, a gunman fired down at him, apparently having loaded his rifle with a crude slug or spike instead of a bullet. The steeply angled shot tore through the running man's neck and throat, dropping him dead on the pavement. Brown's other men dodged to safety but were unable to retrieve their fallen compatriot, who was left exposed on the street for townspeople to gawk at. Locals didn't know his name, but recognized him as a tall mulatto who had been seen earlier at the arsenal gate, firing his Sharps rifle. No one dared to collect his body, which lay in a gutter near the center of the fighting that now raged around the armory. Later that day, hogs came to root in the slain man's gaping neck wound. Angry and inebriated townspeople poked sticks in the wound and used pocket knives to cut off pieces of the dead man's ears as gruesome souvenirs. By the time the mutilated body was finally taken away and dumped in an unmarked pit, little remained to identify the deceased as Dangerfield Newby, the former slave who had hoped to free his family still in bondage in Virginia. Remarkably, the desperate letters Newby had received from his wife survived, having been taken from his pockets or from among his possessions found later. "If I thought I should never see you, this earth would have no charms for me," Harriet had written Dangerfield in her last message, begging him to rescue her before she was sold south. "Do all you can for me, which I have no doubt you will." Her determined husband fell just inside Virginia, 50 miles from Harriet, and his death extinguished her dream of freedom. A few months later, she was sold to a new master in Louisiana. Her husband's estate, including the $741 he'd saved to free her, was distributed among his relatives in Ohio. End quote. After the Potomac Bridge was taken, Brown's men were well and truly cut off, not only from the outside world, but also from each other. The three separate posts at the Armory Gate, the Arsenal, and Hall's Rifle Works were isolated from each other, and any of Brown's men who tried to travel between them would have to run the gauntlet of fire from the tall buildings lining the street. Brown ignored Kagi's urging to get out of Harper's Ferry while he still could, and the steel trap Douglas had warned Brown of was now closed. The militia, who greatly outnumbered Brown's men, although they didn't know it yet, held both bridges and all roads leading out of town. Brown was unperturbed, even in the early afternoon, as the fire on his men in the armory intensified, and he retreated inside the stoutly built engine house for cover. The hostages inside the engine house offered to help broker a truce, and Brown sent one out under a white flag with his son-in-law William Thompson. But although the townspeople stopped firing for this, they were not even a little bit ready to negotiate, and they grabbed Thompson and tied him up in the wager house as their prisoner. Well, that enraged another of Brown's men, a hulking, aggressive fighter named Aaron Stevens. Another hostage, an acting superintendent of the armory, Archibald Kitzmiller, was able to talk Stevens out of doing anything rash, and offered himself to go out again and see if he could broker a truce. As a prominent citizen of the town, he thought he might be able to do better than whoever the last guy was. So Brown sent him out under another flag of truce, with his son Watson and Aaron Stevens as escorts. Well, this didn't go any better than the first attempt. It went worse, in fact. From Horwitz, quote, "Stevens and Watson walked out of the gate behind Kitzmiller, who waved his handkerchief at armory workers he saw posted by the Potomac Bridge. The three men then proceeded down a narrow street that formed a sort of canyon between tall commercial buildings on either side. This lane dead-ended at a raised railroad trestle, above which loomed the Galt House Saloon. As Kitzmiller and his two escorts neared it, the saloon keeper, George Chambers, smashed an upper-story window so he could shoot unobstructed. Then he and a fellow gunman opened fire. Their first volley hit Watson Brown. A moment later, Stevens was also struck. He swore and fired back. Hit again and again, he finally collapsed. Lying bloodied on the pavement, Stevens called out to Kitzmiller, who had urged him to attempt a peaceful negotiation. "I have been cruelly deceived," Stevens said. Kitzmiller, who had been dragged from his bed before dawn and then taken hostage, replied, "I wish I had remained at home." Watson Brown, meanwhile, had staggered back to the armory, vomiting blood from a stomach wound. He hoisted his rifle and for a time resumed his post at the engine house until he became too weak and lay down on the floor. His father could do little except give him water and fume over the barbarity of his assailants. He began to show temper, one of the hostages later testified, and said he had it in his power to destroy that place in half an hour. Brown regarded himself as a soldier, subject to traditional rules of battlefield conduct. His hostages, for the most part, abided by this canon, and not only because they were terrified. A number of them later testified to Brown's sincere and respectful treatment of them. Virginians prided themselves on their code of honor, and Brown seemed a man whose word was his bond. Hostages who left the armory as emissaries pledged to return, and did so. Archibald Kitzmiller was a rare exception. Caught in the firefight that felled Aaron Stevens, he did not consider his pledge to return binding under the circumstances, as he later put it. Instead, he took cover in the wager house. The bullet-riddled Stevens was left crumpled on the pavement outside, exposed to a hard rain and the horrified gaze of onlookers. "I seen big beefs killed, and they did not lose more blood," Patrick Higgins, the bridge watchman, later stated. But the strapping warrior wasn't yet dead. After lying still for a few minutes, Stevens began to move and groan. Brown, having now lost 3 men under flags of truce, couldn't risk sending out another to assist his wounded lieutenant. But a hostage volunteered to go to Stevens' aid. Joseph Brua had served earlier as a peace envoy. Now he went into the bullet-raked street, helped Stevens into the wager house, and returned once again to captivity. In an extraordinary day that mixed cruelty and kindness, dishonor and courage, Brua's act was among the most remarkable. Also astonishing was the fortitude of the man Brua rescued. Stevens had already commanded notice from townspeople for his fearsome and unflinching defense of an exposed position at the armory gate. Now, lying half naked on a bed in the wager house, where a doctor dressed the wounds to his face, chest, and limbs, Stevens became a figure of awe for his majestic physique. A large, exceedingly athletic man, a perfect Samson in appearance, one person wrote. Another described his brawny shoulders and large sinewy limbs, all the muscles finely developed and hard. His manner was just as imposing. Though shot 6 times and surrounded by armed interrogators, he remained composed and defiant. Stevens told his captors, as Thompson had, that Brown believed the Negroes would flock to them by the thousands, and they would soon have force enough for their purposes. Stevens now realized that Brown had been greatly deceived, but he expressed no regret and was fully prepared to die for the cause of freedom. "One life for many," he said. End quote. During the gunfight that wounded Watson Brown and Aaron Stevens, another man in the armory, 20-year-old William Lehman, decided he'd had enough and used the distraction to make a break for it. He made it out of the armory yard, across the railroad tracks, and into the shallow Potomac River before he was spotted, and some of the townspeople gave chase, finally caught up to him in the river, and shot him dead at close range. Horwitz again, quote, "Lehman, like Dangerfield Newby, was left where he fell. Sprawled on a large rock in the middle of the Potomac, his body lay in plain sight of gunmen on the bridge and in buildings overlooking the river. They pumped dozens of bullets into the corpse until finally, an observer wrote, the body slipped from the rock and drifted in the shallow river, Lehman's black hair floating upon the surface and waving with every ripple." End quote. About 2:30 p.m., the detachment sent to dislodge the insurgents from Hall's rifle works took up positions and prepared for an assault, but before they could make their move, John Kagi gave the order to evacuate. He'd received no response from Brown to his earlier message urging evacuation of Harper's Ferry, and now he took matters into his own hands to try to save himself and the 4 men still with him in the rifle works. Blocked on every side and with the bridge held by the militia, their only way out was directly south, into the Shenandoah River. Horwitz writes, quote, "Kagi waded into the river, followed by 2 of his men, but gunmen quickly appeared on the far shore, while others ran down to the bank the insurgents had just fled. Some of them pursued Kagi and his men into the river. The rest unleashed a watery crossfire. A local woman witnessed the scene from her house overlooking the Shenandoah and described it moments later in a letter to her daughter. "Our men chased them in the river just below here, and I saw them shot down like dogs," Mary Mozzie wrote of the ruffians who had fled the rifle works. "I saw one poor wretch rise above the water, and someone strike him with a club. He sank again, and in a moment they dragged him out a corpse." This was Kagi, who had struggled 2/3 of the way across the Shenandoah before he was shot and fell under the water. A diary found in his pocket told of final preparations the week before in Chambersburg, where he'd written a last letter to his family. "Be cheerful, my dear father and sisters. Don't imagine dangers. All will be well." Close behind Kagi in the river was Lewis Leary, the free black harness maker from Oberlin, who had arrived at the Kennedy farm only 2 days before. He climbed atop a rock in the Shenandoah and was shot in the back. Dragged ashore, Leary begged for warmth and was laid beside a stove in a workshop by the river, where he lingered in great pain for 12 hours. Leary asked his captors to send word of his death to his young wife, Mary, back in Ohio with their baby daughter. Leary hadn't told her of his plans. She thought he was going to see family in Pennsylvania. But Mary had wondered why he was so emotional on departing, having taken their baby in his arms, and wept like a child, she later said. Leary's kinsman from Oberlin, John Copeland, was behind Leary and Kagi as they tried to cross the Shenandoah. After seeing his 2 comrades shot, Copeland floated down behind some rocks, hoping to hide there until the gunmen thought that we were all killed, he later wrote. Copeland was quickly discovered and hauled ashore, where men stood knotting handkerchiefs together and shouting for the young black man to be lynched. But John Starry, the ubiquitous doctor, happened to be on the scene and shielded Copeland with his horse until an officer arrived and took the captured insurgent to jail in Charlestown. Also taken prisoner was a slave from John Allstott's estate named Ben, who had been sent to guard the rifle works with Kagi and the others. Rather than run into the river, he'd thrown down his pike and surrendered, only to be threatened, like Copeland, with summary execution. In Ben's case, it was a local minister who intervened. So enraged were the multitude, the churchman wrote, that it was with difficulty they were restrained from hanging and shooting several on the spot. One other slave had been posted at the rifle works, Jim, a young coachman hired by Lewis Washington from an owner in Winchester. Unlike Ben, Jim ran for the river, but he didn't make it. He was found floating in a mill race. Unable to swim or weighed down by his gear, he drowned in the stone-lined channel. Jim was thus the 4th black man and the 1st slave to die in Brown's War of Liberation. End quote. All afternoon, more men piled into Harper's Ferry, armed, not attached to any militia unit, and the situation only got more chaotic. George Turner, a friend of Lewis Washington's, was taking aim at the armory from High Street when he was struck in the neck and killed by a shot from the engine house. Hayward Shepard, the first man hit when the bridge sentries turned the train back in the early morning hours, expired that afternoon. His employer, Fontaine Beckham, who also served as mayor of Harper's Ferry, became enraged, walked out on the railroad platform with a pistol and started firing at the engine house until he was hit in the chest and killed by a shot from Brown's man, Edwin Coppock. Brown's son-in-law, William Thompson, was the one who would feel the townspeople's vengeance for that killing. A mob led by George Chambers and Beckham's nephew, Henry Hunter, dragged Thompson from the wager house out onto the bridge, where they stood him up, shot him a dozen or more times, and threw his body into the river. It's not clear exactly when or how the defense of the arsenal collapsed, but it did sometime that day. That position was much more exposed and less fortified than the engine house, and when the fighting started to heat up, the few men there either retreated to the armory or were killed or captured. And by late afternoon, the only building Brown still held was the engine house. He had 7 men there in addition to himself, one of whom, his son Watson, was seriously wounded. 2 more were hit in quick succession, both while firing from the door: Stewart Taylor and another Brown son, Oliver. Lewis Washington wrote, quote, "Old Brown was the busiest and most vigilant of all the rebels in watching through the loopholes and crevices for opportunities to kill those outside. Whilst he was thus watching, rifle in hand, one of his own sons was shot through the body and fell within 4 or 5 feet of him. The young man groaned and cried aloud in his agony, begging that some of his comrades would kill him at once. Thereupon, Old Brown, turning for a few moments an unmoved and unsympathizing glance, sternly bade him be silent and die like a man, and then instantly turned his attention back to his own work of killing. End quote. Horowitz writes about Oliver. Quote, Oliver was just 20, and in early October he had escorted his pregnant wife, Martha, part of the way home from the Kennedy farm. You can hardly think how I want to see you, or how lonesome I was the day I left you, he wrote her upon his return to the Maryland hideout. But he took solace in her picture. I have made a morocco case for it, and carry it close to my body. He would doubtless have been carrying Martha's picture a week later, as he lay dying on the floor of the engine house. Their child, born early in the following year, was named Olive in memory of her father. But the baby lived only 2 days, and Martha soon fell ill with childbed fever. She had been a wife, a mother, and a childless widow at 17, Annie Brown wrote. Martha now declared she had nothing more to live for. She gave away her few possessions and died a month after giving birth. She was willing to go, Mary Brown wrote. Said she wanted to go where Oliver and her baby was. End quote. Late in the afternoon, a newly arrived militia unit scaled the armory walls at the far northwestern end, the opposite end from where the engine house was located, and started advancing southeast towards Brown. They ran into rifle fire from the engine house and took cover, but were preparing for an assault when they unexpectedly started taking fire from across the river. They returned the fire by aiming at the puffs of smoke, and it stopped after a few minutes. Those shots came from John Cook, who was still on the Maryland side of the river, meant to guard the weapons cache Brown was keeping in a nearby schoolhouse. He'd seen the militiamen advancing on the engine house and had the idea of drawing their fire on himself to distract them. The shots were exchanged at a distance of half a mile or more, and no one was hit, but the distraction worked. The militiamen still had no idea how many men were with Brown and how many might be on the other side of the river, so they abandoned the assault and hunkered down under cover. As night came on, the firing died down and negotiations were opened again. Brown still seems to have been completely deluded as to the nature of his situation, and it quickly became clear that there would be no end to the siege of the engine house on this day. Horowitz writes, quote, Despite the day's vicious fighting, the two sides now parleyed in a decorous and formal manner. One emissary approached the engine house carrying an old umbrella with a white handkerchief tied to the ferrule. Who commands this fortification? He demanded. Another appeal, this one written, came from Colonel Robert Baylor, a Virginia officer who had taken overall command of the troops that had converged on the town. Addressing Brown as captain, the note discussed terms of capitulation and release of prisoners. Sir, Colonel Baylor wrote, I say to you, if you will set at liberty our citizens, we will leave the government to deal with you concerning their property, as it may think most advisable. In reply, Baylor received an astonishing proposal, one that Brown had twice tried to deliver under flag of truce earlier in the day. In consideration of all my men, whether living or dead or wounded, being soon safely in and delivered up to me at this point, with all their arms and ammunition, we will then take our prisoners and cross the Potomac Bridge, a little beyond which we will set them at liberty. This wasn't all. We required the delivery of our horse and harness at the hotel. Brown elaborated on this proposal in a separate parley with 2 officers from a Maryland unit that had just reached town and been posted at the armory. He told them that once he reached the far side of the river and released the prisoners, the troops opposing him would be free to take him if we could. Brown also said he had fought Uncle Sam before and was willing to do it again. But then he added one final condition, that he and his men should not be shot down instantly by a body of men posted for the purpose, but on being allowed a brief period for preparing for fight, he was willing to take his chances for death or escape. Brown, in short, demanded that he be given a fighting chance, a duel almost, on the opposite bank of the Potomac. He may have hoped to make a fighting retreat along the ravine leading up to the log schoolhouse, where he could expect to collect more arms and be reinforced by his men in Maryland. Brown believed he merited this chance, not only because he held hostages, but also because he had fought honorably rather than massacring civilians or burning the town. As one of the Maryland officers reported, he thought he was entitled to some terms. In the view of Brown's foes, this was preposterous. He deserved no concessions and was in no position to demand them. The armory was surrounded and reinforcements were en route. "The terms you propose I cannot accept," Colonel Baylor wrote in a curt reply. But he decided to postpone any further action until morning, rather than risk an attack in the dark. In his official report, Baylor gave an additional reason for suspending operations. "Our troops by this time required some refreshment, having been on active duty and exposed to a heavy fall of rain all day." Baylor, however, had only loose command of the hundreds of armed men in Harper's Ferry, many of whom had long since sought refreshment on their own. By the time Captain John Sinn of the Frederick, Maryland militia arrived on Monday evening, he found the town in a state of drunken mayhem. "Every man had a gun, and 4/5 of them were under no command," he reported. The military had ceased firing, but men who were intoxicated were firing their guns in the air, and others at the engine house. Still others were stumbling from the saloons to desecrate the corpse of Dangerfield Newby, or to taunt the wounded Aaron Stevens in his bed at the wager house. Captain Sinn found young men threatening to shoot Stevens and shamed them by saying, if the man could stand on his feet with a pistol in his hand, they would all jump out of the window. Sinn also arranged for a surgeon and his unit to go to the engine house and tend to Brown's wounded son, Watson. By the time the surgeon arrived, late Monday night, the scene inside the engine house was ghastly. On one side of the cramped interior, a room just 20 foot square, stretched the bloodied corpses of Stewart Taylor and Oliver Brown. Near them lay Watson, in such agony that he begged his comrades to shoot him. The surgeon could do little for his stomach wound, but promised to return in the morning. End quote. Whatever else you can say about John Brown, he had brass balls. You got to give him that. Summing up the situation as Monday, October 17th ended, Horwitz continues, quote, Brown's uninjured men, cooped up in the engine house with the dead and wounded, were in poor shape as well. They had marched and fought with little or no food or sleep since leaving the Kennedy farm more than 24 hours before. With a drunken mob howling and firing potshots outside the armory's gate, there wasn't much prospect of rest during the long night ahead. The same was true for Brown's hostages, some of whom had refused breakfast, the only meal that day, fearing it might be drugged. The engine house was cold and dark, and the only place to lie down was the brick floor. Though the hostages occupied the safest part of the building, behind the fire engines, there was still the danger of bullets ricocheting through the doors or windows. Armistead Ball, the hostage who was a master machinist at the armory, sought shelter by wedging himself in a corner of the brick structure, but found he was too large. For the first time in my life, he later said, I wished I was a thin man. Even more uncomfortable was the situation of the black Virginians in the engine house. Though ostensibly liberated, they now had, in effect, 3 sets of masters. First, Brown and his men, who had thrust pikes into their hands and put them at great peril inside the engine house. Second, the white hostages sequestered with them, including their owners, who were alert to any sign of cooperation or complicity with the insurgents. And third, the mob outside, which was unlikely to show mercy toward armed slaves caught in the presence of abolitionists. To Armistead Ball, the black men in the engine house seemed, like himself, badly scared. Brown, on the other hand, appeared as cool and composed as he had been throughout the battle. At day's end, when the firing subsided, he had straightened the limbs of his dead son Oliver and removed his gear. Then, through the night, he tried to comfort Watson, who kept crying out in pain and begging to be put out of his misery. No, my son, have patience. I think you will get well, one hostage heard Brown say. If you die in a glorious cause. Another hostage heard Brown tell Watson to endure a little longer and he might die as befitted a man. Brown also tried to hold together what remained of his shattered army. Of the 18 men who had crossed the Potomac with him Sunday night, half were dead, dying, or captured, including his lead lieutenants, Kagi and Stevens. 2 other tested fighters, Tidd and Cook, were in Maryland, while 2 men posted to the arsenal were unaccounted for. That left Brown in direct command of only 1 Kansas veteran, Jeremiah Anderson, and 3 novices, all in their early 20s, the fugitive slave Shields Green, the Iowa Quaker Edwin Coppock, and the smooth-cheeked Dauphin Thompson, whose older brother, William, had been brutally slain within sight of the engine house that afternoon. Some of them lost heart in the course of the night. When the Maryland officer, Captain Sin, brought a surgeon to the engine house, he also delivered the news that U.S. troops had arrived and occupied the armory yard. This prompted one of Brown's men to ask if he would be committing treason against his country and resisting federal soldiers. Upon being told that this would be so, the man then said, "I'll fight no longer," one of the hostages testified. He thought he was merely fighting to liberate slaves. At least one of the other men also wanted to give up. But Brown refused to surrender. At one point late that night, Captain Sin promised to provide the insurgents safe conduct to jail if they laid down their arms. Brown scorned the offer, the officer reported, saying he knew his fate and he preferred meeting it with a rifle in his hands to dying for the amusement of a crowd. The machinist, Armistead Ball, also appealed to Brown on grounds of humanity to surrender rather than risk more bloodshed. Brown replied that he had already been proclaimed an outlaw, had a reward on his head, and knew the consequences of his actions. As he awaited daylight, Brown paced the brick floor carrying George Washington's sword which his men had taken from the president's great-grandnephew. The sword's owner, still hostage in the engine house, hated everything Brown stood for. But even Lewis Washington admired the abolitionist's extraordinary nerve, he later acknowledged. Brown never quailed, Washington said, though he admitted during the night that escape was impossible and he would have to die. End quote. All throughout that day, word had been getting out to the wider world outside the immediate Harpers Ferry area. W.P. Smith was the direct superior of Andrew Phelps, the train conductor who received his telegram that morning in Baltimore, and at first he didn't believe the story or thought it must be greatly exaggerated, and it actually was, although Phelps didn't know that when he sent it. But he eventually passed on the message to government officials, and it made it to the ears of President Buchanan. Now, keep in mind, the U.S. military of 1859 was a far cry from the military of 1865, or even that of late 1861 or 62. It was small and loosely organized. We've already seen how much trouble federal troops had keeping order in Kansas Territory. They couldn't keep up with basically armed bands of outlaws roaming the prairie, and they were even defeated in a gunfight by Montgomery's men once. And so the response to the Harpers Ferry news was slow. The nearest sizable units available were 3 artillery companies, but they were hundreds of miles away in the Norfolk area. At the Navy Yard in Washington, though, was a single company of 90 U.S. Marines, which in reality was more than enough to deal with John Brown and the 3 able-bodied men he had left in the engine house. But remember, the rumors were saying Brown had hundreds of men, with maybe upwards of 1,000 on the way. But the Marines were all that was available in short order, so they were sent. A future famous Confederate, Jeb Stuart, just happened to be visiting the War Department that day. He overheard talk about Harpers Ferry and volunteered his services. Stuart had actually been in Kansas for the last few years, but mostly occupied with policing Indians in the far west of the territory, so stayed mostly out of the thick of the bleeding Kansas stuff. But he for sure knew who John Brown was and knew who he was up against. Stuart was a cavalry lieutenant at that time, and he ended up volunteering to lead the Marines as the aide of a more senior officer who happened to be right across the Potomac in Alexandria that day, another future famous Confederate, without a doubt the most famous Confederate, Robert E. Lee. Lee and Stuart hopped on a train to Harper's Ferry and met the Marines outside the town a little before midnight on October 17th. They marched into the town, and Lee found that the situation really was greatly exaggerated in the rumors, and that the force of Marines he already had on hand would be more than enough to deal with it. He decided to wait until morning to storm the engine house, though, thinking that doing it in the dark would be unnecessarily risky, both to the Marines and the hostages inside. I'll let Horwitz narrate what happened next. Quote, Lee drafted a formal message to the persons inside the engine house, to be delivered at daybreak. If they will peaceably surrender themselves and restore the pillaged property, they shall be kept in safety to await the orders of the President, the document read. Colonel Lee represents to them, in all frankness, that it is impossible for them to escape, that the armory is surrounded on all sides by troops, and that if he is compelled to take them by force, he cannot answer for their safety. Lee expected that his demand for surrender would be refused. In that event, he planned to launch an immediate attack so the gunmen in the engine house wouldn't have additional time to prepare, or to harm the hostages. To further guard the captives' safety, Lee ordered his men to attack with bayonets and cautioned the stormers particularly to discriminate between the insurgents and their prisoners. This may have sounded straightforward in theory, but it presented considerable challenges in practice. Few of the Marines had seen combat. The engine house was small and crowded, and its defenders had already shown themselves resolute fighters, prepared to die if necessary. The mob surrounding the armory yard also posed a problem. The people are terribly excited, and threats are made of killing all in the morning, a railroad official telegraphed late that night. By daybreak, a throng of about 2,000 people had crowded every window, doorway, and other vantage point within sight of the engine house. All eyes were directed to one spot, wrote Edward White, a young teacher in Harper's Ferry. All were awaiting the final act of the drama. Soon after sunrise on Tuesday, October 18th, Jeb Stuart approached the engine house under a flag of truce and announced that he had a message from Colonel Lee. A gunman opened the door about 4 inches, Stuart wrote, and placed his body against the crack with a cocked carbine in his hand. Stuart recognized the man, having encountered him while serving in the U.S. cavalry out west. "You are Oswattomy Brown of Kansas?" Stuart asked. "Well, they do call me that sometimes, Lieutenant." Brown's presence in Harper's Ferry had been widely rumored for the past 24 hours, but Stuart was the first Virginian able to positively identify him. "This is a bad business you are engaged in, Captain," Stuart said. "The United States troops have arrived, and I am sent to demand your surrender." "Upon what terms?" Brown asked. Stuart then delivered Lee's message, promising protection to Brown and his men until the President determined their fate. Brown countered with his own now familiar proposition, that he and his men be granted a chance to escape across the river. "I have no authority to agree to such an arrangement," Stuart said, "my orders being to demand your surrender on the terms I have stated." This Brown refused to do. Knowing he could expect no leniency, Brown told Stuart, he preferred to die fighting and would sell his life as dearly as possible. The exchange at the door greatly alarmed the hostages. Some of them begged Stuart to bring Colonel Lee into the parley. But Stuart's orders were to avoid negotiations and to signal any refusal to surrender as quickly as possible. "Is that your final answer, Captain?" Stuart asked Brown. "Yes." Stepping away from the door, Stuart waved his cap, the sign agreed upon for the Marines to attack. A storming party of 12 men stood ready against the side wall of the engine house. 3 of them now sprang to the front of the building and battered the heavy wooden doors with sledgehammers. As Lee had hoped, the swiftness of the assault caught Brown by surprise. It was evident he did not expect an attack so soon, Lewis Washington said. But the previous day's siege had given the engine house defenders ample time to fortify their position. They'd placed the 2 fire carts against the entrance as a brace and fastened the double doors with ropes. This gave the doors spring so that each blow of the sledgehammers pushed the heavy wood in without shattering it. The Marines' pounding re-echoed from the rocky sides of the lofty mountains, one spectator said. Finally, after several minutes, the Marines stopped their futile hammering and withdrew. There followed a brief pause of oppressive silence for those crowded around the armory. Though the initial assault had failed, the thunderous banging terrified the men inside the engine house, who couldn't see out and had no clear idea of what was happening. There was a cessation for a moment or two, Terrence Byrne later testified, and during this time one of Brown's men turned round to him and said, "Captain, I believe I will surrender." "Sir, you can do as you please," Brown replied. A few of the hostages began shouting, "One man surrenders!" But they couldn't be heard in the confusion, and moments later there was another awful thud at the door. The Marines had tossed aside their sledgehammers and taken hold of a heavy ladder in the armory yard, deploying it as a battering ram. A dozen soldiers clutched the ladder and rushed at the engine house. Their first charge did not so much as dent the doors. With Brown's men now firing from inside, the Marines stepped back, hoisted the ladder, and rushed forward a second time. Again, nothing happened. Then, on their third charge, the attackers stove in one of the doors, splintering open a breach just large enough to charge through, one man at a time. The leader of the storming party, Lieutenant Israel Green, leaped on the inward-leaning door and darted inside. He was followed by a Marine paymaster who wielded only a rattan switch. The firing was now heavy on both sides, despite Lee's order that the men use only bayonets. The third Marine rushing into the engine house fell back with a gunshot to his stomach. The next took a bullet in the face. The huge crowd around the armory could see little except Marines in powder blue uniforms vanishing into the smoke and noise. The frightened hostages in the engine house also looked on in confusion, their view partly obscured by the fire carts and gun smoke. "When I heard the door breaking in," said Armistead Ball, the portly machinist, "I thought I was a goner." Lewis Washington urged his fellow prisoners to throw up their hands so the storming party could more easily distinguish them. Two of Brown's men also cried for quarter and laid down their arms, a hostage testified. But as Marines poured in, they picked them up again and resumed the fight. These two unnamed men were almost certainly Dauphin Thompson and Jeremiah Anderson. A third, Edwin Coppock, later stated that he too had wanted to surrender, but fought on in the heat of the moment, with a gun that misfired. Shields Green, according to Coppock and the testimony of a hostage, put down his rifle and cartridge box and joined the 6 slaves in the engine house, hoping to be mistaken for one of them. Only Brown appeared committed to fighting to the end. Israel Green, the Marine lieutenant who was the first man to burst into the engine house, ran to one side of a fire cart positioned just behind the shattered door. As he came around the rear of it, Lewis Washington pointed at a crouched figure near the front of the building, between the 2 fire engines. "There's Brown," Washington cried. Perched on one knee, pants tucked into his boots, Brown was pulling a lever to reload his carbine. "Quicker than thought," Lieutenant Green said, "I brought my saber down with all my strength upon his head." Brown was moving as Green struck. The sword blow gashed his neck. He fell to the floor and rolled onto his back. "Instinctively as Brown fell, I gave him a saber thrust in the left breast," Green said. The blow could easily have pierced Brown's heart or lung, but Green, in nervous haste that day, had armed himself with a light dress sword rather than a combat saber. He also seems to have struck a strap or buckle that deflected the thrust. Instead of penetrating, the light sword blade bent double. Green kept flailing at Brown, stabbing at him and beating his head with the sword's hilt until he lay motionless on the floor. The other Marines pouring into the engine house had gone after Brown's men. One of the attackers bayoneted Dauphin Thompson, who had taken cover under a fire engine. Another thrust his bayonet so fiercely into Jeremiah Anderson that the insurgent was pinned to the rear wall of the engine house and twisted almost upside down in his agony. Other Marines quickly seized Edwin Coppock and Shields Green without injury. The hostages in the engine house and the black men briefly liberated from slavery also escaped harm. Robert E. Lee, who had engineered the storming and observed it from behind a pillar near the armory gate, dispassionately summarized the attack for his superiors. "The whole was over in a few minutes," he wrote in his official report. End quote. The Marine shot in the face while storming the engine house was named Luke Quinn. He was 24 years old, and he died there in the armory yard. John Brown, though beaten severely by Lieutenant Green during the assault, survived, And what's more, Lee was able to maintain order after the assault and protect him and his surviving men from the hundreds of militiamen and Harper's Ferry citizens watching on, many of whom just wanted to lynch them all on the spot. Lee did his duty as a soldier that day in maintaining order and not allowing Brown to be lynched. But he couldn't have known, and it probably wouldn't have changed his mind about his duty if he had known, that it might have been better for the future of the state of Virginia and for the United States as a whole if Brown had been lynched on the spot, or if he'd just been killed outright during the assault. Because in the month and a half between the end of the raid and his execution for treason, Brown's celebrity skyrocketed. The trial and execution was a very public affair, and a lot of the skyrocketing in celebrity was due to the incredible resolve Brown showed during the whole process, right up to standing on the gallows the moment before the trapdoor was released. His character was not that of a madman. It's the kind of resolve that only a true believer is capable of. The guy must have firmly believed that he was on his way straight to heaven. Now, this episode is long enough already, so we'll talk more about the trial in part 5, but here's what I'll say about it for now. This is why I spent so much time back at the beginning talking about Nat Turner's rebellion, the Haitian Revolution, and a couple of other failed attempts at slave revolts in the first half of the century. Because all of this, the raid, the attempted slave insurrection, the lionization of Brown in the North afterwards, and really the actions of all the most prominent abolitionists, including the Secret Six, all of it has to be understood in that context. As we went over at the beginning, the South, and especially Virginia, was terrified of slave revolts, and for good reason. The Haitian Revolution was a more distant memory by this time, but it was still vivid and bloody, and Nat Turner's rebellion was much more recent and happened right in their own backyard. If you want to compare these two men, John Brown and Nat Turner, you could say they were similar in one important way, which is their commitment to religion. They both followed radical, heretical offshoots of the Christian faith and were highly committed to them. Of course, the respective offshoots they followed were very different from each other, Brown with his puritanical Calvinism and Turner with his African-influenced Methodism. They were different in most other ways, the most important and most obvious being that Brown was white and was never a slave. That's almost a mitigating factor in what Turner did. At least you can truly say he was in fact owned and treated as property by the people around him that he rose up against. Brown had no such excuse. He went far out of his way to go into the homes of other people who had never wronged him in any way and spread death and destruction. Now, speaking of death and destruction, if you're a Southerner, what do you make of all this? You know good and well what slave rebellion actually entails on the ground. You've heard the stories of people, including children, hacked apart by Turner's rebels. If you're in that neighborhood, you might even know somebody who was there, or somebody who knew somebody who was killed there. Now some Yankee named John Brown, who's already killed a bunch of people out west, comes into Virginia and tries to start the same thing again on a larger scale. And how does the North respond to that, especially the New England Yankees? They all but worship the guy. They venerate him as a saint and a martyr. And this from the same circles of people who have been doing all this agitation in Kansas the last 5 years, imposing themselves and their way of life on the western frontier. Secret Six member Theodore Parker was by this time in Rome dying of tuberculosis. Renahan writes of his response to news of the raid, quote, "The dying Parker's response was nothing short of gleeful. The northern sky is full of lightning long treasured up. Brown was the one bright, clear flash into the southern ground. The flash, said Parker, was bound now to detonate civil war, during which the fire of vengeance would run from man to man, from town to town, across a South that would be saturated with the white man's blood. Writing to Parker on November 14th, Sanborn was equally enthusiastic as he analyzed the situation in a calculating, pragmatic way that would have enraged Higginson, with whom Sanborn was supposedly at work on a plan to rescue Brown. The feeling of sympathy with Brown is spreading fast over all the North and will grow stronger if he is hanged. The failure is a success. It has done more for freedom than years of talk could. It grieves me sadly to think that Brown must die, but he is ready for it, and if we cannot avert it, we must think it best. It will undoubtedly add millions to the righteous side." End quote. William Lloyd Garrison, the supposed pacifist, would write in The Liberator, quote, "In recording the expressions of sympathy and admiration which are so widely felt for Brown, whose doom is so swiftly approaching, we desire to say, once and for all, that, judging him by the code of Bunker Hill, we think he is as deserving of high-wrought eulogy as any who ever wielded sword or battle-axe in the cause of liberty. But we do not and cannot approve any indulgence in the war spirit." End quote. A folk hymn to Brown, a sort of perverse Kentuckian, called John Brown's Body, sprang up in the North. Union soldiers would march to it during the war. Julia Ward Howe, the unhappy poet-wife of Samuel Gridley Howe, would later write her own adaptation of it, which became probably the most well-known Union marching song of the war, the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Now refer back to that Ohio clergyman calling down curses and smallpox and leprosy on the entire South, and realize that kind of rhetoric is commonplace. Certainly more commonplace than Missouri slaves escaping or being liberated. Combine that kind of rhetoric with the actions of a guy like John Brown and the fact that he's made into a hero, and the nation is well down that slippery slope towards chaos. Fort Sumter, the first secessions, Kansas statehood are all still about a year and a half away. Lincoln hasn't even been elected yet, and we're off the cliff already. Nobody's backing down, nobody's turning down the temperature, as we might say in today's political parlance. William Lloyd Garrison might call himself a pacifist and say he disapproves of violence, but when you help lionize the violent revolutionary mass murderer, that pacifism stuff kind of rings hollow. You can tell a lot about a movement by the heroes it chooses for itself. Now talk about putting yourself in the shoes of Southerners. Think about watching the abolitionist movement in real time canonizing John Brown as its patron saint. A man who tried to start a slave revolt in your backyard, a revolt which you know would have been unspeakably brutal had it succeeded. What are you to conclude from that other than those people hate us and want us dead? They'd be perfectly happy to see us all decapitated and piled in the yard of Levi Waller's farm. This isn't about altruism towards slaves. There are other ways to free slaves than revolt. No, this is about hatred of us. I don't think you could blame Southerners for thinking that at this point. I don't think you could blame them one bit. There were 5 men killed by Brown's insurgents during the raid. They were Hayward Shepherd, the free black railroad baggage master, Thomas Borley, the Irish grocer, George Turner, a farmer, Fontaine Beckham, mayor of Harper's Ferry, and the Marine Luke Quinn. Brown had 10 men killed in action during the raid. Those were his sons Watson and Oliver. Watson died of his wounds shortly after the assault in the engine house. His son-in-law, William Thompson, William's brother, Dauphin Thompson, Dangerfield Newby, William Lehman, John Kagi, Lewis Leary, Stewart Taylor, and Jeremiah Anderson. In addition to Brown himself, 6 more of his men were captured and executed by hanging in the months following the raid. Those were Aaron Stevens, who miraculously survived half a dozen gunshot wounds during the raid, Shields Green, Edwin Coppock, John Copeland, John Cook, and Albert Hazlitt. 2 slaves freed by the raiders also died. One named Jim drowned in a mill race during the raid. Another named Ben was captured and died in prison of pneumonia later in the month. Ben's mother, Ari, also died after catching pneumonia while taking care of him in prison. 5 more men successfully escaped. 3 of those, Barclay Coppock, Charles Tidd, and Francis Merriam, would go on to be killed in the Civil War. The 4th, Osborne Anderson, would live through the war and pass away in 1872. And the 5th, another Brown son, the quirky bachelor Owen, would live until 1889, where he would pass at the age of 64. Read the prologue to Thomas Goodrich's book, War to the Knife. Quote, December 2nd, 1859. He was old for his day. His long white beard and deeply furrowed face readily revealed a life far beyond its prime. A man his age looked strangely out of place here in the field among so much youth and vitality. A man his age should have been rocking away this winter's morn by a warm fireplace, enjoying his last days with a grandson on one knee and a granddaughter on the other. Instead, the old man was being hauled in the back of an open freight wagon through a stubble field in Virginia. The seat beneath him was a rude wooden coffin. All was silent now. The buzzing and laughter of the soldiers, the shouting and commands of the officers that had filled the air this morning, had suddenly ceased. Among the waiting hundreds, anxious eyes were now focused on the wagon and the gaunt figure in black as they approached. With quiet surprise, the man in the rumbling wagon looked up and scanned the scene surrounding him. I was very near the old man, a reporter for the New York Tribune wrote, and scrutinized him closely. Quoting that reporter now. He seemed to take in the whole scene at a glance, and he straightened himself up proudly, as if to set to the soldiers an example of a soldier's courage. The only motion he made, beyond a swaying to and fro of his body, was a patting of his knees with his hands. As he came upon an eminence, he cast his eyes over the beautiful landscape and followed the windings of the Blue Ridge Mountains in the distance. He looked up earnestly at the sun and sky, and all about, and then remarked, "This is a beautiful country." Back to Goodrich. The old man's eyes returned to earth. Looming just ahead, the great grim monster stood ready to receive him. The old man's million-mile wander of 59 years was now but a footfall and a heartbeat from journey's end. A rogue's death on the gallows awaited. Most men, old or young, might have trembled at the sight. Most men might have bowed down in terror at the fate awaiting them. The old man was not like most men, however, and far from being afraid, he would not have traded places with anyone in the world. As he well knew, he was bound for God and glory. His final battle in the army of the Lord was being waged, and victory was within reach. He would not disappoint either himself or his Maker. At last the wagon drew up beside the scaffold and halted. 2 men quickly moved forward to help the old man down. Gazing up the steps at the platform momentarily, the victim did not hesitate, but led the way in his bright red slippers, as calmly and quietly as if he had been going to his dinner, noted a young soldier nearby. "There is no faltering in his step," another witness added when the old man reached the top. "But firmly and erect he stands amid the almost breathless lines of soldiery that surround him. With a graceful motion of his pinioned right arm, he takes the slouched hat from his head and carelessly casts it upon the platform by his side." Recorded another spectator to the drama, quoting that spectator. "He stood upon the scaffold but a short time, when the white cap was drawn over his face, the noose adjusted and attached to the hook above, and he was moved, blindfolded, a few steps forward. It was curious to note how the instincts of nature operated to make him careful in putting out his feet, as if afraid he would walk off the scaffold. The man who stood unblenched on the brink of eternity was afraid of falling a few feet to the ground. Everything was now in readiness. The sheriff asked the prisoner if he should give him a private signal before the fatal moment. He replied, in a voice that sounded to me unnaturally natural, that it did not matter to him, if only they would not keep him too long waiting. I was close to him and watched him narrowly to see if I could detect any signs of shrinking or trembling in his person, but there was none. Once I thought I saw his knees tremble, but it was only the wind blowing his loose trousers. Back to Goodrich. At length, all departed the platform except the old man and the sheriff. While the military companies marched and countermarched into final positions, others stared in awe as the victim stood quietly on the trapdoor with a hood over his head and a noose around his neck. Among those who watched was another old man, one with long white hair, who was destined to fire the first cannon shot of the coming conflagration a year and a half hence. Also on the field this day was a handsome young actor whose pistol report at Ford's Theater would prove the last and most tragic bullet fired of the war. These two men, and scores of others around them who had cut slivers from the gallows as souvenirs, knew that they were now a part of history in the making, that something mighty was about to occur, over which they would have no more control than would a reed against the wind. When all was in place, a signal was given, and the sheriff descended the steps. Reaching for a sharp hatchet nearby, the officer glanced up at the old man one last time. As before, the prisoner stood patiently waiting, not a trace of fear visible, even though he was for the last time in his long life completely alone. Gripping the hatchet firmly, the sheriff eyed the rope that held the trapdoor. Then, with one swift motion, the blade flashed forward. With a loud screech, the trapdoor opened, and the old man in black came down with a sickening thud. The rough rope dug viciously into his neck. His face quickly distorted into a horrible purple grimace, and the eyes bulged hideously from their sockets. There was but one spasmodic effort of the hands to clutch at the neck, a horrified eyewitness said, but for nearly 5 minutes the limbs jerked and quivered. He seemed to retain an extraordinary hold upon life. One who has seen numbers of men hung before told me he had never seen so hard a struggle. He did not die easily, remarked another onlooker. The animal heat remained in his body long. The minutes passed. The drama in the field continued as the stunned spectators stared in silence at the struggle between life and death. Eventually, the spasms and shudders grew less violent, then ceased altogether, and the body was at last at peace. Not a sound was heard, a spellbound viewer remembered, except the creaking of the timbers of the scaffold and the whipping sound of the wind as it played with the naked branches of the trees. And so it was. The old man was no more. His end was also the final chapter in another story, a story which he had a large hand in writing. Like his life and death, the story is a violent one to relate, a story about blood and fire and war and how Americans learned to hate and kill each other. The old man was dead now, and nothing could start his feverish pulse pounding again. Of that, most on the field this day were heartily relieved, and some felt that for his terrible sins he should and indeed would burn in hell forever and ever. Others, though, beyond Virginia, beyond even America, believed that the old man's spirit had taken wings when his body had fallen, and his soul was now soaring upward to a greater and grander glory. End quote. I want to wrap up this episode by reading a poem to you. It's a poem by Herman Melville. You might have heard of him. He wrote a little-known novel called Moby Dick. There's something I want you to consider as I read this. The poem is called The Portent, 1859. That 1859 is not the publication date, it's part of the title. The poem wasn't published until after the war in 1866 as part of a collection of Melville's poetry. It is known that Melville was working on poems in that collection as early as 1859 or 1860, before the war, but it's not known exactly when he wrote this particular poem. All of which is to say, we don't know for sure, but it's entirely possible that he wrote what I'm about to read you before the war started. So ponder that as I read this. Did Melville write this with or without actual knowledge of what would happen after John Brown's death? To me, it just makes for a better story if he wrote it before the war. So here goes. The Portent, 1859, by Herman Melville. Hanging from the beam, slowly swaying, such the law. Gaunt the shadow on your green, Shenandoah. The cut is on the crown, lo John Brown, and the stabs shall heal no more. Hidden in the cap is the anguish none can draw. So your future veils its face, Shenandoah. But the streaming beard is shown, weird John Brown, the meteor of the war.
Watch your child wear the old man's shoes down low. Watch yourself. You can't run, you can't hide. Stay with me. You can't run, you can't hide. Watch yourself. Bring the dead body down. 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 Lord have mercy. Lord don't have mercy for you. Lord have mercy. Lord don't have mercy for you. Watch yourself. Lord have watch yourself. Lord have watch yourself. Lord don't have mercy for you. Bring the dead body down. 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 Wash the dead man clothes in the creek, not child. Wash your clothes till the creek turn red. Wash the dead man clothes in the creek, not child. Wash your clothes till the creek turn red. Bring the dead body down. Watch yourself. Bring the dead body down. Watch yourself. Bring the dead body down. Bring the dead body down. Watch yourself. Lord don't have mercy for you. Lord don't have mercy for you. Lord don't have mercy for you.
Well, if you've made it this far, you have my sincere thanks for sticking with it. We have now reached the end of Act 1 of this story, and as ugly as things have been already, all this is really only an appetizer for what's to come. In the meantime, if you appreciate the work I'm doing here and you'd like to support it, you can subscribe on Substack for $5 a month or $50 a year. You get access to some paid-only stuff there, like reviews of the books I'm reading for this show. There's 5 of those up now. I haven't been working a whole lot on those because, well, I want to get the next part of the podcast done, but there will be more coming. Eventually, I'll have a list there of all the books I read for this, probably more towards the end of the whole series. Link to the Substack is in the show notes, and there are also links to PayPal and Venmo. If you'd like to support me but don't want to sign up for a subscription, you can just do a one-time donation for any amount you want. If you'd like to support me but don't want to do it with money, honestly, the best thing you can do is share this around with your friends who are into Civil War history stuff, or leave a review on whatever podcast platform you're listening on. That's really helpful too. It helps promote the show in the algorithms. Also, like I said at the beginning, I have an email set up for this show now. That's unsung.substack@gmail.com. It's linked in the show notes, so you can send me feedback and questions, tell me all about how much I suck at editing, or if you're a Yankee who's somehow made it this far, you can send me your hate mail. That's cool too. I'll see what comes in. Maybe I'll read some of it on here sometime if there's anything good. We'll see what happens. Thanks so much again for sticking it out with me for a whole workday's worth of show, and I hope you'll join me again for the hopefully much shorter next episode, That the Deeds of Men Shall Not Go Unsung.